Chapter 241. The land of white bones was very long, and one couldn't see the end of it. Lin Fei resisted the waterfire lotus and used the first 4 moves of Wind Sword. His quintessential essence was constantly being consumed as he forcefully opened up a path. At the end of the land of white bones was a huge black lake that was shrouded in black mist. The profound emperor's tomb must be under the lake. Lin Fei didn't dare to hesitate. Behind him, hundreds and thousands of specters gathered outside the lake. Even if Lin Fei's sword art was sharp and his quintessential essence was boundless, he would still be killed by the specters. Lin Fei never thought that Death Valley would be so dangerous. It was more dangerous than any other place he had been before. Coldeen Chi, this is a land of extreme Yin. After entering the lake, Lin Fei's expression sank. He wrapped the waterfire lotus around him, and the Coldeen Chi kept corroding the waterfire lotus. Every petal was quickly corroded, and a new petal quickly grew out. The lake was very deep, and he couldn't see anything. Fortunately, Lin Fei was a runes master. His perception extended out, and he could see everything within 300 meters clearly. Just how deep is this lake? As he continued to descend, Lin Fei wasn't confident. Under the black lake, he didn't dare to underestimate anything. After experiencing the pursuit of the specters, Death Valley had a certain fear. 300 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 3,000 meters. Lin Fei's speed was getting slower, and the huge pressure was constantly pressing on the waterfire lotus. With every breath, his chest felt like it was being pressed by a huge mountain, and it was extremely uncomfortable. If there's no way out, I will go up. Lin Fei couldn't withstand the pressure underwater. 3,000 meters was almost his limit, and his body wouldn't be able to withstand it if he continued. 1,100 meters. Lin Fei's face turned pale. 1,200 meters. Lin Fei's chest was heaving violently. No, I won't be able to hold on any longer. 1,200 meters. Lin Fei had reached his limit. He gritted his teeth and extended his perception again. If he couldn't find anything, he might as well give up. The profound emperor's tomb was rare, and it wasn't worth it to lose his life here. So many passageways. The expression of the disappointed Lin Fei suddenly changed, and joy appeared on his face. It turned out that below them was already the bottom of the lake. The pitch-black hole looked like a hornet's nest. If it wasn't for his perception, he might not have been able to see the hole clearly. Charge! Lin Fei had no choice but to brace himself and keep going. He randomly chose one of the holes that looked like a hornet's nest and rushed in. The runes array, it's really here. After rushing into the passageway, a gentle force alleviated the pressure from before. Lin Fei felt as though a huge rock had been removed from his body. He knew that he had entered the profound sovereign's tomb. After ascertaining that there was no danger, Lin Fei sat down and gasped for air. He had almost died in this Death Valley. After resting for a while, he extended his perception. Lin Fei discovered that he was in a passageway. Beneath his feet was limestone, and there was a damp smell. He could even hear the dripping sound of water. The tunnels outside are like a hornet's nest. Do they all lead to the main hall? Lin Fei did not know anything about the profound sovereign's tomb. He had come here purely by luck. Right now Lin Fei was confused. He was not prepared enough. It seems like I can only follow the passageway. After feeling that he had more or less recovered, Lin Fei moved forward along the passageway with his perception in front of him. He stepped on the limestone under his feet. After countless years it was undamaged. He could not help but feel excited. This was the profound sovereign's tomb. Lin Fei did not seek to obtain anything. With so many experts barging in, who knew what would happen next? Another passageway? After an hour, Lin Fei could not remember how far he had walked, and he actually appeared in a wide cave. There were 10 passageways in front of him. This was really troublesome. There's something. There was a huge stone trough in the middle of the square-shaped cave. There were a few items in the stone trough. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he immediately prepared to take them for himself. No matter what they were, they would not be ordinary. He could not leave them for the people behind him. Little brother, it is not good to be greedy. A black rod silently smashed towards Lin Fei's back with a gust of wind. Shameless. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He dodged to the side and used the waterfire lotus to protect himself. It was not a good thing to put himself in a predicament just to snatch that item. You are quite fast. Eat my rod first. Lin Fei chose to give up, but unexpectedly, that person did not let him go. He smashed another gust of wind, obviously wanting to snatch the item himself. Like wind, Lin Fei was not afraid of being shameless. He might as well have a contest. Clang clang clang. In the narrow cave, sword radiance danced, leaving streaks of sword radiance. Wind chasing. In the narrow passageway, the murderous aura was endless. Wu Fei was depressed. He was a mystic adept late-stage expert, but he could not deal with a mystic perfection realm brat. Instead, he was restricted and unable to make a move. 1 inch long, 1 inch short. Wu Fei's rod was completely restricted in this place. Let's stop. Stop fighting. It was a short confrontation, and it was in such a place. Wu Fei did not intend to continue. He would wait for another place. If he could not win, then he would compromise. Lin Fei waved his sword. If I stop, what if you attack? Wu Fei frowned. 1 2 3. How about we stop together? Lin Fei actually did not want to continue. He was just taking advantage of the narrow terrain. The profound Emperor's tomb had not been found yet, and it was not a good thing. It was best not to fight if possible. Alright. Lin Fei thought about it. 1 2 3. The two did not stop. On the contrary, their attacks did not stop. Shameless. Both of them cursed in their hearts. After some time, it was still hard to determine the victor. How about we stop this time? Wu Fei did not want to continue. The opponent's realm was not high, and his sword art was terrifying. It was hard to defend against. Lin Fei did not want to continue either. A mystic adept late-stage expert was not just for show, especially when the opponent used a rod which was extremely powerful. If not for his core lake, he would have been beaten to death. Alright, we will stop on the count of 3. This time, both of them stopped at the same time. Little brother, your sword art is superb. How about we work together? Wu Fei rolled his eyes and suddenly said. Lin Fei's sword never left his hand. He was secretly on guard. How do we work together? Little brother, how should I address you? I am Wu Fei from the Death Dynasty. Lin Fei said. Lin Fei. Wu Fei's eyes flashed with a smear of surprise. We are now in the profound Emperor's tomb. It will be difficult for us to snatch the treasures alone. However, if we work together, we will have a chance to snatch the items from their hands. Don't you want to snatch some treasures back? Lin Fei was expressionless. Why should I believe you? In fact, he was eager to work together. As long as he was careful, there wouldn't be any problems. After all, he was very unfamiliar with the profound Emperor's tomb. Moreover, there were mystic adept realm experts in the tomb. It would be very strenuous to deal with them. If there was a mystic adept late-stage expert, it would be a great help. Wu Fei could not help but vomit blood. Where did this young man come from? Doesn't he know my name? Because I am Wu Fei from the Death Dynasty. I don't know you. Wu Fei's heart twitched as he scolded. Bastard. If I didn't lack a helper, I would have killed this brat immediately. A sword art expert was someone that even he had to avoid. If they worked together, they wouldn't be afraid of others and would have a higher chance of obtaining treasures. How about this? I will allow you to pick the items in the stone trough first. How about it? Lin Fei said to himself. People from the Death Dynasty are said to be vicious people. I must be careful when working together with such people. Brother Wu Fei, I won't be courteous then. Of course, Lin Fei would not miss this opportunity. With a slash of his sword, the stone trough was split into 2. From the stone trough, a total of 4 items fell out. One was a scroll, one was a long sword, one was a jade bottle, and one was a folding fan. I want that long sword and that scroll. Lin Fei did not even think and chose the 2 items. Wu Fei was slightly startled. You've made your choice? You won't regret it? The long sword was only an upper-grade mortal weapon. Wu Fei did not care about it at all. The scroll looked very ancient and was not a martial art. Naturally, he would not care about it. There's no need to change. I only have these 2 items. Lin Fei said calmly. The 2 of them quickly divided the items. The items found in this place might not be anything good. Brother Lin Fei, we are now partners. Wu Fei said. In the future we will need to work together. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to fight against those people and take away the treasures. You don't need to worry that I will attack you. Without you as my helper, I will naturally lose the treasures. I won't do that. Lin Fei clearly did not believe him. Unless the sun rose from the west, he still said, I believe in Brother Wu's character. Even though he said these words, he still felt extremely fake and uncomfortable. We are currently in the outer perimeter of the Xian Emperor's tomb. The Xian Emperor is called the Sword Emperor, and he was named after himself. His tomb should be in the main hall. As Lin Fei listened, he said to himself, so this Xian Emperor's title is the Sword Emperor. He should be an expert swordsman. In the Xiantian continent, upon reaching the level of the Xian Emperor, many emperors would receive titles, and those who received such titles were generally extremely powerful emperors. For example, this Sword Emperor should be one of the most powerful emperors. With Wu Fei's cooperation, Lin Fei was spared a lot of trouble. At least he didn't need to choose which path to take. The only thing he had to be careful of was Wu Fei. He would also be on guard against a powerful swordsman. 2 hours later, the two walked out of the tunnel and found themselves in a side hall. The side hall was very large and emitted an ancient aura. Clearly, this was the residence of an ancient emperor, which eventually became a tomb. There shouldn't be anyone here yet. How about we split up and search? Lin Fei didn't refuse. Clearly, Wu Fei didn't want to bring him along. Alright. The side hall was very large, and there were many stone houses in the surroundings. A rough count showed that there were more than 10 stone houses, and no one knew what was inside. Lin Fei wanted to try his luck. Naturally, he wouldn't stay with him. Bang! Opening the stone door with a palm, Lin Fei rushed to search for the treasures. Seeing how fast Lin Fei was, Wu Fei didn't want to fall behind, and so he began to search the stone house from the left. That guy thinks I'm an ordinary perfected profound practitioner. He'll regret it later. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. How could he not guess what the other party was thinking? He just wanted to use his perception to search for treasures. He had perception, and he also had the power of perception. With a flip of his hand, a small thing appeared. Little thing, don't trick me. It turned out that after arriving at the side hall, the little thing that had been sleeping in his arms had woken up. While Wu Fei wasn't paying attention, it had secretly used spatial movement. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this glutton actually came back with a medicinal pill. Lin Fei recognized the name of this medicinal pill, Pure Yuan Pill. Pure Yuan Pill was a medicinal pill that could increase one's true essence. Profound spirit stones could absorb spiritual qi and convert it into true essence. Pure Yuan Pill could also quickly replenish one's true essence. Pure Yuan Pill didn't need to be converted. After consumption, it could be converted into true essence. It had always been popular for martial artists to cultivate. Generally, martial artists like to buy medicinal pills to cultivate. Pure Yuan Pill was a common cultivation medicinal pill. Profound spirit stones were too troublesome to absorb, and at the same time, it needed to be converted. It required a lot of time and was completely not worth it. Pure Yuan pills had also become a form of currency between martial artists. For example, martial arts manuals and divine weapons could be bought with Pure Yuan pills. It was precisely because of the Pure Yuan pills that Lin Fei agreed to search for treasures separately instead of working together with Wu Fei. Seeing the little thing coming out of a stone house with Pure Yuan pills in its mouth, Lin Fei realized that there was a place in this side hall where medicinal pills were stored. Boom! Lin Fei broke open another stone house. Seemed like he was randomly searching. On the other side, Wu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. This Lin Fei didn't know anything. The important things in the side hall were usually in the first few stone houses. Seeing Wu Fei enter a stone house, Lin Fei was no exception. He quickly blasted open another stone house and rushed up. At the same time, he laid down a rune's formation at the entrance. Lin Fei was afraid that the medicinal pill's aura would spread outside. When Lin Fei stepped in, a warm jade-like aura rushed over. The 3,600 pores on his body felt extremely comfortable, as though he had eaten a great tonic. Hiss hiss. The little thing in his arms disappeared and appeared on top of a pile of medicinal pills. Its little mouth opened and closed, and it ate dozens of medicinal pills in one go. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the large pile of medicinal pills on the ground. He couldn't help but drool. So many pure yuan pills. In his vision, it could be said that the entire stone house was piled up with a large number of pure yuan pills. At this moment, the dense amount of pure yuan pills was like a bean. Lin Fei instantly experienced the taste of happiness. Little thing, you really are my lucky star. Lin Fei didn't expect that there would be medicinal pills in this side hall. It seemed like the pure yuan pills here were just ordinary medicinal pills in the eyes of that emperor. Coming to his senses, Lin Fei hurriedly laid down another soundproof formation at the entrance. Even Lin Fei didn't know how many pure yuan pills there were in the stone house. It could be 100,000, a few 100,000, or even 1,000,000. He had become rich overnight. Other than excitement, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel excited. If not for the little thing's guidance, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that there were so many pure yuan pills in this side hall. Looking at their color, they were all of a high grade. After a short moment of excitement, Lin Fei opened the system warehouse to collect the pure yuan pills. If he waited for Wu Fa to react, a fierce battle would be inevitable. 100,000 might not matter, but once it reached 1,000,000, anyone would be tempted. Once he refined 1,000,000 pure yuan pills, Lin Fei was completely confident that he could go against that Lin Wufa. With such a huge harvest, this trip was not in vain. If I was a pauper before, I should be a rich man now. Chapter 242. 1,300,000 pure yuan pills. After collecting all the pure yuan pills in the stone house, Lin Fei came up with an exact number. 1,300,000 pure yuan pills was such a huge number that Lin Fei almost thought that it was a statistical error. How could there be such a huge number? The value of 1,300,000 pure yuan pills far exceeded 1,300,000 low-grade Xian spirit stones. Even 10 times the number of low-grade Xian spirit stones might not be able to compare. Lin Fei beamed with joy. This time, even the heavens are helping me. With these 1,300,000 pure yuan pills, I just need to find some time to refine them, and my strength will definitely rise to the next level. What number one genius of the Lin family? At that time, this daddy will be able to send him flying with one slap and stomp on him. The scene at the entrance of Death Valley was still fresh in Lin Fei's mind. In order to make others give way, he attacked without saying a word. If not for his skills, he might have been beaten to death on the spot. Wait till I refine this batch of pure yuan pills. I'll definitely teach that brat Lin Wufa a lesson. A cold glint flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. After calming himself down, Lin Fei inspected the stone house. Other than the pure yuan pills, there was nothing else. Looks like this stone house stores pure yuan pills, and they are all high grade. Their effects are even more shocking. Elixirs were also divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. The difference between low grade and supreme grade pills was like heaven and earth. A supreme grade pill could increase one's strength by 10 times, while a low grade pill could not even double it. If a high grade pure yuan pill was put up for auction, there was no need to worry about it not being able to sell. On the contrary, it was a situation where there was demand but no supply. Once a high-grade pure yuan pill appeared, it would immediately be bought. Little thing, don't be angry. How about I treat you to some demonic cores next time? The little thing that was originally lying on top of the pure yuan pills looked very unhappy, and actually started to laze around on Lin Fei's shoulder. Ever since he brought it out, the little thing had displayed the unique talent of a beast. At the same time, its intelligence was almost similar to a child's. Although they had not spent much time together, Lin Fei could somewhat understand the little thing's feelings. As expected, the little thing rubbed its head against Lin Fei. Even though he did not know where the little thing came from or what species it was, the only thing Lin Fei knew was that it was a glutton. Previously, it had eaten a pure yuan pill for a while before stopping. Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure in his heart. It wasn't easy to raise a gluttonous exotic beast. It was very stressful. After coaxing the little thing, Lin Fei tried to ask if there were any pure yuan pills left in the side hall. Unfortunately, there was nothing good to eat in the side hall. To the little thing, the most delicious food was naturally medicinal pills. Without good food, naturally there would be no medicinal pills. Lin Fei blamed himself for being too greedy. Millions of pure yuan pills were already a huge fortune. He might not even be able to buy 1/10 of the millions of high-grade pure yuan pills with the 10,000 mid-grade Xian spirit stones he had. One could well imagine how precious a high-grade pure yuan pill was. Books. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei caught sight of a yellowing secret manual under a rotting wooden shelf in the corner of the room. Basic knowledge of medicinal pills? Picking up one of the books, Lin Fei was a little surprised. It turned out to be an introductory book to alchemy. Lin Fei had no interest in alchemy. Classification of medicinal pills. Introduction to medicinal pills, 300 chapters. Combination of medicinal pills, 10,000 chapters. Lin Fei consecutively picked up several books, but they were not the secret manuals he had imagined. He could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. Pill recipes, 1,000 chapters. Picking up another book, Lin Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the words on it. He couldn't help but flip it open with excitement on his face. My luck is really good. So there are pill recipes in this stone house. These are valuable items. Lin Fei did not care about introductory medicinal pills, but pill recipes were completely different. On the Xiantian continent, pill recipes were all priceless, especially those that were used to raise one's cultivation level and quickly heal injuries. Without exception, they were all treasures. Medicinal pills were expensive, so pill recipes naturally did not need to be mentioned. After a rough look, the front was filled with all sorts of medicinal pill recipes, and the back was actually filled with rare ancient pill recipes. Ordinary pill recipes varied in value, and one could obtain them if one was lucky. But ancient pill recipes were different. They had disappeared for a long time, and even if they did exist, they would be in some ancient ruins. Every time an expensive ancient pill recipe appeared, it would definitely cause quite a fight. An ancient pill recipe could be exchanged for at least a few million pure yuan pills. Lin Fei's heart palpitated with excitement that he had never felt before. Due to the lack of time, he hurriedly put away the pill recipes. If he was discovered, he would definitely be beaten badly. An hour later, the two met up again in the side chamber. Wu Fei's face was very calm, and his eyes were filled with joy. It was obvious that he had found many good things in the stone house. The only thing missing was the words "I am extremely happy" written on his face. In contrast, Lin Fei was much quieter, and there was no joy on his face. Brother, don't be discouraged. There are still many good things in the tomb of the Sword Emperor. Wu Fei already knew this would happen. With the strength of a profound perfection cultivator, no matter how good his sword art was, it was practically impossible for him to find treasures in the side chamber. When Lin Fei saw Wu Fei's expression, he wanted to punch him. Damn it, I can't find any treasures. I found 1,300,000 pure yuan pills. Seeing that Wu Fei could not see his gains, Lin Fei's heart calmed down. Let's hope so. Wu Fei's tone was obviously dejected. He believed in his judgment that this kid did not find anything. Let's go to the next place. Wu Fei had obtained many good things in the side chamber, and he could not wait to go to the next one. He was afraid that someone would beat him to it and snatch the treasures in his hands. The two hurried along the back of the side chamber, one in front and one behind. Behind the side chamber, stone houses of various sizes appeared. Many of them were in an abandoned state, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was nothing good in them. Even if there was something, it would be something unpresentable. Things that could not be presentable would naturally not attract their attention. They could not wait to appear in the next place. The two moved very quickly. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, violent true essence undulations and loud noises came from ahead. At the same time, there was the sound of messy footsteps. Be it Lin Fei or Wu Fei, the two of them exchanged glances with each other, revealing excited expressions. There was treasure in front. If there were no treasures in front, there would definitely not be violent true essence undulations. It was obvious that someone was fighting to snatch the treasures. The two sped up and rushed forward. After passing by an abandoned stone house, a large hall appeared in front of them. It was much grander than the side chamber from before. Rumble. The moment the two came out, a huge true essence undulation swept over. The stone house behind them was swept by the strong wind of true essence, turning into a large piece of rubble. The entire stone house collapsed, turning into a sizable ruin. What's that? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and stared at the depths of the large hall. Because in the depths of the large hall, there were 6 light balls of different sizes floating in the air. The surface of the light balls was flowing with white light, and it was quite eye-catching. At this moment, everyone that had appeared in the large hall had unleashed all of their attacks towards the 6 balls of light. Berserk True Yuan energy enveloped the large hall, causing the gale from before to be reflected by the balls of light. Numinous treasure! Wu Fa, who was at the side, exclaimed excitedly. Lin Fei frowned and immediately opened his mouth in shock. The light balls are the numinous treasures? Wu Fa glanced at Lin Fei and said proudly, "Of course it's the numinous treasure. Only the mystic adept realm can use a treasure. A martial artist with a numinous treasure is equivalent to having a trump card." Boom! Wu Fa activated his true essence and blasted a true essence attack directly at the light ball and joined it. Numinous treasure. Lin Fei's mind buzzed. A powerful numinous treasure actually appeared in the Sword Emperor's tomb. Numinous treasures were similar to the weapons in the hands of martial artists. There were many kinds of numinous treasures, and compared to forged weapons, the power of numinous treasures was several levels higher. The power of a top-grade ordinary weapon was completely inferior to a superior-grade numinous treasure. Ordinary weapons were only used by martial artists. As a mystic adept realm expert, using numinous treasures had always been an honor. Activating a numinous treasure with true essence would increase one's strength by 30 to 40%. One could imagine the true power of a numinous treasure. Lin Fei did not hesitate to join in and become a part of it. The most important thing now was, of course, to destroy the light balls. As for which treasure to snatch, it would depend on the situation. After releasing a sword chi attack, Lin Fei pulled the distance between them and moved towards the depths of the large hall to fight for a good position, which would be advantageous for him to fight for the treasure. At the same time, Lin Fei paid attention to his surroundings. There were 6 light balls and there were no less than 20 people attacking. Everyone attacked with all their might, their faces filled with greed, as if the item in the light balls belonged to them. Some of the people around him were people he had seen before, such as Tianyin Temple's red-robed monk Feng Yan, the number 1 genius of the Lin family, Lin Wufa. The others he could not recognize, but their strength was extremely strong. 6 treasures. When the time comes, it would be a battle of life and death. To a mystic adept realm martial artist, a numinous treasure was equivalent to having a powerful trump card. Such a good opportunity, a 1/20th chance, they would not miss it. Lin Fei withdrew his thoughts and looked at the 6 light balls. He could vaguely see something like a long saber, long sword, and long spear wrapped in the light balls. Because the light balls were covering them, he could not see them for a moment. A numinous treasure sword is extremely useful to me. I cannot miss it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fei set his sights on the long sword. A numinous treasure sword would definitely be stronger than the sword in his hand. After all, the sword in his hand was only a middle-grade ordinary weapon, a mediocre sword. A numinous treasure sword was completely different. Rumble! Everyone's attacks did not stop. The light on the surface of the 6 light balls was rapidly weakening. Everyone could not help but feel excited. It was obvious that this was the edge of collapse. They just needed to hold on for a while more. Crack, 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 crack. As the true essence attacks landed on the light balls finally disappeared. At the same time, there was a slight cracking sound in the large hall. It was obviously on the verge of collapse. Don't stop, it's going to break soon. The cracks on the light balls continued to expand. Crack, crack, crack. In the eyes of the crowd, the light balls finally lost their purpose, revealing the numinous treasure inside. Attack! Chapter 243. The 6 light balls split open almost at the same time. The 6 numinous treasures flew out immediately and turned into a white stream of light. The numinous treasures have spirits. They are trying to escape. Stop them! Without the suppression of the light balls, the numinous treasures flew in 6 different directions like fish returning to the sea. The hall was not very big, and there were many passages around it. If they flew away, it would be extremely difficult to get the numinous treasures again. Go! More than 20 people moved instantly and rushed towards the numinous treasures that they had decided on. Lin Fei's target was the sword-shaped numinous treasure. It was a good item and at the same time a convenient numinous treasure. Cooperation is indeed unreliable. He wanted Wu Fa to attack together. But after the light ball split open, it pounced towards a spear-shaped numinous treasure. Obviously, it had forgotten the previous agreement. That's good too, in case something happens later. Lin Fei turned and rushed towards the sword-shaped numinous treasure. After rushing out, there were a total of 5 experts chasing after the sword-shaped numinous treasure. It seemed that they were all sword experts. Among them, the most powerful one was a fat man who looked like a big ball. The primordial chi that leaked from his body showed that he was actually a mystic adept perfected expert. As for the other 4 martial artists, 2 of them were at the late-stage mystic adept realm and the other 2 were at the mid-stage mystic adept realm. If someone like Lin Fei wanted to fight for the treasure with such a lineup, it would be like snatching food from the mouth of a tiger. It would be extremely difficult. Facing such a lineup, Lin Fei was a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. Ever since he opened his core lake, experts at the great perfection of the mystic adept realm were undefeatable in the eyes of others. In his eyes, great perfection of the mystic adept realm was nothing, and there was nothing to fear. As for the other 4 martial artists, Lin Fei was not afraid at all. After recovering his composure, Lin Fei spread his wings of the wind. His original speed suddenly increased and he turned into a black shadow. He actually surpassed the 5 of them and was closest to the sword-shaped numinous treasure. He reached out to grab the numinous treasure. Little brat, you're courting death. The fat mystic adept perfected expert who rushed at the front saw that someone had beaten him to it. Obviously, he wanted to kill this brat with one strike. When the emperor was angry, corpses would lie for millions of miles. Once a mystic adept powerhouse was enraged, they could take someone's life at any second. The other 4 were unwilling to accept this as well. Especially when that kid possessed a strength at the perfection stage of the profounder realm, yet he actually dared to see something in front of them. Wasn't that simply courting death? All of them blasted out their true energy attacks successively. They wanted to deal with that kid first. Water Fire Lotus. 10 lotuses of water and fire flew out from behind Lin Fei. They were all the size of a fist, colorful and perfect works of art. Explode! Pung 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 pung. 10 water fire lotuses exploded like bombs, causing them to be covered in dust and flustered. Fortunately, they were all mystic adept realm. Although the water fire lotuses were powerful, they could not stop them. Brat, how dare you steal the treasure? I'll kill you. The clothes of the fatty at the very front were also tattered, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Who would have thought that he would suddenly explode? Ling Bao and I are fated. This thing is mine. Lin Fei took advantage of them with his mouth, but his hands did not stop. He once again released the water fire lotus to block them for a while, and then he would have a chance to snatch the spiritual treasure. This was Lin Fei's only chance. In terms of strength, Lin Fei was not their match, especially when there were 5 of them. He would be in trouble if any one of them came up. It was not that Lin Fei did not have any advantages. The only thing he was inferior to was in terms of speed. The water fire lotus exploded again, and the distance between them suddenly increased to about 10 feet. From afar it looked like they were far behind. Come here. Lin Fei grabbed forward again, and the true essence attack landed on the spiritual treasure. It was actually rebounded, and the distance was pulled apart again. I don't believe that a spiritual treasure can't take care of you. The flying spiritual treasure suddenly turned and headed towards a passage. Not good, the spiritual treasure is in the passage. I can't go into the passage. Lin Fei's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and circulated his true essence. He forcefully increased his speed again, and the distance between them was about 15 feet. As for how much true essence he consumed, even he did not know. Waterfire Lotus. The escaping spiritual treasure was instantly enveloped by a waterfire lotus, and with a pong 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 sound, the waterfire lotus actually cracked. A glint of joy flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. As expected of the power of a spiritual treasure, it can actually break the waterfire lotus that even a perfected profound practitioner could not break in a few breaths. Impressive. Lin Fei did not dare to hesitate and grabbed the spiritual treasure with one hand. Buzz buzz. When his left hand grabbed the spiritual treasure, a huge rebounding force came, and he was almost rebounded. The core lake surged, and a thick true essence burst out, pressing against the spiritual treasure longsword. Lin Fei did not expect the spiritual treasure to be so powerful. If he did not have enough true essence to suppress it, he would have lost the best opportunity with the rebound just now. Right now, the spiritual treasure had not truly been in his hands. He had to refine it before it could be considered his. But now, there was no time for Lin Fei to refine it, especially the 5 mystic adept powerhouses behind him. They were so angry that they looked like they were about to eat someone. A perfected profound practitioner actually snatched the spiritual treasure from their hands. Wasn't this equivalent to giving them a slap in the face to let everyone know that they were not as good as the stinking brat? Brat, leave the spiritual treasure and scram. Clang! A spear pierced through the air, and the spear pierced Lin Fei's body. The waterfire lotus shattered, and he was sent flying. You want to snatch the spiritual treasure with this kind of strength? Reckless. Li Yang's face was full of disdain. He stood with the black mystic iron spear in his hand. The spear just now came from his hand. Originally, it could have stabbed this brat to death, but it was unexpectedly blocked by a lotus. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up and with a wave of his hand, a waterfire lotus appeared. At the same time he rushed towards the distant passage. As for the spiritual treasure, it was firmly suppressed by Lin Fei. With a core lake and thick true essence, it was enough to suppress a spiritual treasure. Now that Lin Fei wanted to escape, there was really no one who could stop him. With the spiritual treasure in hand, the Great Hall was too dangerous. Lin Fei would rather rush into the passage. He might be able to shake off the people behind him, and then he could refine the spiritual treasure. Most of his strength was to suppress the spiritual treasure. Against a mystic adept powerhouse, Lin Fei could not split his strength. Want to run? Get down here. Li Yang's spear trembled, and a dazzling white light pierced out. None of it missed. It actually pierced the waterfire lotus first, and the spear swept out again. Spear pierces the 9 heavens. A huge phantom spear whistled, and with a strong killing intent, it crashed onto Lin Fei's waterfire lotus. The waterfire lotus, which had a strong defense, actually broke with a crash, like a piece of glass. Too strong. One spear broke my waterfire lotus. Ever since he started cultivating the waterfire lotus, no one could break his defense with one spear. Now, he met a young mystic adept who was actually so strong. Li Yang was also surprised, but he did not care. Let's see how many spears you can block. Swish. 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 The spear was as fast as an arrow, and it directly hit Lin Fei's back. The 4 who were chasing after him sucked in a breath of cold air. It actually made them feel a chill in their hearts. They were completely not a match for such a spear. If it was snatched by a mystic adept powerhouse, they would have nothing to say. But if it was snatched by a mystic adept, they would naturally not be happy. It was a matter of face. Bang! 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 The 3 waterfire lotuses shattered. Lin Fei groaned and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The strength of a mystic adept in the late stage is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei's face sank and a cold light flashed in his eyes. But I am also not that easy to deal with. When a rabbit is anxious, it will bite. Lin Fei was a typical stubborn person. He clenched his teeth and prepared to fight. His spear technique was superb, and his strength was formidable. If he was caught, the outcome would definitely not be good. The only way was to block them outside. Waterfire lotus. The huge waterfire lotus exceeded any of the previous ones. It was a full 3 meters in size, and it appeared in front of them as if it was going to block them. You want to use this move again? You're courting death. Li Yang raised his spear and stabbed out. When he saw the sneering brat turn his head, a voice sounded in his ears. Explode! He knew that the situation was bad and retreated. This brat deserves to die. Rumble! The waterfire lotus produced a huge explosion. The explosion formed by the powerful true origin gave rise to a huge airwave that almost blew the entire hall away. Li Yang, who was at the front, was blown away on the spot. The other mystic adept powerhouses did not have such good luck. They did not expect that the brat would be so ferocious and actually play such a move. When the explosion occurred in the corner of the hall, The other powerhouses who were fighting for the spiritual treasures all felt great danger. Isn't that Li family's Li Yang? How did he get blown away? What kind of attack was that? What a terrifying aura. Which expert used it? Everyone looked at each other, and at the same time they felt a sense of danger. Li Yang was quite famous, but he was blown away. Just what kind of expert did he meet? The only one who witnessed it was Wu Fa. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. When he casually glanced at it, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What a terrifying Lin Fei. That move was equivalent to a mystic adept's self-destruction. I wonder if he's dead or not. Even Wu Fa felt a chill in his heart from the explosion. If there was no accident, he, a late-stage mystic adept, would also fail miserably. Li Yang climbed out of the ruins of the hall in a sorry state. His high-spirited appearance was no longer there. Replacing it was the appearance of a beggar. It was hard to imagine that this was the Li family's Li Yang. My mystic iron spear. The sound of Li Yang gnashing his teeth could be heard. He seemed to be extremely furious, even though it was a low-grade spiritual treasure. After the huge explosion, the color of the mystic iron spear dimmed a lot, and it lost a lot of its power. This was also why when Li Yang's spear burst out, Lin Fei's waterfire lotus was blocked by Wu Fa. Li Yang was considered one of the better ones. The people behind him were all heavily injured by the explosion of the water and fire lotus. Chapter 244. Li Yang's heart ached as he kept the black iron spear. He personally ran to the scene to check, but he couldn't find any trace of the treasure. He retracted his gaze hatefully. He didn't believe that the kid could survive such an explosion. The only pity was that the treasure was missing. The black iron spear was damaged, and its strength was affected. Li Yang wanted to snatch other treasures, but he couldn't. He could only help his clansmen. His heart was filled with hatred for the kid. He couldn't wait to dig out his corpse and whip it 100 times to vent his anger. The other warriors shook their heads in disappointment. They didn't think that the kid could survive. Such a terrifying explosion must have killed him in the explosion of true essence. The missing sword-shaped treasure might have run into the tunnel. They didn't know what danger was inside. They didn't want to see it, especially when they were injured. But there were still 2 mystic adept warriors. They rushed in one after the other to search for the treasure, unwilling to let it disappear in front of them. In the dark tunnel, Lin Fei flew out in a sorry state. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Waterflame lotus, I can't play around with it next time. I almost got myself killed. Lin Fei quickly took out healing pills and ate a few. Thinking of the explosion, he had a lingering fear. He didn't even know how much true essence he had used in the madness just now. In any case, that wave of explosion just now was extremely powerful and caused him to suffer quite a bit of injury. When he saw the treasure that was suppressed in his hand, he couldn't help but be happy. He had successfully scared them and snatched the treasure. It's worth risking my life for this treasure. Thinking back to the spear expert's attack, the true power was in the spear. He had a guess. That black spear should be a treasure spear. Every spear shot was an extremely powerful attack. Lin Fei was very clear about the power of the water flame lotus. The reason why the opponent could break it with one spear was not only because of his own strength, but also because of the spear. I wonder if the explosion just now destroyed the spiritual treasure spear? Lin Fei couldn't help but make malicious guesses. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Fei did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew forward, preparing to find a safe place to subdue the numinous treasure sword. That way, he would be able to immediately raise his combat prowess. At that time, if he met any of them again, he would be able to execute the wind sword and make them suffer greatly. At the end of the tunnel was another stretch of ruins. Lin Fei found a stone house and took out the runes formation that he had prepared. It wouldn't take long for him to completely subdue the Lingbao long sword in his hand and turn it into his powerful combat power. An hour later, in the abandoned stone house, Lin Fei could not help but laugh out loud. I finally have my first middle-grade spiritual treasure. Lin Fei held the numinous treasure longsword in his hand. His face was full of pride as he looked at the numinous treasure that he had subdued. A middle-grade spirit treasure was beyond his imagination. He had originally thought that an inferior-grade spirit treasure was enough, but he did not expect it to be appraised as a middle-grade spirit treasure by the system. Generally speaking, it was already very difficult for a mystic adept to possess an inferior-grade spirit treasure, not to mention a middle-grade spirit treasure. Its power was completely above that of an inferior-grade spirit treasure. After injecting his quintessential essence into the middle-grade spirit treasure, Lin Fei could clearly feel the dangerous aura emitted by the numinous treasure longsword. It seemed that if he stabbed it, it would definitely have terrifying power. A middle-grade spirit treasure consumes a lot of quintessential essence. If it was an ordinary perfected mystic adept, a middle-grade spirit treasure would at most be able to unleash its power 3 times before its quintessential essence would be completely exhausted. Lin Fei loved the sword-shaped medium-grade numinous treasure so much that he could not bear to part with it. In the future, this numinous treasure longsword shall be called Wind Chasing. I hope it's as sharp as Wind Chasing. After subduing Wind Chasing, Lin Fei once again sat cross-legged. Previously, subduing Wind Chasing had consumed a lot of quintessential essence. While there was still time, he prepared to refine the pure essence pills. Lin Fei was very clear that he had snatched a numinous treasure from their hands. Moreover, it was a middle-grade spirit treasure. It would definitely make them go crazy. If he did not have a strong backing, they would definitely make a move on him. This was something he was very clear about. If he wanted to tightly control Wind Chasing in his hands, he needed to have strong strength. It was unavoidable for him to show off his strength. While they were not distracted, Lin Fei decided to first refine a portion of the high-grade pure essence pills to increase his quintessential essence. Lin Fei did not mind at all that he was stuck in a bottleneck. He opened his mouth and swallowed 10 pure essence pills into his stomach. Immediately, a huge wave of energy was released from his body. The powerful energy seemed to be about to burst his body. What a violent quintessential essence! 10 high-grade pure essence pills are almost equivalent to 1,000 low-grade mystic spirit stones. Now that I have a core lake, I just happen to need a large amount of quintessential essence. Lin Fei was overjoyed. The effects of the high-grade pure essence pills were simply beyond his imagination. Little did he know that these high-grade pure essence pills were all refined using high-grade medicinal herbs. Moreover, they were refined by a master. The spiritual qi contained in each high-grade pure essence pill was completely above that of an ordinary high-grade pure essence pill. 10 pure essence pills were eaten in one go. Lin Fei was probably the only person at this level. After activating the core lake, the surging medicinal energy was almost all injected into the core lake. No matter how much quintessential essence he had, it could still be refined. Things like water buckets and water tanks were simply too weak. Damn it, that numinous treasure really flew away? The 2 mystic adept middle-stage martial artists chased along the tunnel. As they had to constantly search, their speed was very slow. They especially wanted to find that brat. Although they did not know if that brat survived the explosion, they could not guarantee that they would not think so. If that brat did survive, then the numinous treasure must be with him. It's all that brat's fault. I don't know what movement technique he learned, but his speed is even faster than ours. We almost got away with it. Zhao Yi cursed. That brat is indeed ferocious. Even Li Yang of the Li family was almost seriously injured. If we had been at the front, we might have died there. Another martial artist, Zhang He, said. They still had lingering fears about the explosion at the entrance of the tunnel. Fortunately, they were at the back. Otherwise, they would not be in the mood to search for the numinous treasure. Soon, the 2 of them appeared in an abandoned hall. This place is so big. The numinous treasure must be here, right? Jiang He frowned. It sounded easy to find the numinous treasure. Don't forget that numinous treasures only become numinous treasures with the spirit. They might not even know where it was hidden. Damn it, it's all that brat's fault, Zhao Yi said. The 2 of them could not help but curse. Dang! Suddenly, there was a sound from the ruins. The 2 of them were shocked. They looked at one of the ruins and surrounded it from the left and right. Kill! The 2 of them attacked at the same time. Their sword chi was like a mountain, blasting towards one of the ruins. A figure rushed out from below, with the waterfire lotus protecting him. Haha, this brat is really not dead. Jiang He was overjoyed. He recognized this brat. It was the guy who made them covered in dust. Numinous treasure. He has a numinous treasure in his hand. Zhao Yi's eyes were filled with greed. Jiang He swallowed his saliva and stared at the numinous treasure. Brat, you have guts. How dare you hide in this place to heal? Unfortunately, you met us. If you know what's good for you, hand over the numinous treasure. Hand over the numinous treasure and you can get lost. The one standing on top of the ruins was Lin Fei, who had been refining the pure elemental pill. Seeing the two old acquaintances chasing after him, he could not help but laugh. Haha. I was just about to find you for revenge. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own accord. Perfect timing. The two of them were furious. This brat was too arrogant. Let's attack together and kill this brat first. The other party had a numinous treasure, which put a lot of pressure on them. It seemed that he had subdued the numinous treasure. Speaking of numinous treasure, they had to be careful, even if the other party was a perfected mystic realm brat. On the Xintian continent, the power of numinous treasures was still very terrifying. No matter who had the numinous treasure. Kill. Zhao Yi, who was on the left, was the first to attack. He seemed to have been attracted by the numinous treasure. Imperial sword art. A long sword shot out from behind Zhao Yi. The way it was controlled was actually similar to using one's soul to control a sword. It was very fast and appeared in front of Lin Fei in an instant. You dare to be so fierce with a piece of scrap metal? Lin Fei did not use the water flame lotus. Instead, he used chasing wind in his hand and slashed at the long sword. Crack! Under the white light, the top-grade mortal weapon was broken into two pieces. This proved that it was a piece of scrap metal. So sharp. As expected of a middle-grade numinous treasure. Lin Fei was overjoyed. A middle-grade numinous treasure was actually this powerful. Chasing wind moved again and stabbed out. Wind! The gentle sword caused an aura like the spring sun to rise in the surroundings. It filled the ruins and made people want to close their eyes and enjoy it. Boom! Zhao Yi, who had lost his supreme-grade mortal weapon, broke out in cold sweat. He circulated his earth energy and retreated while screaming. Middle-grade numinous treasure. How is this possible? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Yi was sent flying by the sword and was seriously injured. Seeing that he did not kill the mystic adept in one strike, Lin Fei shook his head. 5,000 pure essence pills and the help of a numinous treasure could seriously injure a middle-grade mystic adept. If he had absorbed a few 100,000 pure essence pills, that strike should have been able to kill that guy. Although he did not kill his opponent in one strike, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the power of a middle-grade numinous treasure. It's too late to run now. Lin Fei appeared behind the martial artist and swept out with chasing wind. He slashed down with his sword once more, wanting to kill them here and now. Lin Fei would not wait for revenge overnight. That was what Lin Fei was thinking now. Puff! In terms of speed, he was not as fast as Lin Fei. In terms of attack, he was not a match for Lin Fei with a numinous treasure. Zhao Yi's head exploded and he fell from the sky, landing on the ruins. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with unwillingness. Jiang He, who was on the other side, was already covered in cold sweat. A middle-grade mystic adept was killed just like that. Jiang He's back was drenched in cold sweat. He finally understood why the other party wasn't afraid earlier. It turned out that the other party's swordsmanship was so powerful that he was able to kill Zhao Yi, a mystic adept intermediate stage expert, in just 2 moves. If he didn't run, he would die. How could Lin Fei let Jiang He escape? Windstorm. This was the first time he had used the middle-grade numinous treasure wind chasing to execute such a large-scale sword move. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant the wind howled. Jiang He felt pain on his face. He touched his hand instinctively and it was stained with blood. What entered his eyes was the dense sword qi, turning him into a porcupine. Pervert. Jiang He snorted and his body was shredded to pieces by the sword qi. The true power of the wind sword has finally been unleashed. Looking at the wind chaser in his hand, Lin Fei was shocked. The windstorm itself was powerful. When he used chasing wind just now, it felt like it was tearing the void apart. As for the true essence it consumed, it was still within an acceptable range. In this realm, perhaps only Lin Fei had the confidence to use such a large-scale sword technique, without worrying about the consumption of true essence. A middle-grade numinous treasure really consumes a lot of true essence. If it was me in the past, my true essence would have been sucked dry in one move. No wonder numinous treasures can only be used by mystic adepts. They can't use their true power at all. Lin Fei didn't care about the excessive consumption of true essence. He had his core lake, so he didn't need to worry about it. With the middle-grade spirit variant chasing wind sword, it was equivalent to having a right-hand man. He took away the valuables from the two and burned their corpses. As for the loot, he didn't check it carefully. When he got out of the profound emperor's tomb, he would have time to check it. Now that I have the middle-grade spiritual treasure, wind-chasing sword, I definitely won't be beaten to the point where I can't even fight back if I encounter that Li Yang. With the core lake as my backup, I can easily kill any mystic adept realm martial artist at the beginning or middle stage. Only now did Lin Fei feel that he had real confidence in the Sword Emperor's tomb. Previously, his sword technique was powerful, but once he went to a large place and encountered mystic adepts in the late and peak stages, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Other than fighting, he couldn't find any other way. But now it was different. After absorbing 5,000 upper-grade pure essence pills, his true essence increased by a large margin. With the addition of the middle-grade numinous treasure, Lin Fei suddenly had real battle strength. He was now qualified to participate in the treasure fight in the Sword Emperor's tomb. Right now, they should still be fighting for the numinous treasure. It won't be easy to determine the winner. Why don't I go down and see what's going on? Maybe there's something good down there. I don't want to waste it and let them be one step ahead of me. Lin Fei wanted to go up and take revenge, but after thinking about it, he decided that the numinous treasure was more important. 6 numinous treasures were already priceless items. If they were placed outside, it would definitely cause a fight. In the past, Lin Fei might not have thought much of it, but after using the numinous treasure, he understood its importance. No wonder everyone would fight to the death. It was because the numinous treasure had this value and was worth fighting for. Chapter 245. I should be in the core of the Sword Emperor's tomb now, right? Inside the Sword Emperor's tomb, Lin Fei came out of the tunnel. This was already the 10th tunnel. He cursed the Sword Emperor in his heart for creating so many tunnels in the tomb. Many of these tunnels had been abandoned for a long time. As he went down, he found that it was a dead end. Lin Fei's luck was bad. He encountered several dead ends and wasted a lot of time. Fortunately, there was no danger in the tunnels. After half a day, the number of treasures he found could be counted on one hand. They were far less valuable than the pure yuan pills and middle-grade numinous treasures. Lin Fei was not dissatisfied. The harvest was far more abundant than he had imagined. With millions of pure yuan pills, his harvest was much more than an ordinary person's. When he came out of the tunnel, Lin Fei found himself in ruins. It was an abandoned stone house. He could not see any treasures worth searching for. At the same time, a question arose in Lin Fei's mind. Did the Sword Emperor's tomb have an intense battle of life and death? In the tomb, there were many traces of the battle. It seemed to be undetectable with the passage of time, but there were still some clues in the details. Lin Fei dared not be sure. He had doubts in his heart. Lin Fei released the power of his perception to see if there were any treasures in this area. Even the slightest changes could be detected by his perception. There's movement. Suddenly Lin Fei frowned. His sharp eyes were like a bolt of lightning as he looked at the tunnel opposite the stone house. Even though it was a subtle movement, Lin Fei could still feel the subtle true yuan fluctuations. It was clear that there were people fighting at the end of the tunnel. There seemed to be quite a number of people, and there was a familiar aura mixed in. I'm too unfamiliar with the Sword Emperor's tomb. In addition, there are many tunnels and dead ends here. Compared to them, I'm at a disadvantage. If I continue, it won't be good. Lin Fei's mind spun rapidly. His eyes did not move for a moment. There might be some treasures on the other side of the tunnel. With my current strength, I don't have to be afraid. At most, I'll just leave. If I really have to fight, I'll send them to hell with the water flame lotus. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei made his choice. Boom! When he was about to reach the end of the passageway, a strong gust of Zhanyuan swept over like a wave. The bluestone passageway was marked with a dangerous aura. A strong wind of quintessence swept over, and a layer of water and fire lotus appeared on Lin Fei's body. Ripples appeared on the surface of the vivid lotus. Lin Fei's face darkened. The danger ahead wasn't ordinary. Charge! With the waterfire lotus on his back, he rushed out of the tunnel. As soon as Zhang Xian exited the passageway, he felt a scorching aura sweeping toward him. What a violent fire aura! Lin Fei had just stabilized his body when the waterfire lotus let out crackling sounds. His body actually felt a boiling heat. Their current location was like a huge desert. Apart from the lack of the sun above their heads, it was almost no different from the desert outside. The sky and earth were the same color. How could this be? While Lin Fei was shocked, many people were fighting in the desert. It seemed like they were fighting over something. Crystal. After observing for a moment, Lin Fei discovered that red crystals would occasionally rush out from the bottom of the desert. Every time one appeared, it would definitely cause a fight. Could it be that this isn't an ordinary crystal? Just at this moment, a red stream of light flew out from the bottom of the desert and directly headed in his direction. Lin Fei subconsciously reached out to grab it. Regardless of the consequences, he had to get it first. As for the rest, he couldn't care less. Get lost. Just as Lin Fei was about to grab the red crystal, a person jumped out from the side with a ferocious expression. Without any explanation, he slashed at Lin Fei's back with a 10-feet-long saber radiance. Courting death. Lin Fei turned around and saw that it was an early-stage mystic adept. He snorted coldly and waved his hand to retaliate with a sword radiance. Ka. The 10-feet saber radiance shattered while the sword radiance broke that guy's earth energy barrier. The sword landed on the early-stage mystic adept martial artist and sent him flying. The might of a sword attack injured an early-stage mystic adept martial artist. This scene fell into the eyes of many people, and they were somewhat surprised. When Lin Fei first grabbed the red crystal, it actually produced a strong force and tried to leave his hand. He had to use his origin energy to suppress it. What a surging fire aura! Under his perception, the crystal contained an extremely pure fire aura. Looks like this is a fire attribute crystal. Crystals and mystic spirit stones actually had similar effects. The only advantage was that fire attribute crystals didn't need to be converted, and could be directly converted into fire origin energy. It was suitable for fire attribute martial artists to cultivate, and could greatly increase their cultivation time. It could be considered as a type of crystal treasure. Fire attribute crystals are useless to me, but I can use them to exchange for a large number of pure essence pills. With the core lake, the only thing that Lin Fei cared about was the density of his origin energy. He didn't care about anything else. As for the conversion of different elements, there was no need for this step. The 9 revolution mental cultivation method skipped this step. The desert was huge. It was equivalent to an independent space. It's not easy. I only got 20 fire attribute crystals after half a day. Lin Fei advanced along the desert. After half a day, he got 20 fire attribute crystals of different sizes. It was temporarily unclear how big the desert was. Lin Fei guessed that this was a runes array. Other than the runes array, outsiders seemed to be unable to set up such a space. As he hadn't completely come into contact with the runes array, Lin Fei didn't know how to get out. He could only move forward, hoping that there was a way out. There were many martial artists in this desert. At a glance, almost everyone's strength was above the Mystic Master initial stage. Thinking about the deathly ghost chi barrier outside the Death Valley, if one didn't have the ability, he would have died under the attack of the deathly ghost chi. Under the siege of the white ghosts, how could he be qualified to enter? The second day in the desert, Lin Fei just got a fire attribute crystal. The originally tranquil desert was suddenly shaken by an earthquake. The huge desert shook violently. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It was very frightening. At the same time, everyone suddenly realized that a broken stone tablet had appeared on the flat desert. It was very eye-catching, towering over the desert. There were quite a number of stone tablets. With a glance, one could always discover the existence of the stone tablets. Lin Fei quickly flew towards one of the stone tablets. The people who were fighting for the fire attribute crystal all stopped fighting and turned to study the broken stone tablet. They wanted to know what was recorded on it. Everyone was on guard against this desert and couldn't help but want to know. The unknown danger was the most terrifying. Especially when the stone tablet came out from the desert, it made people have to be on guard. Oh my god, this is actually the trial left by the sword sovereign. In the crowd, a martial artist couldn't help but say excitedly, "What? The trial of the sword sovereign? Could it be that those who pass the trial have the chance to obtain the inheritance of the sword sovereign?" Everyone's gaze fell on the stone tablet with a swoosh. They couldn't even imagine the value of the inheritance of a profound emperor. When a martial artist's strength reached the profound sovereign realm, when they died, they would usually leave behind an inheritance. This inheritance included the inheritance of power and knowledge. The reason why experts couldn't wait to rush over to the profound sovereign realm was because they wanted to inherit the power of this inheritance. If a martial artist who was originally stuck in the profound king realm inherited the power of the sword emperor, they would have a high chance of entering the profound emperor realm. King realm and emperor realm didn't have much of a difference in their names, but the difference in strength was huge. Lin Fei looked at the stone tablet. He could barely recognize the ancient words left behind. They weren't real ancient words. Hunt the flamingo and enter the next level? After summarizing the meaning of the words, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. So the sword sovereign is looking for the inheritance. No wonder everyone came from all directions. They must be trying their luck. Lin Fei's doubts were also solved. The inheritance of a sovereign. What a tempting existence. I'm afraid I'm the only one who thought that the sword sovereign left behind some treasure. Turned out to be an inheritance. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the situation, it wasn't too late to know now. Suddenly, a series of screams came from the desert. The screams were incessant, sometimes sharp, sometimes excited. Fiery red figures appeared in the desert. They were majestically in groups, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Profound realm demonic beasts. When the flamingo appeared, everyone immediately frowned. This mini flamingo gave them a headache. The inheritance of the sword sovereign might not be simple. At the same time, a screen appeared in the sky above the desert. It was a list. At this moment, the list was blank. In an instant, a figure of a martial artist appeared on the list with a number behind him, 1. Only the top 30 can enter the next level. This sword sovereign is so grand. He's actually using this method to choose an inheritor. Haha, so killing the flamingo will give you fire attribute crystals. We're rich now. 30 spots. In this desert there were more than 30 people, and this was only the first round. Seemed like there would be more. This made many people lose confidence. When they heard that they killed the flamingo, their eyes lit up. Even if they couldn't get the inheritance, bringing the fire attribute crystals back would still be a great harvest. Killing the flamingo, there really are fire attribute crystals. I also have fire attribute crystals here. When one after another, it was revealed that killing the flamingo would give fire attribute crystals. Everyone started to get excited. They did not dare to think about the inheritance of the sword emperor, but the fire crystals were different. The majestic and mighty flamingos that seemed to form a line with the heavens and the earth, even if they killed 50 of them, that would be 50 fire crystals. What could 50 fire attribute crystals do? The value was huge. Chapter 246. The Sword Emperor's Inheritance. I never thought I would have the chance. Lin Fei did not make a move, but he was deep in thought. In the sky above the desert, a large number of people appeared on the sky screen leaderboard, and the number of flamingos increased. Since I've met the Sword Emperor's inheritance here, I'll try and see what kind of test there is. Lin Fei thought. Unfortunately, I haven't completed my mystic mission, or else I would have gained a lot of experience. After sighing and lamenting, Lin Feifeng opened his wings of the wind and flew away, leaving only an afterimage behind. Wind. His long sword slashed toward the flamingos. The sky screen leaderboard appeared. The appearance of the Sword Emperor's inheritance test made the younger experts excited. Southeast. Boom. Lin Wufa's fist technique was like the heavens. With one punch, at least 10 flamingos were killed. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold and terrifying. The Sword Emperor's inheritance will be mine. No one can take it away from me. Lin Wufa's eyes were firm, and his killing intent soared. In another place, a woman in white was like a dancing butterfly. Her body was perfect and artistic. Her long sword rose and fell, instantly killing a flock of flamingos. The Sword Emperor's inheritance is interesting. The younger experts all started to use their strength. Facing the flock of flamingos, they used their abilities to kill the flamingos. The data on the sky screen leaderboard fluctuated. The competition was intense. Of course, they would not give up on the 30 spots. Apart from the younger generation going all out, the older generation experts also went all out, not at all belonging to the younger generation trying to occupy one of the positions. Some of them did not look good. The Sword Emperor left behind such a restriction. If I'm not wrong, the Sword Emperor's inheritance should be a power inheritance. In the sky above the desert, there were a few people above. They did not show any signs of true yuan consumption. They were clearly very strong and had reached the mystic realm. Rumor has it that the strength of this Sword Emperor back then was extremely powerful, and the power that was passed down cannot be underestimated. I wonder who has such good luck this time to obtain the inheritance of the Sword Emperor. One of the black-clothed men said, "If those above the Mystic King realm lose the qualifications to inherit the inheritance, I'm afraid those martial artists at the Mystic King realm can only watch as they lose the qualifications. We've come here for nothing. The Sword Emperor's inheritance has nothing to do with us. Why don't we find a place to drink and talk about life?" That is exactly what I was thinking. It was just as he had said. The inheritance of the Sword Emperor had left behind a restriction. Once one's strength reached the mystic realm, killing flamingo would not allow one to obtain the inheritance. This made the martial artists who had traveled thousands of miles to come here after hearing the news drop their eyeballs. When facing the restrictions set down by the Sword Emperor, even if they were unwilling in the slightest, they could only watch helplessly as they lost their qualifications. The Mystic Spirit Realm martial artists were at most depressed, but those Mystic Kings were practically gnashing their teeth, wishing they could pull out the Sword Emperor and whip his corpse 100 times. Wasn't this clearly a scam? The inheritance of the Sword Emperor was clearly a huge trap, but they still couldn't help but jump in. If there was no restriction, then it would be an opportunity. Even if they couldn't obtain the qualifications, the large number of flamingo had become their punching bags. They couldn't return empty-handed, so they had to bring something back. Wind. Wind. Wind chasing. Lin Fei used the wind sword to the point of perfection, and a large number of flamingo died under his sword. In the blink of an eye, he had more than 100 fire attribute crystals in his hands, which was not a small harvest. They are so fast. Raising his head to look at the list in the sky, his eyes were filled with curiosity, because the numbers on the list actually slowed down after reaching a certain level. The one with the highest number already has more than 800 flamingo, and the one in the 30th place has more than 400 flamingo. They are really experts. Lin Fei was a little surprised, but he didn't feel too much pressure. The last one had more than 400 flamingo, and Lin Fei was completely confident that he could catch up. As they reached more than 500 flamingo, their speed suddenly slowed down. The inheritance of the Sword Emperor is really not simple, otherwise it wouldn't be an inheritance test. Storm. With the mastery of the wind sword, the power of the move Storm had reached a whole new level with the support of the middle-grade spiritual treasure. With so many flamingos as his targets, Lin Fei could continue to study the sword art. Others were fighting for a spot. Lin Fei unknowingly began to immerse himself in the comprehension of the wind sword. Half an hour later, Lin Fei had killed 500 flamingo, but his position was still very far behind. The 30th place had more than 700 flamingo, and the first place had more than 1,000 flamingo. Wind. The sword light was like the wind, piercing the flamingo's body. The flamingo's body burst out a layer of fire defense, which could kill a flamingo with one strike before, but now it was blocked. Lin Fei frowned. Sure enough, it's just as I guessed. The first 500 flamingos were just normal flamingos. After killing 500 of them, the flamingos would develop a defense and not be so easy to deal with. Xiu xiu. The flamingo changed its previous state, opened its mouth and spat out flames, and its huge claws grabbed from the air. This made Lin Fei realize that the inheritance test was far from simple. From the changes in the flamingo, he could see some clues. This should be the reason why the number of flamingo on the sky screen list slowed down. Wind. Wind chasing. After 2 consecutive strikes, the flamingo died under the sword. Lin Fei's brows did not loosen. The situation is not good. I have a middle-grade spirit treasure, and I should be able to kill the flamingo easily no matter what defense it has, but why did it lose its power? Lin Fei wanted to compete for the 30 positions, and he was unwilling to give up. After the flamingo's change, Lin Fei realized that the difficulty had increased. In the first trial they were allowed 1 day to kill flamingos. Although it seemed like a very long time, as the flamingos became more powerful, their zhenyuan continued to be consumed. In comparison, the number of flamingos that could be killed in a day was greatly limited. My quintessential essence is denser than others, but it is not a good idea to always use it to kill the flamingo. The inheritance test left by the Sword Emperor would not be randomly chosen. There must be a reason. Perhaps the secret lies with the flamingo. If I can solve this secret, it should be the content of this test. While Lin Fei was studying the flamingo, in one of the areas in the desert, a group of people were gathered around looking very excited. Uncle Tian, is that thief really in the land of inheritance? Lin Yuantian stood up excitedly, his face ferocious. Ever since his nephew Lin Wei was killed that day, Lin Yuantian had been humiliated in front of the elders. His influence had plummeted, and in his heart, he was gnashing his teeth at the thief who killed his nephew. Lin Tian nodded. Just now, I sensed that the bastard who killed Lin Wei appeared within 20 kilometers. I think that bastard should be in this area. Elder Tian, since that thief is in the land of inheritance, let's arrange for people to kill him now. We'll let him understand that not just anyone can kill a disciple of the Lin family. We'll teach him a lesson in blood. Lin Yuantian volunteered. Uncle Tian, this matter was caused by me. I should be the one to take action and avenge Lin Wei. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian shook his head and gravely said, Yuantian, we can't do this for the time being, lest we alert the enemy. That thief dared to appear in the land of inheritance, so there must be a mastermind behind it. If we take action now, we can kill the thief, but we won't be able to find the mastermind. Then we can't let that thief get away with it. I can't rest easy. If Lin Wei knows in the afterlife, he will also die with grievance. Lin Tian's face sank. Is revenge so important? Seeing that the elder was angry, no one dared to make a sound. Elder Tian, how about this? Since Wu Fa is in the land of inheritance, why don't we let him secretly watch that person? Once the land of inheritance ends, he will definitely reveal some clues. At that time we can catch him in one fell swoop. Everyone thought about it and knew who the other party was. Even if the aura disappeared, they could still find that person. Alright, then let's inform Wu Fa and let him watch that thief closely. When the time is right, he can help Lin Wei vent his anger. Lin Tian lightly said. Like wind. Like wind. Lin Fei didn't know that he was being targeted. If I'm not wrong, this test is the speed of the sword. The flamingo has a layer of defense on the surface, and it is this layer of power that makes it difficult to kill. At the same time, the outer layer of defense is too fast to recover. If you want to kill the flamingo perfectly, you must use 1 strike and it must be equal to 2 strikes. Lin Fei finally came to a conclusion. Like wind. Lin Fei's sword momentum changed. His whole body turned into a light breeze, and in the blink of an eye, he stabbed out twice. In the eyes of others it was only 1 strike, but in reality it was 2 strikes. The flamingo flying over turned into a cloud of smoke under 1 strike, and a fire attribute crystal fell down. Sure enough, it's like this. Although Lin Fei used it so simply, in reality, he had comprehended the concept of wind. The biggest performance of the concept of wind was speed. Once speed was used, the advantage was not something that ordinary people could compare with. Just now, the 2 strikes were equal to 1 strike, so it was not difficult to use. I wonder where my limit is. After trying to quickly attack, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea to test it. Like wind. The flamingo turned into a cloud of smoke. Lin Fei shook his head, clearly not satisfied. Again. If there was no test in the land of inheritance today, Lin Fei would not have expanded in this aspect, just like the first time he practiced sword arts. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. With every sword strike, Lin Fei silently sensed the changes within. Not enough, not enough. 4 strikes. 5 strikes. 6 strikes. 10 strikes should be my limit. Chapter 247. In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. That makes sense. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. The content of the test left by the Sword Emperor made him extremely interested in the next stage. Normally, he wouldn't have had so much time to calm down and comprehend the use of swordsmanship. More importantly, learning required time and a reference. He couldn't comprehend it out of thin air. The flamingos in the test ground were undoubtedly the best choice. Their fast defense was a good opportunity to comprehend swordsmanship. One sword turning into 10 swords. I'm afraid only a few people can block this move, unless they have a strong defense or a spiritual treasure to protect them. Lin Fei was very proud. His combat strength had increased again, and this was only because of one test. After comprehending the state of wind, the various benefits were obvious. I wonder what it will be like after comprehending the origin of wind. I'm afraid it will be very awesome. Lin Fei couldn't help but imagine that after mastering the origin of wind, the wind would be like a sword with every movement. This was the level of swordsmanship and sword moves. After some daydreaming, Lin Fei recovered. In the desert, the positions of the sky screen list had already been fixed. The person in first place had killed a total of 1,400 flamingos, while the person in 30th place had killed a lot less, barely around 900 flamingos. Their speed of growth was very slow, and the difference between the two was not very big. From the sky screen list, one could already see the gap between the cultivators. The first batch usually had more than 800 flamingos. This group of youngsters was quite strong. The second batch usually had between 500 to 800 flamingos. Their talent was average. They would be core disciples outside, and with proper training they could become the backbone of the middle level. The last batch had less than 500 flamingos. If one wanted to kill all 500 flamingos, they would need to consume a lot of quintessential essence. After completing this step, the quintessential essence in one's body would be almost depleted, and they wouldn't be able to deal with the flamingos below. The 3 levels could be seen in order on the sky screen list. At the top of the list were usually the geniuses of clans or sections. They occupied the top of the list. In terms of strength and reputation, they had already begun to show themselves. The Sword Emperor's inheritance test really has many geniuses this time. In the desert, many people were staring at the list. Even though many people were disqualified, it didn't mean that they wouldn't observe and see which geniuses would emerge this time. The one ranked first should be the third prince of the Death Empire, Prince Black Sky. His cultivation is at mystic great perfection realm, but who would have thought that he would be able to suppress the geniuses of the other 3 empires? Prince Black Sky is indeed powerful. The second is Lin Wufa from the Lin family of the Unfalling dynasty. He is also not simple, actually being able to suppress so many princes. His lawless fist art is extremely tyrannical, not losing to Prince Black Sky at all. Nearly 7 of the top 10 positions on the rankings are occupied by genius disciples. I really wonder who will obtain the Sword Emperor's inheritance. A fierce battle is inevitable. A group of mystic spirit overlords whispered to each other as they looked at the prodigies on the list. Although the genius disciples on the list had yet to become mystic level experts, once they stepped into the mystic level, it was inevitable that they would be a little surprised. It was not enough. Meanwhile, on the list, a person's profile picture was constantly jumping up. The profile picture of Lin Fei quickly attracted the attention of some people. Who knows who this person is? He was just over 100 a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the top 100. After seeing Lin Fei's profile picture, many people couldn't help but guess. Because the speed of his rise was too fast, everyone couldn't help but pay attention. Looking at his appearance, he seems to be similar to the Lin family. Could he be someone from the Lin family? Someone guessed. The Lin family had always produced geniuses, and they were very famous in the Unfalling dynasty. It was hard to say that they wouldn't think of this. Look, that guy suddenly jumped up another 10 positions. He can't be cheating, right? Otherwise, how could he rush up so fast? At this speed, this young man will rush to the top 30. The first round only allowed 30 people. When they saw this dark horse rushing up, it instantly caused quite a commotion. Among them, there were also people who didn't think highly of it. It's not that easy to rush to the top 30. Fiery Bird has an additional layer of defense, and it will be very difficult to catch up. I also think that the possibility is very small. Just now, I spent dozens of breaths to kill a fiery bird, and I also consumed a lot of quintessential essence. If I want to catch up, the sun will rise from the west. In the top 30, which fiery bird didn't have more than 800 to 900 people. That Lin Fei's number on the list was currently only around 600. Everyone's guesses were quickly met with a surprise. On the sky screen list, Lin Fei's profile picture was rising like a rocket. From 95 to 90. From 80 to 70. There was almost no limit. It seemed that the fiery bird in front of him was a low-level demonic beast that could be killed easily. Oh my god, he's already in the top 40. Look, another 3 positions have risen. Terrifying, too terrifying. He might really make it to the top 30. Damn, it's not that he's not good, but he's already rushing to the top 30. Lin Fei's profile picture immediately attracted the attention of many people. Any profile picture on the sky screen list was constantly jumping, and people would inadvertently notice it. It was impossible not to notice the constantly jumping speed. Don't tell me the Lin family has another genius? Those who went to the Lin family were confused. Since when did their family have a genius disciple that hadn't been discovered? It seemed that he really was a disciple of the Lin family. Later, after some inquiries, they found out that there had never been such a person in the Lin family. Lin Fei caught up from behind. His speed was astonishing, and he quickly took down the 30th place holder. After a brief pause, he once again killed his way up, all the way to the 20th place holder. Only then did he stop and stabilize his position. The changes on the sky screen list naturally fell into the eyes of the genius disciples. It's him, that kid is actually not dead. Li Yang was also among them. He clenched his fists so tightly that blue veins popped out one by one. It was really frightening. Brother Yang, he's just a brat. When we get to the next level, we'll kill him directly. Who does he think he is? Not far away from Li Yang, a young man raised his eyebrows and looked disdainful. Li Yang gritted his teeth and his eyes were cold. This kid stole the treasure and hurt my black iron spear. I was worried about not being able to find his whereabouts, but I didn't expect him to come out of nowhere. I'll teach him a lesson in the next level. An inferior grade treasure itself was invaluable. Now that it was injured by the waterfire lotus, its power was greatly limited, and it would take a lot of time to recover. Li Yang was full of anger when he thought of this kid. Now he finally found a chance to vent his anger. Wu Fa, an old acquaintance who had worked with him for a short period of time, was also paying attention to Lin Fei. Seeing him rushing up like a rocket like a super dark horse, it was impossible not to pay attention to him. Haha, this kid is actually not dead. The treasure must be in his hands. That kid's swordsmanship is amazing, and if he has the help of the treasure, it won't be a problem for him to kill his way up. Looks like I really can't underestimate this kid. Wu Fa's eyes darted around, and no one knew what he was thinking. He was not just paying attention to one person. There was another person, Lin Wufa from the Lin family. It's actually him. Lin Wufa was better at hiding than Li Yang. Back then, when he blocked his fist at the entrance, he had left quite an impression. Seeing him here, Lin Wufa could not help but be a little surprised. A Mystic Great Circle kid was not worth Lin Wufa's attention at all, unless he was at the level of Mystic Great Circle. He was just a small fry, and he could only rely on luck. Lin Wufa quickly threw himself into the battle, and did not attract much attention. Those at the top of the leaderboard did not feel too much about the appearance of this young man. However, those ranked below 20 all gave it their all, preparing to kill their way up. Especially the two at the bottom, they were holding their breaths, feeling extremely gloomy. This position is enough. After rushing all the way to the 20th position, Lin Fei slowed down and carefully reflected on the mysteries of his swordsmanship. Splitting one sword into 10 swords, and the Zhen Yuan consumption is much lower. Just now, I killed at least 700 to 800 flamingo birds, and my Zhen Yuan consumption was only 20%. Lin Fei did not want to play any games and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Obtaining the qualifications was enough. Those above the top 10 were all incomparably strong fellows, so he might as well focus on the lower levels. Obtaining the qualifications for this round was enough. It's a pity that I can't increase my speed any further. If others were to find out that the speed of one sword could reach such a level, those sword-wielding experts would likely vomit blood. Even for them, they were only able to split one sword into 2 or 3 swords. That was already extremely fast. To be able to split 10 swords like Lin Fei was extremely rare. He could be said to be a freak. A single sword, combining the power of 10 swords, was equivalent to a super powerful sword technique. "Little fellow, you're awake?" Just as Lin Fei was pondering over his swordsmanship, the sleeping little fellow crawled up lazily and began acting coquettishly. When it saw the flamingo birds, its eyes immediately lit up, and it nearly pounced on them. "You're eating crystals as well?" Lin Fei took out a fire attribute crystal. Just as he had said, the little fellow sat on his shoulder, hugged the fire attribute crystal, and began nibbling on it. What an invincible glutton! After the little fellow ate 10 fire attribute crystals in a single breath, Lin Fei finally said this. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei's position remained at the 20th position. This time it was hard for those at the back. The gap between them wasn't too big, and it was either one of them or the other. The competition was simply too intense, and their eyes were practically bloodshot. Lin Fei made them even more envious, and they even cursed him deeply. If not for the appearance of this person, their positions wouldn't have been snatched away, and they wouldn't have to compete so intensely for the inheritance. Rumble, rumble. The sky ranking suddenly burst out with a red light, and then flew out from the ranking. It actually flew towards the top 30 martial artists, and a whirlpool appeared in the sky, sucking them into the whirlpool. In less than a moment, the top 30 martial artists disappeared. Before the crowd could react, a huge tearing force pushed them out. Demonic Beast Mountain Range? Damn, why are we out? What a loss, we haven't been to other places yet. When the group of people were teleported out, they were immediately dumbfounded. From the scorching desert to the outside world, they couldn't react for a moment. It wasn't until a series of beast roars that they came to their senses. Turned out that they were outside. Fortunately, they had hunted a large number of fire attribute crystals in the desert. If they sold them outside, they would be able to exchange them for valuable pure yuan pills, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to purchase martial arts manuals. Desert again? When Lin Fei opened his eyes, a blazing aura surged up again, and he found that he was still in the desert. He extended his perception outwards, but he didn't sense the existence of any outsiders. At least it could be said that there was no one in the nearby area. Could it be that there were only 30 people in this desert? A guess appeared in Lin Fei's mind. The sky ranking appeared again, and this time it only showed the positions of 10 names. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit. The first round was a test of speed, but he didn't know what the first round was. It's coming. Lin Fei looked into the distance of the desert. Sand and dust billowed, and the desert seemed to be trembling. A threatening aura rolled over from afar. It seems that this round's test isn't simple. If the first round was about speed, then the second round had to be 100 times more focused. Giant Blaze Beast. When huge demonic beasts rushed out from the surging yellow sand, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown, and at the same time, he couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. The grade of the giant blaze beast wasn't very high, and it only had the strength of a perfected profounder. It didn't sound like much, and it seemed to be easy to deal with. Those who knew about it wouldn't say so. The giant blaze beast had both offense and defense. Its body was covered with solid scales, and its defense was no less than that of an early-stage mystic adept. At the same time, it could spit out a flame ball. It was known as a terrifying existence that even mystic adept experts wouldn't dare to resist. In the Xintian continent, the giant blaze beast had long been extinct. If he hadn't read about it in an ancient book, Lin Fei wouldn't have cried out in surprise. While he was thinking, a giant blaze beast rushed over, opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball. Whoosh whoosh. The huge fireball was the size of a wash basin, and the air seemed to be burned clean by the huge fireball. Waterflame Lotus. A waterflame lotus blocked in front of him, and the huge fireball suddenly exploded. The huge impact was like a huge wave. Pa 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 ripples appeared on the waterflame lotus that Lin Fei was protecting, and at the same time a few lotus leaves were shattered. What a terrifying huge fireball. Its power is actually not inferior to an attack from an early-stage mystic adept expert. After a test, Lin Fei knew that this round wouldn't be so easy to pass. He raised his head and looked at the sky screen list. The first place was still the familiar one, and the number had already reached 20. It was really a brave fellow. Chapter 248. On a barren desert. In his field of vision, other than the desert that was the same color as the sky and the earth, there was a group of fiery red giant beasts. Their huge bodies and brutal aura became the mainstream of the desert. Dang dang dang. 1 sword, 10 swords. The swordplay was like an undetectable breeze. There was no killing aura. Only when one got close would one feel the killing intent in the wind. Boom! A huge giant beast of flames fell down with a loud bang. The giant beasts of flames are indeed not easy to deal with. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. Then 4 or 5 giant beasts of flames rushed out from the surroundings with a murderous aura. This was not the first time this scene had happened. Xiao xiao xiao. 4 big fireballs brought up a ray of flame and went straight for Lin Fei's position. Seal. The huge water and fire lotus opened up and wrapped the big fireballs inside, giving Lin Fei a chance to go straight to the front of the giant beasts of flames. The chasing wind in his hand slid down and immediately stabbed out countless swords. All of this was done at will, and it did not seem to be very difficult. Since the beginning of being besieged by the giant beasts of flames, Lin Fei could not adapt to the battle of the giant beasts of flames. He had suffered a lot and gradually got used to it. Whirlwind and clouds. The sword in Lin Fei's hand suddenly changed. It was extremely dangerous. The originally clear sky immediately darkened, as if a storm was coming, giving people a bad feeling. There was pressure everywhere and there was an aura of destruction everywhere. Voila voila. The move Whirlwind and Clouds was not as good as the previous storm. But in terms of power and influence, Storm was far inferior to this move. This move had already reached the realm of concept. Since the wind sword was used, together with the concept of wind, Lin Fei's move simulated a clear sky. The wind blew extremely fast, and the continuous white clouds in the sky were instantly taken away. After containing the true concept, the power of the whirlwind and clouds is indeed frightening. Just the aura is frightening. The giant beasts of flames that were besieging him turned into a cloud of green smoke without exception. At the same time, pieces of fire crystals were left and fell into Lin Fei's pocket. This move really consumes a lot of true essence. Even with my current strength, I can only use this move 10 times at most. Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't have enough true essence to support a big move. After trying it out, Lin Fei changed his sword art again. He used the simple like the wind to kill the giant flame beast. On the desert canopy leaderboard, Lin Fei's profile remained at number 8 for the time being. The first place was still the same as before, and there had been no change from beginning to end. The second stage of the inheritance test. The test this time was to rely on one's own strength to hunt and kill demonic beasts. Damn it! Damn it! In the desert, Li Yang stabbed a giant flame beast to death with his spear. When he saw that kid's profile picture on the sky screen list, he couldn't help but be furious. Count yourself lucky. When I have the chance, I'll definitely make you regret what you've done. Li Yang's face was ferocious because he was currently in 9th place. If it wasn't for the fact that the black iron spear was affected, causing the spirit treasure's power to be unable to be unleashed, why would he be stuck at this position? Because of this, Li Yang became even more resentful, to the point that he couldn't find the time to deal with that kid. That kid is only at the perfection stage of the profounder realm, yet he was actually able to fight his way into the top 10. Could it be that it was because of the assistance of that spirit treasure? The flaming beast possesses the strength of a perfected profounder, and its combat strength is at the initial stage of profounder adept. I presume that spirit treasure isn't a low-grade spirit treasure, but a mid-grade spirit treasure. Li Yang almost vomited blood when he came to this conclusion. The numinous treasure that originally belonged to him had failed miserably in the end. He had lost his soldiers and had to compensate his wife. The middle-grade spirit treasure will definitely be mine. I'll let you be smug for a while. A day passed in a flash. If it was the first test, they could spare some effort. In the second stage, only 10 out of 30 people were allowed to enter. This caused them to be strict with themselves and not be able to split their attention to deal with others. The Sword Sovereign's inheritance was too important, more important than anything else. Just like last time, after the first 10 qualifications were confirmed, The red light appeared once again and opened the great maelstrom. As for everyone else, they were all teleported out to the Demon Beast mountain range, completely disqualified. Bastard, die for me. When Lin Fei opened his eyes, a killing intent enveloped his body. Without any hesitation, the water flame lotus appeared in front of him, and a long spear pierced through the air. The spear shone brightly, and the killing intent was thick. Behind the spear, a sinister face and a sinister smile could be seen. I'll kill you here today. Li Yang no longer had any scruples. The surrounding people all stopped and looked in their direction. What's wrong with Li Yang? How is he going to deal with a perfected profounder adept? Some busybodies couldn't help but ask. Soon, they understood that Li Yang had suffered a setback at the hands of the other party. No wonder Li Yang wants to kill that kid. So that kid stole a mid-grade spirit treasure. If it was me, I'll teach that kid a lesson too. A mid-grade spirit treasure. No wonder he could make it all the way here. That kid is really lucky. Li Yang is a late-stage profounder adept. In terms of strength, he isn't inferior to a perfected profounder adept. Coupled with the black iron spear, that kid is in a bad situation. The crowd discussed. At the same time, they had their eyes on the mid-grade spirit treasure sword in that kid's hand. An inferior grade spirit treasure in the hands of a cultivator could bring out 30% of its combat prowess. Then, a mid-grade spirit treasure could bring out 60% of its combat prowess. It would be a lie if they weren't tempted. If Li Yang stole a mid-grade spirit treasure, they would also make a move. No one would miss this opportunity to raise their combat prowess. Lin Fei raised his brows and could not help but burst into laughter. You came at the right time. I've been wanting to look for you for a long time. Let's settle our old scores. I'll let you know that not just anyone can make a move on you. Whirlwind. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. After 2 consecutive sneak attacks, he was thoroughly enraged. Lin Fei immediately executed the most powerful move of the wind sword. Why? I can feel the presence of wind. What a strong wind. The crowd was stunned for a moment before they came to a realization. Not good. This is the concept of wind. Other than the wind wings, there wasn't any other sword art that could perfectly bring out the concept of wind. However, it was completely possible to comprehend the concept of wind without any obstruction. The aura of the whirlwind filled the entire hall, adding pressure to everyone's hearts. A perfected profound cultivator actually comprehended the concept of wind. What a monster! Pung pung. This was the first time that Li Yang had felt so powerless in front of this move. No matter how he swung his spear, making himself look like an impregnable fortress, in front of this whirlwind destroys clouds, he finally revealed a terrified expression. Facing this move of nature, it could be said that he was exchanging blows with the heavens and earth. How did he comprehend the concept of wind? The crowd only saw that Li Yang's entire body was like a piece of rotten wood with countless wounds all over his body. Blood splattered everywhere as he crashed into a corner of the hall. By the time he landed on the ground, he was already on the verge of death. Even if he were to recover, his strength would be greatly reduced, and he would be like this for the rest of his life. After executing this move, Lin Fei was very calm. He secretly observed the expressions of the crowd and saw that most of them had an undetectable shock on their faces. Li Yang, haven't you always wanted to snatch my treasure? Then I'll snatch yours first. Lin Fei raised his sword and grabbed at the spear. By the time the crowd reacted, the spear was already in Lin Fei's hand. The spear resisted, but it was instantly suppressed. This brat is so ruthless. Li Yang is completely finished. Not only is he heavily injured, but his inferior grade treasure has also been snatched away. That sword art was too terrifying. Could it be that sword art is so terrifying after comprehending the concept? Damn it, it's fortunate that I didn't go up earlier. Otherwise, I would be the one in trouble. A single move, whirlwind and clouds, had undoubtedly intimidated everyone. Even though Li Yang wasn't the strongest among them, his battle prowess was at perfected profound adept. But now he was actually heavily injured by a perfected profound adept brat. They couldn't help but take him seriously. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Brother Lin Fei, well done. I can't stand people who want to snatch treasures from others. Wu Fei laughed heartily and flew over from afar. He landed not far away from Lin Fei. Those who didn't know would think that the two of them were friends. This guy is really thick-skinned. Lin Fei cursed in his heart, but he said, "Brother Fa, I'm your brother. Back then, you said that Li Yang was not a good person and always had a foul face. I've always remembered it. At least I helped you vent your anger this time. Oh right, do you want me to stab him to death? That way, he won't have to keep acting cool in front of you in the future." Whoosh. Everyone's gazes immediately focused on Wu Fei, especially those who were close to Li Yang. They were all furious, as if they would attack at the slightest disagreement. Wu Fei was stunned and regretted that he had tried to strike up a conversation with Li Yang, but he was tricked by this brat. From the looks of it, no matter how he explained it, he would offend the Li clan. Lin Fei was really vicious. There's no need to kill him. Wu Fei hurriedly stopped him. He was afraid that killing Li Yang would truly offend the Li clan. This was what Lin Fei wanted to hear. You want to form an alliance with me? I won't let you get away with it. He raised his brows and said, I'll listen to you. I won't kill him now, but I'll kill him when I'm not happy. Also, those of you who want to snatch my treasure, hurry up and come. I'll deal with you all at once. A person who had comprehended the concept of wind and could display the concept of swordsmanship was already a headache for them. Now that there was Wu Fei, who was powerful in battle, the others would definitely not go up unless they were stupid. Little brother, the treasure belongs to the virtuous. No one will be tempted. The red-robed monk Feng Yan clasped his hands together. Lin Fei smiled and said, This monk is the best. Actually, I like monks the most. What they say is the truth and it makes me feel good. Unlike some people who obviously want it but say they don't want it on their faces. They like to stab others in the back. Feng Yan. Look, there are 10 passages in front. Chapter 249. There was no need for others to remind them. In fact, everyone had already noticed the 10 passageways on the opposite side of the hall. In front of the passageways was a huge black stone tablet that emitted an ancient aura. If Li Yang had not taught Lin Fei a lesson, their attention would have been drawn there instead of on the battle just now. Once the battle between the two was over, coupled with Wu Fei's appearance, it seemed that the two of them had a good relationship. For Li Yang, that kid attacked as he pleased and even wanted to kill Li Yang in the land of inheritance. Naturally, the people present would not get involved in this. It was not worth it. If they were injured, they would be at a disadvantage. The people present subconsciously remembered this person called Lin Fei, and his terrifying sword skills that had comprehended the artistic conception. Now their attention was on the 10 passageways. Seeing them leave, Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. From the moment Li Yang attacked, Lin Fei knew that if he did not show his strength, these people would definitely attack him. He had a middle-grade spirit treasure in his hand. Plus, he had the strength of a mystic master at the late stage and peak stage. It was not a good thing that his real combat power had to be increased. Fortunately, Wu Fei intervened. Thus, he had an idea to secretly trick this guy and create a false impression in the eyes of others. Offending the Li family, offending Wu Fei, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. The temporary pressure was just motivation for cultivation. After they left, Wu Fei's face darkened. Everyone knew that Wu Fei, who had just been tricked, was definitely not in a good mood. You dare trick me? Wu Fei gritted his teeth. Because he was afraid of the artistic conception sword skill, he did not dare to attack directly. Moreover, it was not an opportunity to attack now. Lin Fei had a look of ignorance. That's not right. When did I trick you? You were dissatisfied with Li Yang. Your brother was just helping you. Wu Fei knew that this kid had a glib tongue. He knew that it would be useless to rely on it. Moreover, it had already happened and it was impossible to explain clearly. Let's not talk about this first. But you dragged me down with you. No matter what, you have to compensate me, right? Wu Fei's eyes fell on the long spear. I don't want your middle-grade spirit treasure. Give me this low-grade spirit treasure. Then they will not dare to attack you again. Here comes the highlight. Lin Fei had already guessed that it would be an inferior-grade numinous treasure. Why not? Wu Fei looked at Lin Fei and said, You should know that you not only offended Li Yang, but also the others. Your sword art is not bad, But how many moves can you use against them? Menace, naked danger. Wu Fa wasn't a person who would suffer a loss. He was tricked just now, but that was something that couldn't be helped. He couldn't tell them that he was tricked by this kid, right? Do you think they will believe it? Asking for benefits was inevitable. With a flick of his hand, Lin Fei put away the inferior-grade black iron spear. I snatched this inferior-grade Dharma treasure. I never had any intention of handing it over. Liang ambushed me time and time again. Taking an inferior-grade spirit treasure from him is already giving him a lot of face. Wu Fei's face darkened once more, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. So you're saying that you won't give it to me? I hope you can get out of here alive. Whether we can get out or not doesn't depend on words. What you say doesn't count. Lin Fei said lightly. Nothing can be done more than 3 times. This should be the last hurdle. Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Ever since he came to the Xintian continent, Lin Fei had learned not to give in. Even if he pushed Wu Fei to the opposite side, he would not change his mind. After being attacked again and again, he had finally snatched a good thing. Now he wanted to call it out. He had never had such a habit. I will kill this guy sooner or later. Lin Fei withdrew his gaze and went straight to the stone tablet, ready to take a closer look. At the same time, next to the stone tablet, a lawless gaze fell on Lin Fei, and then moved away. At the same time, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. So this is the thief. Lin Wei, that kid, did not die in vain. Lin Wufa's eyes narrowed, and a piece of jade in his hand turned to dust. Unfortunately, this is an important matter. This kid has also comprehended the concept of wind, which is quite troublesome. Even if I can kill this kid, I will inevitably be injured. However, I have already memorized this kid's name and appearance. As long as he is from the Unfalling dynasty, he will not be able to escape from this young master's palm. Moreover, Lin Fei has offended the Li family, and he has mid-grade and low-grade spirit treasures on him. Hee. Let's go. On the stone tablet, the rules stated that each person was allowed to choose one of the passageways. Those who passed the test would obtain the right to inherit the legacy. Those who failed would be teleported out. This was definitely good news for the crowd. The Sword Emperor's legacy must belong to me, Erebus. The black-robed Prince Erebus charged into one of the passageways. Prince Erebus, the right to inherit the legacy belongs to me, Lin Wufa. No one can take it away from me. The second person to charge in was Lin Wufa. His speed was not slow at all as he charged into one of the passageways. After someone entered each passageway, a seal would appear on the outside. Monk, choose the first one. Feng Yan laughed loudly. Charge, the opportunity is right in front of you. It had to be said that those who had passed this stage were all extremely powerful, and their talents were astonishing as well. With their inflated confidence, they charged into the passageways directly. Lin Fei did not linger and entered the last passageway. After the 9 people entered, Li Yang, who had just woken up, was teleported out, completely losing the right to inherit the legacy. The passageway was very long. This was Lin Fei's only thought. I wonder if there is a guardian in the passageway. After advancing for a while, Lin Fei suddenly stopped. His expression was solemn as he looked at the figure in the passageway. Challenger, bring out your full strength. Pass me, and you will obtain the right to inherit the legacy. The cold voice caused a chill to run down one's spine. What a powerful fellow! When the black figure walked out, Lin Fei was shocked once again. There was no sign of life on the other party's body. Puppet. Lin Fei suddenly remembered that the encyclopedia had mentioned puppets before. It was said that as long as there was a Xian spirit stone to support the puppet, it would continue to live. High-level puppets were no different from humans. The guardian was a puppet. This was out of Lin Fei's expectations. The Sword Emperor had really left behind a great legacy. Puppet, come at me. Prince Black Heaven's body was shrouded in black mist, his battle intent boiling. He did not fear the powerful puppet at all. Great Sun Black Heaven Fist. Prince Black Sky made his move. Boundless true energy surged out, accompanied by a fist technique, and rushed straight at the collector puppet. Let's see if your guardian is stronger, or if my Great Sun Black Heaven Fist is stronger. In another passageway, lawless aura enveloped the passageway. It was no weaker than Prince Black Heaven's Great Sun Black Heaven Fist. Just the aura alone was enough to suppress martial artists below Mystic Adept Great Perfection. Lawless Supreme Fist Technique. Lin Wufa's long hair fluttered in the wind. Lawless aura was so powerful that it seemed like it was going to blast a huge hole in the void. He actually met the attack head-on, not retreating or dodging. Similarly, in another passageway, the battle was equally intense. Xiu! Xiu! Lin Fei retreated, his heart sinking at the Guardian's strength. Mystic Adept Great Perfection strength. The Guardian stabbed out with his sword. It was so fast that Lin Fei could not use his Waterfire Lotus, leaving a wound on his body. Lin Fei's face was extremely solemn. I'm afraid all 10 passageways are guarded by sword experts. Dang dang dang. After blocking a few attacks, Lin Fei had a rough idea of the Guardian of the passageway. The Guardian in front of him had the most powerful sword technique he had ever seen. Like the wind. Like the wind. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the Guardian anymore. He pushed the speed of his sword to the limit. One sword turned into 10, barely able to block the sharp sword attacks. At the same time, he was being suppressed. No wonder the Guardian told us to use our full strength. We almost failed miserably. Total annihilation. Lin Fei patted his waist, and the 7 swords flew out with a whoosh. They circled behind Lin Fei, forming a huge sword wheel that gleamed with a cold light. Waterfire Lotus. Lin Fei did not think that he could block the opponent's attack. He was only trying to gain an opportunity to attack. Total annihilation. The 7 swords turned into a sword formation, glowing with a white light as they shot towards the Guardian. Rumble. The Guardian's body shook. Apart from leaving a white mark, it was not damaged like Lin Fei had imagined. The Guardian was harder to deal with than he had imagined. After a single total annihilation, the Guardian was not affected at all. I don't believe that your puppet body can block total annihilation. The power of the sword technique was not bad, but in terms of attack power it was second to none. Total annihilation was a sword formation attack that used the power of one's soul. Again. The 7 swords flew out again. When they saw the holes on the swords, they could not help but marvel at the material of the puppet. The second total annihilation landed on the Guardian's body. Just like what Lin Fei had said, if the first attack did not work, then he would continue to attack. He would eventually break through the puppet's defense. Again. Again. After 4 total annihilation, Lin Fei's face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. This was a sign that his soul power was reaching its limit. The Sword Emperor is a monster. What kind of defense does this puppet have? After using total annihilation 4 times, Lin Fei was confident that he could break through the defense of a Mystic Adept Realm demonic beast. However, it was useless against the Guardian. If I continue using such a domineering attack like total annihilation, it shouldn't be like this. At that moment, the gatekeeper thrust his sword forward just like before. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Total annihilation. Lin Fei's face turned pale again. With a clatter, the swords merged together and landed on the Guardian's body. Lin Fei was also sent flying by the Guardian's sword, crashing into the passageway. So it's like this. The injured Lin Fei wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. He did not look depressed at all. On the contrary, a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 250. Sweeping Winds and Clouds. After understanding the secret of the gatekeeper puppet, Lin Fei launched his final attack. The previous 5 total annihilation sapped most of the gatekeeper puppet's energy, causing its defense to crack. Naturally, Lin Fei saw through it and launched his final attack. It was just as he had guessed. The gatekeeper puppet was able to stay here for so long, and was so strong because of the support of the Xian Spirit Stone. If not for Lin Fei's total annihilation that destroyed most of its energy, he would not have been able to do it so easily. Boom! The gatekeeper puppet fell to the ground, losing all ability to fight back. I've passed this stage. At this moment, Lin Fei could not help but sit down and take deep breaths. At the same time, he opened the system and bought some spiritual pills to recover from his injuries. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to the injuries on his physical body. All in all, spiritual attacks would consume a large amount of spiritual energy. That was the most damaging part. He could barely hold on any longer. Luckily, this gatekeeper puppet has lived for countless years. Otherwise, my total annihilation wouldn't have consumed most of its energy so quickly. If I were to do it a few more times, I would have a hard time today. The sword formation was extremely domineering. Lin Fei liked it very much. The only problem was that it consumed too much of his spiritual energy, and he could not adapt to it. The only thing he could do was to strengthen his spiritual energy. Regrettably, Lin Fei had yet to find any secret manuals on spiritual techniques. Otherwise, he would not mind getting his hands on one. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei stood up again. His complexion was much better. Other than the bloodstains on his body, there were no other major problems. After losing the Xian Spirit Stone, the gatekeeper puppet could no longer sense any dangerous aura. I wonder if it's possible to repair this puppet? Lin Fei looked at the puppet on the ground and could not help but feel tempted. He had initially wanted to leave. However, after seeing that there was no damage on the surface of the puppet, other than a few cracks, it looked no different from before. If I can repair it, I'll have another expert by my side. With the strength of a mystic adept great perfection, I can completely suppress a mystic spirit initial stage expert. Even if I encounter a mystic spirit middle stage expert, I'll be able to hold my ground. At the very least, the defense on the surface won't be that easy to break. Faced with such a puppet, it was impossible for Lin Fei not to be tempted. Yes. Regardless of the consequences, Lin Fei put away the puppet on the ground. Leaving it here was a waste, and it was far better to keep it by his side. Who knows, maybe in the future, he would find an expert in this field who could repair it and use it. Lin Fei actually had another thought in his mind. If he could find something to repair in the leveling system, then he would have a ready-made expert. What a pity for those puppets. After defeating the guardian puppet, the rest of the journey was practically free of danger. Just as he had said, he had obtained the qualifications to inherit the legacy. Walking out of the passageway, a gentle aura blew over. Lin Fei found himself in a large hall. In the middle of the hall was a huge golden ball, and beside the ball was a circle of praying mats. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You are the fifth to enter. At this time a familiar voice sounded beside his ear. Lin Fei took a closer look. I'm the fifth. The person who spoke was none other than Sky Song Temple's monk Fang Yan. His red robe was extremely eye-catching. Fang Yan looked at a monster, then at Lin Fei. You are very lucky. Out of the 10 people, other than Li Yong who lost the qualification, you are the fifth to enter. If there are no accidents, the other 4 will not be able to enter. It was just as he said. Lin Fei looked around. Other than Fang Yan, there was Prince Black Sky, the Lin family's Lin Wufa, and a girl in white. Adding them up, there were 5. Fang Yan said a few words, then chose a praying mat and sat down to rest. I didn't expect the guardian to be so difficult. 9 people have entered. So far, including me, only 5 have entered. The difficulty of this legacy is not ordinary. While Lin Fei was secretly studying, the other 4 were also observing this newcomer who had caught up to them. Out of the 10 places, they had never thought that a mystic perfection stage kid would be able to obtain the right to inherit. Who would have thought that this kid, at such a young age, had comprehended the concept of wind? With a sword technique with concept, he heavily injured Li Yong, disqualifying him. At the same time, he was on good terms with that Wu Fa. Yet, they did not recognize this person, as if he had jumped out from a rock. If they did not care before, then from this moment onwards this kid Lin Fei had the right to stand with them. Even though he seemed to have suffered quite a bit, to be able to stand here and defeat the guardian was already enough. When the 10 passages closed, they knew that only the 5 of them had the right to inherit the legacy. No one else had the right to obtain it. Before they could react, the big round ball in the middle of the praying mat exploded with a white sky screen, appearing above their heads. This emperor's inheritors, congratulations on obtaining the right to inherit. In the sky screen, a middle-aged man appeared. When this middle-aged man appeared, everyone's expression changed. The middle-aged man stood there, like an unsheathed sword. This sword was dangerous. This sword was sharp. This sword could cut through everything. The sharp aura made them do not need to circulate their true origin to resist. Even if they were experts of this realm, they still had to lower their heads when facing a phantom. What a sharp sword! This sword emperor must have comprehended the concept of metal. He is constantly emitting a dangerous aura. Fang Yan stared at the phantom in the sky screen and said word by word. Lin Fei also looked. This was the first time he met another expert with concept, especially one with the concept of metal. Metal meant sharpness. Ever since this emperor comprehended the concept of metal, he has never been defeated in the profound emperor realm. I have defeated all the experts. I will now leave behind this emperor's inheritance. I hope that all of you will be able to continue this emperor's lineage. This round ball is this emperor's inheritance ball. All of you can sit on the praying mat and comprehend and inherit it. As for what you inherit, it all depends on yourselves. The figure in the sky screen became more and more illusory. When the last sentence was finished, the sword emperor in the sky screen turned into nothingness and truly disappeared from this continent. This indicated that this sword emperor expert had truly become a thing of the past. In just a short moment, everyone's foreheads were filled with cold sweat. Even if the sword emperor expert only left behind an afterimage, after cultivating the concept of metal, his entire body had turned into a dangerous long sword. He gave off a dangerous aura at all times. When the sword emperor's afterimage disappeared, everyone gasped for breath. Even someone as strong as Prince Black Heaven revealed a fearful expression at this moment. This was a true expert. Every gaze and every action was filled with killing intent. They immediately understood that the words at the beginning were true. After comprehending the concept of metal, he had never been defeated again. He had defeated all the experts. The Sword Emperor definitely had the strength to do so. After everyone recovered, their gazes landed on the big round ball. I didn't expect the inheritance ball to look like this. Fang Yan clasped his hands together again. It was obvious that this brat was very excited. This emperor will definitely inherit the strongest concept of metal. Black Heaven Prince's arrogance soared to the sky. Prince Black Heaven, you can't say that. The concept of metal is not that easy to inherit. It is destined that I, Lin Wufa, will comprehend it. Lin Wufa's battle intent was thick as he looked at Black Heaven Prince. Black Heaven Prince snorted coldly. We'll see who will inherit the concept of metal. With their background, they naturally knew what the most powerful inheritance was. The concept of metal. The strongest aspect of the Sword Emperor was the concept of metal that no one could look down on. This was the most valuable existence. As for other sword techniques, whether it was Prince Black Heaven or Lin Wufa, they did not care about them at all. An hour later, after adjusting their breathing, everyone sat down on the praying mats. After sitting down, a layer of white barrier descended from the praying mats, protecting them within. Everyone could not help but heave a sigh of relief. During the inheritance, they were worried that someone else would make a move. Lin Fei was also relieved. So the Sword Emperor also understands the principle of hidden arrows are hard to guard against. After letting go of the worry in his heart, Lin Fei closed his eyes and began to send his perception into the inheritance ball. He was both curious and nervous about what the inheritance would look like. As a rookie from Earth, even though Lin Fei had read many books, there were still many things that he did not know. For example, this inheritance ball and the things it contained. Extending his perception to the inheritance ball, he instantly felt a huge suction force. His vision instantly turned black, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge space. Lin Fei first checked himself and quickly understood that this was a very strange feeling when his perception turned into a human figure in the inheritance ball. This is the inside of the inheritance ball? Looking around, all he could see was black metal. The ground was made of metal, and the surrounding trees were all made of metal. There was a cold aura everywhere. The coldness of the metal attribute. Looks like the inheritance is in this space. Lin Fei said to himself as he began to wander around. Others valued the concept of metal so much, but Lin Fei did not feel anything. He was not as anxious or concerned as them. At the same time, outside the demonic beast mountain range, the Sword Emperor's inheritance had already attracted the attention of many people. Many of them had different thoughts. Li Yang, what exactly do you want? In a forest, Wu Fa had just been teleported out, and before he could even catch his breath, He was immediately surrounded by a group of people. When he saw the person who walked out, his face could not help but sink, because the person outside was Li Yang, who had been eliminated previously. Even though Li Yang's face looked extremely pale and weak, it was much better than when he was on the verge of death. One could imagine that he must have consumed some miraculous medicine to recover to such an extent. Wu Fa, you bastard. Let's see where you can run to today. Li Yang was being supported by someone, and the people behind him were all disciples of the Li clan. The Li clan was a large clan in the Tianhai dynasty. Li Yang was young, but he had already cultivated to the late-stage mystic adept realm. On top of that, he even had inferior-grade spiritual treasures, and his battle prowess was not inferior to mystic adept great perfection martial artists. If it weren't for the fact that the Li clan's elders had brought healing pills with them, Li Yang might have already died. How could he still be standing here? Even though he had taken healing pills, he still had to rest for a year, and he couldn't fight for a year. Not being able to fight for a year was like a curse to Li Yang. Little Yang, is he the one who injured you? A middle-aged man at the side asked. Li Yang said, Uncle Feng, the person who attacked me was someone else. This person is that person's companion, and it was under his orders that he attacked me. He is the most despicable person. Li Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity as he looked at Wu Fa. Those who dare to touch our Li clan must pay the price, and you are no exception. Wu Fa said fiercely. Li Yang, if you dare to attack me, don't forget who my master is. If you touch me, my master will definitely deal with your Li clan. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was all Lin Fei's doing, and I did not instruct him at all. Li Yang's face darkened. Uncle Feng, his master is Zhang Yun, and it is said that his strength has already reached the late-stage mystic adept realm. Don't worry, your Uncle Feng will soon reach the late-stage mystic adept realm. At that time, who would be afraid of who? Li Feng snorted. A disciple like him dares to offend our Li clan. He must pay the price. Li Yang was delighted. I knew that Uncle Feng treats me the best. Seeing that you are Zhang Yun's disciple, I will leave an arm behind and you can scram. Wu Fa's face changed. Great annihilation sword technique? Lin Fei was walking in the space, standing on a piece of iron. Not far away, a middle-aged man was waving the sword in his hand. Every move, every sword, contained a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Fei suspected that if he went up, he would be killed by the sword chi. Just the sword chi that is flowing out is already so terrifying. No wonder it is said that after comprehending the metal intent, I have never met a worthy opponent. Just how powerful is that person? Lin Fei's heart jumped in shock. After walking in the space, the Great Annihilation Sword technique was no longer the first set of sword techniques. No matter which set it was when used by this sword emperor, its might was extremely destructive. The wind intent can kill invisibly, while the metal intent is complete annihilation. Any great existence is powerless in front of the metal attribute. These two intents are completely different. The Great Annihilation Sword technique was something that Lin Fei disdained to learn. Although the metal attribute sword technique was extremely destructive, as he continued to comprehend the wind intent, its might was also increasing. Therefore, this sword technique was indeed not worthy of his attention. After leaving this place, he continued to wander. Lin Fei's heart was filled with curiosity. Could this inheritance be about learning something? If that was the case, then he wouldn't be able to learn anything useful. Sword technique, metal attribute sword technique. If one wanted to have power, they would need to cultivate metal attribute Zhenyuan. Although Lin Fei could change it, he really didn't like studying another sword technique. Lin Fei didn't know how long he had been here, but he didn't see many metal attribute sword techniques, which often had terrifying destructive power. He couldn't help but think of a phrase, the king of destruction. Since I can't leave now, why don't I comprehend sword techniques? Chapter 251. Great Shattering Sword Art is a metal attribute sword art. A pitch-black piece of black iron, which is also of the metal attribute. The entire space is of the metal attribute. Everywhere is filled with the aura of the metal attribute. Once Lin Fei calmed down, the entire space immediately gave him a different feeling. There was a sense of familiarity as his perception power quietly spread out. It was a very strange feeling. Lin Fei felt like he was flying as his perception power sensed the existence of space. At this moment, even Lin Fei himself could not describe what this feeling was. The only familiar feeling was the familiar feeling he had when he had comprehended the concept of wind. A large amount of metal attribute ores. A metal attribute sword art that was constantly being practiced. It continued to appear. Every move and every style was filled with the aura of destruction. All existences were powerless and weak in front of this violent and destructive power. It was as if they would be destroyed in a moment of carelessness and become a thing of the past. Lin Fei was in a daze like this. A cup of tea time. Half an hour. 2 hours. Outside the Demon Beast mountain range. Many martial artists were paying attention to the situation of the inheritance. The inheritance of the Sword Emperor was very important. No one could underestimate it. They all wanted to know who obtained the inheritance in the end. That brat left quickly. Li Feng coldly snorted and put away the sword in his hand. Not far away, there was a severed arm with traces of blood. Li Yang vented his anger. Many thanks, Uncle Feng. Now, only that Lin Fei is left. It had to be said that Li Yang invited the family's expert to cripple Wu Fei's arm. This was the end of his life. His battle strength could no longer increase unless he had some kind of miraculous medicine. Little Yang, not just anyone can touch our Li family's people. Even if we have a late-stage mystic spirit expert, we will still make them suffer. Li Feng smiled. Your strength is still too weak. Go back and train your mind. Maybe you can use this opportunity to reach mystic master perfection. Li Yang nodded, his murderous eyes shining brightly. I got it. After I kill Lin Fei, I will go back to cultivate my mind. Li Feng saw this and thought to himself, Little Yang has always been smooth sailing. He can use this opportunity to reach mystic master perfection. Someone is coming out. Outside the Demon Beast mountain range. Suddenly someone shouted. Their teleportation locations were almost the same. Therefore, when the Great Maelstrom appeared, it was equivalent to someone coming out, and someone would know immediately. Sublime Sound Temple's Fang Yan. The first to come out was the red-robed Fang Yan. I did not expect them to be even more powerful than this little monk. I am still in the process of receiving the inheritance. However, this little monk's luck is not bad. Although I was not able to inherit the state of metal, I was able to inherit a powerful staff technique. At the very least, it is a low-grade profound ranked martial technique. It is enough for me to be proud of my peers. Seeing that no one else had come out, Fang Yan sighed softly. Obviously he wasn't satisfied. Thinking of his harvest, he couldn't help but smile. Taking advantage of the fact that no one else had come out, he flew in the direction of the demonic beast forest. No matter what the inheritance was, it might not be a good thing for Fang Yan, especially in a place like this. As soon as Fang Yan left, someone immediately chased after him, intending to interrogate him about the inheritance. The second one to come out was the woman in white from before. After the white-clothed woman came out, a black-clothed man appeared beside her. His powerful aura scared off many people, and no one dared to make a move. Congratulations, senior sister, for returning the inheritance, the black-clothed man said. The white-clothed woman said, it is not safe here. Let's go first. The black-clothed man looked around. A bunch of guys looking for death. The two also left quickly. Just like before, there were also experts eyeing them. Unless they brought experts to help this time, it would not be easy. I heard that there were 5 people in total this time. Now that 2 have come out, there are only 3 left. I wonder who will get the inheritance of the state of metal. Needless to say, it will definitely be Black Sky Prince. In the Death Dynasty, Black Sky Prince is the #1 expert of the younger generation. His great son Black Sky Fist has defeated countless young experts. In my opinion, it should be Lin Wufa of the Lin family. His lawless fist technique is extremely overbearing. It is not inferior to Black Sky Prince at all. In the past, the two had a great battle, and the outcome has always been a mystery. Now that 2 have come out, the next 2 will definitely come out soon. At that time, it will be clear who will inherit the state of metal. The surrounding people were discussing. Although they could not enter, it did not mean that they were not paying attention. The most powerful part of the Sword Emperor inheritance was the state of metal. Above ordinary experts were experts of the state of metal. As long as they did not meet those abnormal existences, they would be invincible in the same realm. When the third person came out, everyone was a little surprised. How could it be Lin Wufa of the Lin family? Lin Wufa, who was teleported out, had a gloomy face. An unparalleled pressure covered the surroundings, causing people to be angry but not dare to say anything. Who asked the Lin family to send out so many experts this time? Ordinary people would not dare to make a move. Wufa, it is not a big deal to fail once. Your talent is already top-notch. If you can't inherit the state of metal, that Black Sky Prince can't inherit it either. Lin Tian appeared beside Lin Wufa and said indifferently. Lin Wufa nodded with cold hatred. The inheritance is difficult and there is no way to know. But this time I was kicked out by someone and forcefully broke the inheritance. Lin Tian was shocked. What? You were kicked out during the inheritance? Wrong, there must be a mistake. Inside the inheritance ball you are not allowed to fight. How could you be kicked out? The other two elders of the Lin family had dignified expressions. Lin Wufa was a genius of the Lin family. In the future, he would enter a large sect and strengthen the Lin family. The inheritance of the state of intent was extremely difficult. The elders knew that, but they did not expect it to be like this. When he heard that Lin Wufa had been chased out by someone, it was completely unexpected. Because one of us had already comprehended the state of wind. When we were comprehending the state of metal, we were forcefully kicked out by him. Lin Wufa's eyes were spitting fire as he thought of the unforgettable scene in the inheritance ball. The state of metal could not be comprehended by others. Lin Wufa cultivated the lawless fist technique, which was similar to the state of metal. When he entered the inheritance ball, he began to practice the lawless fist technique, trying to integrate himself into it. The Lin family once had a state of intent expert and knew some small shortcuts. While he was communicating, he was affected by another state of intent. His perception was destroyed and he was forcefully teleported out. Every time he thought of this, Lin Wufa felt like killing someone. How is this possible? When did a state of intent expert appear? How could we not know? The Lin family elders were dumbfounded. Clearly they did not believe it. Lin Wufa looked into the void. That Black Sky Prince should be coming out soon. As expected. Half an hour later, Black Sky Prince was sent out furiously. His appearance was almost exactly the same as Lin Wufa's. The surrounding trees were smashed into pieces by the fist technique, and an open space was created. As a result, everyone was shocked. The two most talented people were sent out. It seemed that they did not comprehend the state of metal at all. The loss was huge, because when they entered, their goal was to comprehend the state of metal. They did not even think about other sword techniques. After losing the inheritance qualification, they would not be able to inherit anything. It was like drawing water with a sieve. Who would have thought that a state of intent expert would appear in this inheritance? What a surprise. I heard that kid is only at the peak of Xian, and his combat strength is quite strong. This time he offended the Lin family. Whether he can leave or not is unknown. Did you hear? That kid has a mid-grade spirit treasure and a low-grade spirit treasure. Li family's Li Yang's low-grade spirit treasure was stolen by that kid. Now there's a good show to watch. Black Sky Prince, it seems that you have also lost the inheritance qualification. Lin Wufa appeared not far from Black Sky Prince. He was gloating. Black Sky Prince sneered. You are not the same. It's just the state of metal. I really don't care. My great Sun Dark Sky Fist might not be inferior to the state of metal. But you are different. Half a year later there will be a dynasty war. If you want to join a powerful sect, you must have enough capital. Now that you have lost your only chance, whether you can join or not will become a problem. Lin Wufa's eyes flashed with ferocity. He then laughed. You don't care about the mentality of gold, but I don't care either. It's just the mentality of gold. It's fine if I don't have it. My lawless fist art can still be my biggest asset. Both of them were people who refused to admit defeat. Especially this time in the inheritance ball. They had suffered such a huge setback. It was obviously not their style to not vent their anger. One was the prince of the Death Dynasty. He cultivated the overbearing fist technique. Naturally, he couldn't take it lying down. The other was the genius of the Lin family. His fist technique was even more lawless and domineering. How could such a person let go of his opponent? If that person had comprehended two states, it was completely worth capturing him and using some means to strip his state of mind. Although it was slightly inferior to the true state of mind, it was still a state of mind. Inside the inheritance space, the huge space had now become a dazzling golden color. The space was collapsing. The aura of great destruction filled the space. The original mountains and earth had now disappeared into nothingness. Jingguang gathered into a golden ball. Before it got close, it was filled with a violent destructive aura. This is the true state of metal inheritance. Lin Fei floated in the air, allowing the destructive aura to pass through his body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The final state of metal inheritance would be like this. Chapter 252. Initially, Lin Fei had only acted based on his intuition. This feeling was becoming more and more familiar, constantly changing, to the point where he could not remember how it became like this at all. The only thing Lin Fei could guess was that the reason why he could cause the metal intent to appear was because he had first comprehended the wind intent. Both of them were intense, which was why it appeared. In truth, this guess was completely correct. Even the Sword Emperor would not have thought that someone would be able to force out the metal intent so easily. In the imagination of the Sword Emperor, the metal intent would be divided into several parts and passed down. This was also the reason why Lin Wufa and Black Sky Prince were so furious. The two of them both had tyrannical fist arts, and the limit of tyrannical fist arts was almost the same as destruction. Adding on the fact that the two of them had extraordinary backgrounds, many secrets that others could not know were merely a small secret in their eyes. If it was not for Lin Fei messing things up this time, the two of them would have each absorbed half of the metal intent and comprehended half of it. Adding on the time, they would have comprehended 100% of it. In the end, they met a monster like Lin Fei, who shattered their dreams. Looks like the two of them have been chased out by me. I've truly offended them, but the harvest this time is too great. Looking at the floating metal intent, Lin Fei could not help but burst into laughter. The wind intent was unpredictable, and it could kill without leaving a trace. With the addition of the metal intent, its power had turned from unpredictable to destructive, unstoppable, and its might would most likely increase by several folds. With the metal intent and wind intent, once I enter the Mystic Master realm, my strength should be the strongest under the Mystic Spirit realm. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Return. The only thing that Lin Fei needed to do now was to refine the metal intent and form the second intent. The might of a single intent was already extraordinary, and Lin Fei would never complain about having too many. This trip to search for treasures had offended countless enemies. Of course, the stronger the better. As for any worries, Lin Fei was not worried at all. Refine. Lin Fei swallowed the golden state of metal in one gulp, and a profoundness surged in his heart. Lin Fei, who was originally motionless, suddenly moved. Two of his fingers formed a sword, and he started practicing each move in the air. This sword technique was the great annihilation sword technique that he had practiced before. As Lin Fei practiced, his aura suddenly changed. He was like a long sword that had not been unsheathed. His whole body was filled with sword qi. It seemed that once the sword qi appeared, it would kill. The great annihilation sword art was instantly ready in both form and spirit. Even though it was just a simple move, it contained the existence of the metal concept, and it exuded a destructive aura. Under Lin Fei's practice, the speed of the void before him grew faster and faster. The void ruptured continuously, and every single sword strike carried immense might. I've finally digested the concept of metal. Lin Fei stopped. His vision went black, and he immediately appeared in the main hall. When he opened his eyes, the inheritance orb in front of him had already turned into nothingness. The entire hall was empty. Lin Fei retracted the wondrous feeling from before, and confirmed that he had truly comprehended the concept of metal. So there's a great annihilation sword art in the metal concept realm. This is the true strongest battle power of the Sword Emperor. Before Lin Fei could heave a sigh of relief, a large whirlpool appeared above his head. He's out. A day had passed outside. Since Prince Blackheaven and Lin Wufa came out, they had not left, waiting for Lin Fei to appear. Is he finally coming out? Lin Wufa stood up, his killing intent boiling as he stared at the whirlpool. Prince Black Heaven also stood up, looking at the whirlpool. You stole this Emperor's metal concept. I want to see how much you've comprehended. And what right do you have to steal the concept of metal from this prince? There were many people who had the attitude of revenge. Apart from these people, the others had the attitude of watching a good show. After all, the disciples of the great clans and the imperial court had fought with each other, and in the end, it was taken by an outsider. More importantly, that brat was only at the level of mystic perfection. If they did not vent their anger, they would lose face. When Lin Fei came out of the whirlpool, a large number of malicious gazes fell on him. Lin Fei's heart sank. Go. If it was just a mystic adept, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. But from those gazes there was an aura above mystic adept, clearly at the mystic spirit level. That kind of gaze caused Lin Fei's heart to skip a beat. To be able to make him feel shocked, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Wings of the wind spread open, Lin Fei flew into the forest. As for staying behind to fight, he was definitely not that stupid. That was not a hero but a true fool. Damn it, when this daddy finishes my mission I'll make you guys pay. The crowd did not expect Lin Fei to react so quickly, choosing to escape at the first moment. Chase! Lin Wufa and the Black Heaven Prince both moved, chasing after Lin Fei. The rest of the people also caught up, and in an instant there was a vast crowd. Lin Fei, no matter how you run today, this emperor will definitely kill you. The Black Heaven Prince was expressionless, his eyes fixed on Lin Fei. This emperor's things are not that easy to snatch. Lin Fei increased his speed, instantly increasing the distance between them. There were too many people chasing after him, and some of them were even faster, obviously mystic spirit level experts. Waterflame Lotus. Lin Fei felt the pressure. If he was caught by a mystic spirit level expert, it would not be a good thing. Plus, there were so many people behind him. A single true yuan attack would make him feel uncomfortable. I'll risk it. A huge waterflame lotus quickly appeared behind Lin Fei. The boundless quintessence consumed a total of 20%. This was the largest consumption of quintessence since he opened his core lake. Catch up if you have the guts, don't talk nonsense, don't be serious. Lin Fei turned back, activating his true yuan, and in a flash he covered a distance of tens of feet, his mouth revealing a smirk. Taste my waterflame lotus, explode for me. Comprehending the concept of wind, adding on the wings of wind, Lin Fei's speed surpassed Mystic Masters, not Mystic Spirit level. If his realm was higher, his speed would be even faster. Not good. I don't want to die. What the hell? Run. The waterflame lotus exploded. The huge true yuan power was like an atomic bomb exploding. A huge wave of true yuan swept out in all directions. Everything within a radius of a few miles was instantly turned into an empty space. The towering tree was completely destroyed. At a glance it was a complete mess. The martial artists who caught up suffered a huge loss, especially those who were at the front. The explosion of the waterflame lotus was not any weaker than the self-destruction of a late-stage mystic master. Those who were at the front were not strong and did not have any spiritual treasures to defend themselves, so they were all killed instantly. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and there were too many people surrounding them, so they were all wiped out. Those who managed to escape with great difficulty were covered in wounds, and their eyes were filled with palpitation and fear. Too brutal. What kind of ability was that? How could it be equivalent to the self-destruction of a late-stage mystic master? Oh my god, I almost died. Lin Fei, you bastard, I'll definitely kill you. The martial artists who escaped the explosion were furious, and they hated Lin Fei to the core for almost dying here. Roughly estimating, the explosion just now killed at least dozens of martial artists, especially those at the front, who were almost all killed in an instant. With such a large-scale instant kill, even the cultivators present could not help but feel fear and shock. How did such a monstrous brat appear? Cough, 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 this emperor's spiritual treasure. Prince Black Sky rushed out from the ruins, looking extremely wretched. The defensive spiritual treasure in his hand was dim and colorless, almost to the extent of being damaged. Defensive spiritual treasures were more expensive than offensive spiritual treasures. Prince Black Sky, looks like we've all underestimated that kid. Lin Wufa's hair was messy, and his aura was messy. He rushed up from below, looking almost as wretched as Prince Black Sky, and his eyes were filled with heartache. Both of them had defensive spiritual treasures, which was why they were able to block that huge wave of energy. Even so, it was not easy. Just the power of the spiritual treasure alone was not something that could be recovered with money. Prince Black Sky had to admit that the dignified prince of the Death Dynasty had suffered a setback. We've indeed underestimated that kid. However, that brat Lin Fei can forget about escaping. Those mystic spirit realm experts will definitely not miss out on such a powerful ability. Even this prince is tempted. Prince Black Sky was a prince of the Death Dynasty and had seen many precious divine abilities. He had also learned a divine ability and had seen a divine ability that was comparable to the self-destruction of a mystic adept late-stage expert. He had to admit that this divine ability was very domineering. Lin Wufa's eyes flickered. What a pity! Congratulations, player, for killing a mystic early-stage martial artist. 100,000 experience gained. Congratulations, player, for killing a mystic mid-stage martial artist. 100,000 experience gained. Even after the huge explosion, Lin Fei was still affected. The system's voice kept ringing, and the experience points of various sizes kept jumping. I've gone a little overboard. After throwing out the Waterfire Lotus with 20% True Yuan, Lin Fei believed that most of the people would not dare to come forward, unless they were courting death. 20% True Yuan explosion killed many mystic mid-stage martial artists. What a pity that Prince Black Sky and Lin Wufa were not killed. They should have protective spiritual treasures. Lin Fei felt very regretful. He looked behind him because a few auras had locked onto him. Mystic Spirit Realm experts. A Mystic Spirit Realm expert's speed could not catch up to him, and only a Mystic Spirit Realm expert could. The explosion of the Waterfire Lotus might have scared the crowd, but it had also attracted the attention of other experts. They might all want to snatch the ability from him. Lin Fei instantly understood their intentions. Kakik, kid, hand over the ability. In front of the forest, an old Mystic Spirit Realm expert landed. He looked at Lin Fei with a sinister expression, as if he was going to take down Lin Fei. I must not let this guy hold me back. I need to kill him in one strike first. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he rushed towards the old man. Cold Skynet. The old man sneered, and a huge white net flew towards Lin Fei. The white net instantly came to life, turning into strands of silk that danced in the air. This is the heavenly silkworm Earth Silk. Just give up resisting. Total annihilation, kill with one sword. Chapter 253. Total annihilation, the strongest sword array. Lin Fei went all out this time. The group of mystic spirit overlords behind him had locked onto him, so he had no choice but to kill the old man first to gain an opportunity for himself. Rip. The chilling Skynet, which was said to be unbreakable, was blasted into a hole by the total annihilation. The momentum of the sword array didn't stop there. It hit the old man's body as sharply as before. Whirlwind. Sword art with artistic conception followed up. Two powerful attacks, one in front and one behind. The mystic spirit early-stage old man fell to the ground unwillingly. He didn't even have time to say a word. Mystic spirit overlords are indeed strong. Even though he was early-stage mystic spirit overlord, he still has a strong life force. Good thing he still died under my sword. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei killed the early-stage mystic spirit overlord. Spirit treasure. Looking over, the ground was full of spoils of war. There was one thing that made Lin Fei's eyes light up. He put it all away and ran into the forest. He didn't dare to go up and only dared to move around in the forest. The mystic spirit realm masters behind them quickly caught up. When they saw the corpse on the ground, they could not help but frown, casting a shadow over their pursuit. This isn't Gu Hai. There's still the chilling Skynet on the ground. They all knew the old man on the ground. He was a loose cultivator and had a low-grade spirit treasure, the chilling Skynet. Once trapped, even a middle-stage mystic spirit overlord wouldn't be able to escape. He was also quite famous. They didn't expect him to die just like that. To think that Gu Hai, a mystic spirit overlord, would die in the hands of that kid. What an unexpected turn of events. Li Feng frowned, his expression ugly. That kid is so powerful. He must have another powerful technique on him. Gu Hai must have died because he was caught off guard. Look at the wounds on his body. They're extremely overbearing. Lin Tian added. Li Feng chased after Lin Fei to avenge Li Yang. As for Lin Tian, he was also here to take revenge for the Lin family's disciple. At the same time, he wanted to dig out Lin Tian's background. Who would have thought that this brat was even more mysterious than they had imagined? First, there was the magical ability of the water-fire lotus, and the huge explosive power of the true essence. When they saw it, they felt a trace of fear and had to be on guard. At the same time, there was also the concept of wind which had left them in the dust. This made them believe without a doubt that Lin Fan had learned two concepts. To be able to cultivate two concepts at such a young age was truly too terrifying. Thirdly, it was most likely that the other party was able to kill Gu Hai, who was at cryptic spirit primary stage in such a short period of time, and even break the other party's chilling Skynet, adding yet another layer of mysteriousness to the other party. They could not help but take him seriously. If you guys aren't going, then I'll take my leave first. Other than them, there was more than one mystic spirit realm master who had caught up. Seeing the dead Gu Hai, all of them were on their guard. And at the same time they were eager to take him down. They could kill Gu Hai in a short period of time, but it would be more terrifying if Gu Hai was killed before he could react after breaking the cold Skynet. If they could learn this magical ability, they would have a powerful trump card in their hands, and they would have a higher say. And for such a kid who had so many tricks up his sleeves, it was not up to them to focus on dealing with him. Lin Fei's true essence constantly surged, and he flew deeper into the monster beast mountain range. This was already the third day. Since 3 days ago, when they had been chasing him, Lin Fei had not stopped for 3 days and 3 nights. Behind him, there were more than 10 murderous intents constantly locked onto him. To be able to last for 3 days, if word got out, everyone would probably turn pale with fright. Cryptic spirit realm masters are indeed difficult to deal with. Their true essence can be extracted from heaven and earth. If this goes on, it will not be easy to shake them off. Lin Fei took out a handful of superior-grade pure essence pills and swallowed them in large mouthfuls, turning them into pure quintessence to replenish what he had used up along the way. He was glad that he had obtained so many superior-grade pure essence pills back then. After 3 days of travel, Lin Fei's face was already showing signs of fatigue. If it wasn't for the support of his powerful divine soul, he probably wouldn't have been able to last for so long. They kept chasing me, but they didn't dare to attack me. It should be because killing that cryptic spirit realm master left a shadow in them. Everyone wants to reap the benefits, but they don't dare to attack me. This gives me a chance. Inspiration struck Lin Fei, and he immediately had an idea. He changed his direction and headed straight for the place where the demonic beasts lived. Previously, they had been chasing him. In order to avoid being trapped by the demonic beasts, Lin Fei had been heading towards a place with fewer demonic beasts. When Lin Fei changed his direction, the people behind him were all dumbfounded. From the moment they wanted to snatch the magical ability from Lin Fei, they had suffered all kinds of setbacks and surprises along the way. They had no choice but to accept that the kid who was constantly running away was simply a monster. A mystic great perfection realm cultivator was able to execute a powerful killing move of a mystic adept late-stage self-destruct. At the same time, he was able to quickly kill a cryptic spirit realm master, leaving a sharp sword in their hearts. This was also the reason why they didn't dare to attack him together. Gu Hai had died such an aggrieved death, and it seemed like it was impossible to guard against it. Naturally, they wouldn't follow in his footsteps. If that kid were to put his life on the line, no one would be willing to accept it. Every single one of them had cultivated to the cryptic spirit realm, and they had put in a lot of effort along the way. They weren't willing to die in the hands of a nameless kid. If they died, they wouldn't be able to reap any benefits. It wasn't worth it at all. Thus, they instinctively wanted to tail him and wait for him to exhaust his true essence. Then, they would be able to capture him easily. Everyone had the same thought. This was also the route they usually took. After all, it was safer this way. In the end, their fragile hearts were ruthlessly pierced once more. Bastard, just how did that brat cultivate? 3 days and 3 nights, and his true essence is still so dense. Why isn't he exhausted at all? If I knew that this kid was so difficult to deal with, I wouldn't have come even if I were to be beaten to death. If we don't kill him now, We will be the ones suffering in the future. We are cryptic spirit realm experts after all. We can communicate with heaven and earth, and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I don't believe that this kid can last forever. Sooner or later, we will exhaust his true essence. Right, let's drag it out with him and see who can last longer. The group of cryptic spirit realm experts clenched their teeth and wished they could take a bite out of Jiang Chan. They had no choice but to use such a method. Even if they said it out loud, they would feel aggrieved. Now that things had reached this stage, they knew that they couldn't give up. No matter how tired they were, they had to chase after him. With such a monster, once they waited for him to catch his breath, they would be the ones suffering. Apart from that, they were even more eager to capture Jiang Chan because he had too many treasures on him. Especially his cultivation techniques, each one was more mystical than the previous one. When Lin Fei turned into the area where the demonic beasts lived, everyone was shocked once again. Quick, chase after him. This kid is trying to shake us off with his speed. If Lin Fei didn't run towards the demonic beasts area, they wouldn't have to worry about any changes. But now that the situation had changed, and they were rushing towards unknown demonic beasts, they couldn't help but feel a headache. In the depths of the demonic beast mountain range, 2 Mystic King realm experts had fallen. It was imaginable how powerful the demonic beasts were. At this moment they realized how cunning Lin Fei was. In terms of speed, they were slightly inferior. Once the distance between them was pulled apart, it would be hard for them to catch up. At that time, in the vast demonic beast mountain range, it would be extremely difficult to find a person. It was no less than finding a needle in the sea. Lin Fei quickly sensed that there was a group of powerful demonic beasts in front of him. Mystic spirit realm demonic beasts. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled into a ruthless smile. This was a plan that Lin Fei had thought about for a long time. Using the demonic beasts to shake off the group of people behind him. As long as he could, by some time the situation would change. Looks like I'll have to attract their hatred this time. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The demonic beasts area soon appeared in front of Lin Fei. Diamond ape. This was a type of ferocious demonic beast. It had powerful battle prowess and hated humans the most. Once it appeared, it would be a battle to the death. The diamond ape's ferocious reputation had always been known. Waterfire lotus. Whirlwind scattered clouds. The originally resting diamond apes suffered a huge blow. The weak diamond apes, facing the sword art and the explosion of the waterfire lotus, were killed by Lin Fei on the spot. Roar, roar, roar. All the diamond apes were furious. Lin Fei thought, I didn't purposely look for you guys. If you want to blame someone, blame those people behind me. So I can only attract their hatred. The diamond apes were completely enraged by Lin Fei. Roar. In the group's area, a 1 zhang tall golden diamond ape rushed out. Its thick aura was like a continuous mountain pressing down. Mystic Spirit Realm Great Circle. Lin Fei had just recognized it when a black shadow smashed down. The strong wind actually made his face hurt. He was shocked. The strength of a Mystic Spirit Realm Great Circle was indeed not something a normal Mystic Spirit Realm expert could compare with. His face revealed a rare determination. Waterfire Lotus. Facing such a powerful attack, Lin Fei once again released a Waterfire Lotus. Compared to the previous one, it was even more terrifying. Explode. With an explosion, Lin Fei was also sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard in the air. Roar. Even the powerful diamond ape's chest was drenched in blood when it faced this attack. It faced the sky and roared, venting its boundless anger. Its blood-red eyes stared at the group of people a few hundred meters away. Crap, it's a diamond divine ape. That bastard Lin Fei. Why did he provoke such a powerful demonic beast? Not good run. They were still a step too late. When they saw the enraged diamond divine ape, their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. A ferocious Mystic Spirit Realm Great Circle demonic beast was such a terrifying existence. The Vajra divine ape was even faster than them. In just a few breaths it appeared in front of them, the golden staff in its hand smashing down from the sky. A middle-stage cryptic spirit cultivator raised his hands to block. Kacha kacha. Kacha sounds rang out as the second staff smashed down. His Mystic Spirit Realm experts were very powerful. When they saw such a ferocious diamond divine ape, Their backs were covered with cold sweat. They finally understood why Mystic King Realm experts had fallen here. A Mystic Spirit Realm Great Circle demonic beast was enough to suppress them. A Mystic Spirit Realm expert had been beaten to death with 2 strikes. It was indeed terrifying, far surpassing human cultivators of the same level. At this time they almost hated Lin Fei to the core. They were all frightened by Lin Fei's ferocity. In order to escape, he had angered a Mystic Spirit Realm Great Circle demonic beast right under its nose. They couldn't do it, not to mention take a single attack. Go! The group of Mystic Spirit Realm experts didn't dare to stay any longer. They scattered like birds and beasts, afraid that they would be targeted by the Diamond Divine Ape and become the next unlucky bastard. As for looking for Lin Fei, they had no intention of doing so. They were about to lose their lives, not to mention looking for Lin Fei. This time they had been completely tricked by Lin Fei. Even if they became Mystic King Realm experts, they could forget about taking revenge on this Diamond Divine Ape. Cough cough cough. In the impenetrable forest, Lin Fei was lying on his back in the thicket, coughing up blood. He knew that his injuries this time were serious, to the point where he was on the verge of death. He had never suffered such heavy injuries before. This is the price for daring to chase me. Even though Lin Fei had been prepared for this, the Diamond Divine Ape's attack was still able to shatter any defensive technique he had. He had almost been killed by it. Luckily, I used the lithe as a swallow talisman at the end. Just as the Diamond Divine Ape's attack was about to land, Lin Fei had used the runes he had prepared before. His entire body became as light as a swallow, borrowing the momentum of the attack to leave the area. At the same time, he had set up countless aura-isolating runes. Only then did he barely escape the final crisis. In such a dangerous situation, only Lin Fei dared to put his life on the line. Lin Fei had done the right thing. Even though he had paid a heavy price, he had survived the Diamond Divine Ape's attack and escaped the pursuit of that group of people. Most likely they weren't having a good time now, right? With great difficulty, he took out a healing pill and swallowed it all. He closed his eyes and let the medicine take effect. The healing pill that was usually useful wasn't very effective this time, only stabilizing his injuries. No wonder even Mystic King experts died in the Demonic Beast Mountain range. A Mystic Spirit Grand Perfection Realm demonic beast is already so terrifying. Then the other demonic beasts. Lin Fei took a deep breath and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Day passed quickly and night came. Lin Fei hadn't moved. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his injuries were too serious. Eating the healing pill had already exhausted his strength. Roar! Suddenly, the aura of a demonic beast came from the forest. Lin Fei's heart sank. I can't be so unlucky. Not only was I not killed by the Diamond Divine Ape, but I was also eaten by a demonic beast? Whatever he said, it came. When a fire boar appeared, its heavy breathing was accompanied by a blazing aura, causing Lin Fei's heart to sink. F***ck, I jinxed it. Smelling the thick stench, Lin Fei wanted to slap himself a few times. How could his jinxed mouth attract demonic beasts? If he became food, then he would be miserable. Roar! The fire boar seemed to be interested in Lin Fei. It opened its mouth and bit down. It's over this time. Chapter 254. Little thing, I'm counting on you again this time. Lin Fei leaned against the tree and looked at the little thing on his shoulder with joy. At the most critical moment, the sleeping little thing scared away the fire boar. Lin Fei was shocked at that time. It turned out that space beasts had bloodlines that could suppress ordinary demonic beasts. The little thing rubbed its head against Lin Fei's neck, looking quite proud. I didn't expect the little thing's pressure to be so powerful. The fire boar is a mystic realm demonic beast with thick skin and flesh, so it can't be scared. Looks like I need the little thing to protect me this time. The demonic beast mountain range didn't have many things, but it had the most demonic beasts. Lin Fei knew his own situation. It would take at least 1 or 2 days to recover. At this stage, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't encounter demonic beasts. He was too weak right now. With the little thing here, Lin Fei was relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about encountering anything. With the little thing here, 2 days passed in a flash. The area became a safe area with no more demonic beasts. I've finally recovered. Lin Fei could move now. His injuries were about 60 to 70% healed. He could fight now, so he didn't have to worry about encountering demonic beasts. After stretching his body, he hunted a demonic beast to fill his stomach and reward the little thing. Without the little thing's help, he didn't know what would have happened. My injuries are healed and so are my battles. Those mystic spirit warriors won't dare to look for me for a while. I can use this time to increase my strength. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He hated those mystic spirit warriors. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that in the Xinjiang continent, strength was everything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to come for him. It was because they were too weak. Right now, I have comprehended the concept of wind and metal, but my strength is still not strong enough. I am unable to bring out my true strength. Once I step into the mystic adept realm, my strength will increase by more than tenfold, and my combat prowess will leave them in the dust. Last time he displayed his powerful combat skills in front of the mystic spirit warriors. It was impossible for them not to think about him. Once they met, it would be a fierce battle. Let's finish the mission first. On the other side, the group of mystic spirit realm masters had really failed miserably this time. Facing a mystic adept great perfection Vajra divine ape, everyone suffered heavy losses. They deeply remembered that cunning brat who led them into the mud pit. Hateful brat. This time we really suffered a great loss. We were chasing after that brat Lin Fei, but in the end, 5 of us were killed by the adamantine divine ape. The others are all wounded. What a pity. That kid was heavily injured by the diamond divine ape. I'm afraid he died in that place long ago. Monstrous Beast Mountain Range in a valley. The mystic spirit warriors who were lucky enough to escape were now gathered together. Each time they thought of the divine diamond ape's might, a look of terror would appear in their eyes. Terror that was rarely seen. In the Xinjiang continent, the profound spirit stage was an incredible level of power. In the small empires, their status could only be high, not low. We don't dare to go to the diamond god ape's territory. Li Feng let out a long sigh, his face pale. That was because he had almost been killed by the diamond god ape's attack. Speaking of that cunning brat Lin Fei, he was instantly enraged. Now that the diamond god ape is enraged, who would dare to offend a berserk mystic adept great perfection demonic beast? Didn't you see that the others all died tragically at the hands of the demonic beast? Let's go. There's no point in staying here. We can't just barge in. I don't want to die under the diamond god ape's staff. Apart from gritting their teeth, they couldn't find a way to vent their anger. If they were somewhere else, they wouldn't mind searching for the corpses. Who knows, they might find something. Unfortunately, the corpses were in the diamond god ape's territory. In addition, they were already in a berserk state. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare go there. They were afraid of death, but there was nothing they could do. For the first time, they realized that encountering such a monstrous brat would cause them to stumble. So many people were chasing after a brat, but they were defeated instead. This was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. None of them had ever imagined that Lin Fei would be able to survive the wrath of the diamond divine ape. Even they didn't dare to imagine such a thing. Hadn't they seen a martial artist of the same level of strength being beaten to death by the diamond divine ape? With faces full of disappointment and unwillingness, they left the demonic beast mountain range. They didn't dare to stay any longer. If they met the diamond god ape again, it didn't mean they could escape a second time. The only way to vent their anger was to let Lin Fei die at the hands of the diamond god ape. Whirlwind scattered clouds. Demonic beast mountain range in a forest. The wind howled, covering the sky as if a storm was about to arrive. The gigantic demonic beast fell to the ground with a boom. It was a mystic adept level giant ferocious lion. Its entire body was covered in wounds and it could not be more dead. Finally killed the last mystic adept demonic beast. Seeing the giant lion fall to the ground, Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, his face was filled with excitement. He was going to level up again. For this day, Lin Fei had suffered a lot in the past few days. He almost died in this demonic beast mountain range and became a white skeleton. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. He quickly dug out the demonic core and immediately escaped. Ever since that day when he killed a mystic adept demonic beast, and attracted a few other powerful demonic beasts, Lin Fei didn't dare to stay in the depths of the mountain range. Lin Fei would occasionally think that he didn't meet any powerful demonic beasts in the depths of the mountain range. Maybe it was because of this little thing? Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the level up mission. You have instantly advanced to the Mystic Adept realm. The system sounded as usual. Lin Fei was already in a cave. This was the cave of a Mystic Adept demonic beast. It was considered one of the stronger ones in the surrounding area. Normal demonic beasts wouldn't dare to enter. This was because there would usually be a powerful demonic beast in the area. Any demonic beast that entered would be mercilessly killed. After entering the Mystic Adept realm, a warm current surged and his whole body felt warm. Haha! I'm finally in the Mystic Adept realm. In half a year's time, he went from a low-level martial arts disciple to an expert in the Mystic Adept realm. It was like a dream. After sighing, Lin Fei began to prepare for the lottery draw. Lin Fei would always look forward to every level-up lottery draw. Even though this was the second time, the rewards from the first draw were still boundless. Player Lin Fei, do you want to start the lottery? Yes. Lin Fei couldn't stay calm anymore. This time there were a total of 2 chances. Because he had completed the level-up mission, he had obtained 1 chance. Adding on the fact that he had leveled up once, there were a total of 2 chances. The familiar big disc appeared again. I'm rich. The system is too generous this time. When he saw the things on the disc, Lin Fei almost drooled. 72 ordinary high-grade treasured swords. This is good stuff. If I can get one of these swords, I can use total annihilation and kill them all. The 7 long swords weren't even upper-grade mortal weapon swords, but the might they displayed could instantly kill a Mystic Adept realm expert. Last time it was all martial arts. This time there were more items. F***CK. Could this be even more tyrannical than the Wings of the Wind? Lin Fei soon discovered another treasure that he liked, the Wings of the Demon. After comprehending the concept of wind, it could increase his speed by 10 times. Drool drool. The rest of the items also made Lin Fei envious and jealous. Lottery. Lin Fei finally calmed himself down and started the lottery. I want 72 swords. The big disc spun and the red needle moved across the treasures one after another. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining Skill Strengthening Stone. In Lin Fei's warehouse, a green stone that emitted a gentle glow appeared. It was the Skill Strengthening Stone that he had just obtained. This thing can strengthen skills? Lin Fei was tempted. In the game, items that could be strengthened were usually extremely overpowered. Now that he could strengthen skills, it was impossible for Lin Fei not to be tempted. Player Lin Fei can do the second lottery. Do you wish to do it? The system sent another notification. Yes, 2 lottery draws. Lin Fei wished that he could do it in one go. The big disc spun once again. Lin Fei wanted the 72 upper-grade mortal weapon swords the most. Although they were easy to obtain, it would take a lot of effort. He didn't have the time to do it now. Faster. Slow down, don't turn around. As the big disc slowed down, one treasure after another passed by. Lin Fei stared at it, not daring to shout. Haha, this is great. The red needle landed on the 72 long swords. Lin Fei jumped up in excitement. His luck was so good. He really got it. Looking at the 72 long swords in the warehouse, Lin Fei wanted to kiss them. The system was too awesome. Could actually get the real thing. After the lottery system closed, Lin Fei opened his personal information and found that he needed 200 million experience points to level up this time. It was 4 times more than before. He was surprised, but he didn't care too much about it. Taking out the skill strengthening stone, Lin Fei started thinking. Which skill he should strengthen would affect his future, so he had to pay attention to it. Wings of the Wind. If I strengthen it, I can increase my speed. Even those experts who specialize in speed might not be able to catch up to me. Strengthening the Water Flame Lotus isn't bad either. It'll become even more powerful. It's not a bad choice. Lin Fei's brows would occasionally furrow before relaxing at other times. Damn, I'll just strengthen the Wings of the Wind. Even though his speed was already very fast, Lin Fei was still not satisfied. He was still lacking in speed. He might as well use the skill strengthening stone on the Wings of the Wind. In terms of attack power, he already had a lot. There was no need to strengthen it further. Lin Fei decisively chose to strengthen the wings of the wind to increase his speed once more. Are you sure you want to strengthen the wings of the wind? I'm sure. Lin Fei nodded. Player, please wait patiently for 5 minutes. Lin Fei could clearly sense that his wings of the wind had been taken away. Chapter 255. P.S. Thanks to Nightwind Love of the Sea for a monthly ticket and Zero Wind Fate for 200 Chidian coins. Ding, enhancement complete. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and Lin Fei finally waited for the enhancement to end. The exciting moment had arrived. A scout was thrown over. Wings of the Wind +1. Increase current speed by 50%. Can be further increased. Damn, increase speed by 50%. Lin Fei was shocked. After one enhancement, his speed increased by 50%. Wasn't that heaven-defying? If I use the Wings of the Wind now, I'm afraid those Xianling elites can only watch as I escape. The result of the enhancement was completely beyond Lin Fei's imagination, and he was very satisfied. A speed of 50%, Lin Fei wanted to laugh even in his dreams. Don't underestimate the effect of 50%, it could be said to be heaven-defying. Swish, swish, swish. The cave was very big. Although it couldn't be fully displayed when the Wings of the Wind moved, it felt like he had turned into the wind. It was more realistic than before. Good, good. Enhancing the Wings of the Wind was indeed the right choice. Stopping and keeping the Wings of the Wind, Lin Fei no longer had any dissatisfaction. Voila! In the next second, 72 longswords flew out. Total annihilation is one of my trump cards. I must practice these 72 longswords successfully. Only then will I have an overbearing attack. Lin Fei's thinking was very simple. When the 72 longswords were used, it was still very stressful. Failed. Failed again. Failed again. Lin Fei was completely immersed in training. Time flew and another 10 days passed. Lin Fei kept learning how to control the 72 longswords. At first, Lin Fei didn't have enough divine soul power, so he could only buy divine soul elixirs to increase the strength of his divine soul, which consumed a lot of points. Roughly calculating, he had spent at least tens of thousands of points, which was half of the points he had. Although it was painful, the benefits were obvious. Total annihilation. Outside the cave, the 72 longswords turned into a huge longsword and attacked a huge black boulder. With a loud boom, the black boulder was smashed into pieces. Lin Fei was full of praise for the powerful and overbearing attack. I really don't know what it would be like if he used 100 flying swords. I'm afraid that if he used 72 swords now, even a Mystic Spirit Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to block it and would be killed instantly. Lin Fei had complete confidence that the sword array would be able to kill Cryptic Spirit Primary Stage, Cryptic Spirit Middle Stage, and even Cryptic Spirit Late Stage cultivators. But if he encountered a Cryptic Spirit Great Circle cultivator, it would be hard to say. It's a pity that I can't improve the strength of my spirit. After I leave this place, I must find a spirit cultivation method to strengthen the strength of my spirit, lest it becomes too weak. Retrieving the 72 longswords, Lin Fei turned around and returned to the cave. At the same time, a waterfire lotus struck the cave. In an instant, the entrance of the cave collapsed, burying the entire entrance. Now that I've reached the Mystic Adept realm, it's time to refine the upper-grade Pure Essence pills. Only after refining this batch of upper-grade Pure Essence pills will my strength truly increase. Whether it was the 72 longswords or the strengthened Wings of the Wind, they were all auxiliary uses or trump cards. Lin Fei's true strength should be constantly increasing his true essence. When the strength of his true essence increased, any sword technique's power would continue to increase. This was the biggest advantage, and this advantage was very rare. Demon Beast Mountain Range. The originally lively Demon Beast Mountain Range suddenly became quiet. The Sword Emperor's inheritance that everyone was paying attention to finally came to an end. No one would have thought that the one who would inherit the metal concept would be a young boy. What was even more unexpected was that the young boy who was not dangerous in their eyes would actually do such a sensational thing. That scene was still a hot topic even now. That huge explosion caused countless deaths and injuries. Among them, the number of Mystic Adept Realm cultivators was no less than 2 digits. At least a few dozen people who came to join in the fun also died. Everyone remembered this young man's name, Lin Fei. The most shocking news was not this, but the fact that a group of experts chased after that boy and came back with heavy injuries. There were even a few mystic adepts who died. Although they did not know where the news came from, when everyone saw the mystic adepts returning without any results, they all realized that they were actually defeated. Lin Fei suddenly became a strange person. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. The Demon Beast mountain range regained its peace. The originally noisy scene no longer existed. At first, there were still some martial artists who wanted to try their luck in the Demon Beast mountain range and make a small fortune, especially entering Death Valley alone. It was unknown whether it was because the Sword Emperor's inheritance ended or something else, but Death Valley became extremely dangerous for some reason. After one or two mystic adepts died, no one else dared to force their way in, for fear of accidentally losing their life. No one dared to enter the Sword Emperor's inheritance anymore. The storm in the Demon Beast mountain range also gradually calmed down and returned to how it was before. Phew, I'm finally out. After more than a month of seclusion, Lin Fei finally came out. He let the sunlight fall on his body. It was warm and very comfortable. After more than a month of seclusion, he had grown a lot taller. He looked no different from a young man. It was just that he had not seen the sun for a long time, so his face was much paler. He looked like he would be blown away by the wind, but when you look into that pair of eyes, you will feel something called danger jumping all the time. The dangerous gaze was undoubtedly telling everyone that this person was very dangerous and should not be approached. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Fei found a place near the stream. First he took a bath. Even with the protection of earth energy, Lin Fei still liked to take a bath. Then, he would hunt a demon beast and enjoy the temptation of delicious food. Little thing, why don't you grow up? After being in seclusion for so long, Lin Fei found that the little thing was still the same. There was no sign of it growing up. Anyone who saw a little thing lying on a big piece of roasted meat and chewing on it would wonder where the little thing had eaten all the food it had eaten. After filling his stomach, Lin Fei lay down on a huge rock. The little thing lay beside him, enjoying the mountain breeze. One man and one little thing, it was a beautiful sight. 1,300,000 pure yuan pills have almost all been absorbed by me. I probably won't be able to find a second person. With my current strength, I don't have to worry about not being able to deal with Prince Black Sky, Lin Wufa, and the others. However, to increase my strength, I still need a lot of pure yuan pills. With 1,300,000 pure yuan pills, Lin Fei realized the benefits. Although the profound spirit stone was good, it was extremely troublesome to absorb and needed to be converted. There was no need for pure yuan pills. Lin Fei could not wait to have a lot of pure yuan pills in his pocket to cultivate. Without pure yuan pills to cultivate, he felt that his cultivation speed was much slower. He could not wait to get more pure yuan pills. My core lake is constantly expanding, and my true yuan is increasing. My body seems to be unable to hold on. Looks like I need to find a physical body cultivation technique. Lin Fei thought of an important problem. When he was in seclusion, as his true yuan increased, Lin Fei found that his body was actually showing signs of collapsing. He could not help but be shocked. After thinking about it, he found out that it was because of his true yuan. This problem made Lin Fei pay special attention to it. I wonder if the system has any physical body cultivation techniques for sale. Lin Fei thought for a while, then opened up the leveling system in the system shop. He opened up the martial arts section and focused on searching. If he was in the Xian realm, he could not care less. But after reaching the Xian master realm, Lin Fei realized the importance of the physical body. Fortunately, it was 1,300,000 pure yuan pills. If it was doubled, Lin Fei would probably be in deep trouble. If true yuan was gasoline, then the physical body would be the fuel tank. Right now, Lin Fei's situation was that his true yuan was about to reach its limit. If he continued, the fuel tank would not be able to hold it anymore. At the same time, the fuel tank would explode, and the car would not be able to move. When he saw the physical body cultivation technique on it, Lin Fei could not help but click his tongue. Isn't this too expensive? Panga True Body requires 999,999,999 points. Demon King Body Refinement requires 546,897,545 points. Divine Nine Yang Body requires 456,212 points. There were many physical body cultivation techniques in the system shop, and many of them were out of print. The only problem was that it was expensive. The points on it easily required hundreds of thousands or millions of points. For Lin Fei, who only had slightly more than 10,000 points, it was very stressful. Even the cheapest one required tens of thousands of points. Lin Fei was not interested in a physical body cultivation technique that cost tens of thousands of points. Clearly, it was not of a high grade. Seems like I can only do this for now. I'll try my luck and see if I can find one. For the time being, Lin Fei could only do this. After all, he did not have any points on hand. If he really wanted to buy one, it would cost hundreds of thousands of points. Lin Fei did not like buying one with too many points, and the effects might not be good for his cultivation. The next morning, Lin Fei stood up. He had already made up his mind to familiarize himself with the Great Devastation sword art in the Demonic Beast Mountain range. For this period of time, Lin Fei planned to spend around 10 days. At that time, he would travel around. Half a year was a long time, and it would be even better if he could break through to the profound spirit realm. At that time, he would return to the Divine Martial Sect and participate in the dynasty selection. Only then would he be more confident. That was a place that was truly worth going to. As for breaking through, Lin Fei was not interested in it for the time being. With a core lake that could gather Zhenyuan, as long as Lin Fei's Zhenyuan increased, his strength would also increase. The only important thing was to find a physical body cultivation technique. Everything else was not that important. The Great Devastation sword art is much simpler than the Wind sword art. In terms of power, it is much more terrifying. It is an attack that can destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Once I use this sword art, it will be hard for me to leave a corpse behind. But this is good as well. Chapter 256. The Sword Emperor's Great Destruction sword art is easy, but it's more powerful than I expected. It was also a sword art suitable for the Intent realm, but the Wind sword was much more difficult. It wasn't as powerful as the Metal Intent. The Great Destruction sword art had 3 moves in total. The first move, Destruction. The second move, Destruction. The third move, Great Destruction. The name sounded very powerful, and it was. The Intent realm itself was invincible. Once it was used, it had the power to destroy the world. No one dared to look down on it. Lin Fei didn't have a hard time comprehending its mysteries. With the help of the system, it was much easier. I can't use the last 2 moves for now, but this one is for the Mystic Master realm. The last one is for the Mystic Spirit realm, and the last one is for the Mystic King realm. Sword arts of the Mystic realm had to be in the same realm. If he forced himself to use it, it would have a big impact. Lin Fei didn't dare to cross over. However, this annihilation move was already enough. Even though it was just a casual sword technique, it already had the flavor of a concept. It was just that it wasn't as perfect as this annihilation move. Then let's start. At the same time, outside the Beast Mountain range, the Sword Emperor's inheritance had passed, but there were still many warriors entering the mountain range. Apart from training, it was also to hunt beasts and earn some income. Uncle Tian, are we really going? In the Demonic Beast Forest, the 2 of them flew toward the depths of the Demonic Beast Mountain range. If Lin Fei was here, he would recognize them for sure. They were the elders of the Lin family, also one of the people who had chased after him. Are you scared? Lin Tian's tone was displeased. Lin Yuantian hurriedly said, Why would I be scared? I'm just wondering if Lin Fei's body will always be there. You know that there are many beasts in the mountain range. What if his body gets eaten? Lin Tian retracted his gaze. It doesn't matter. The place where Lin Fei died belongs to the Diamond Divine Apes territory. Even the strongest demonic beasts wouldn't dare enter the Diamond Divine Apes territory. Lin Fei's corpse will definitely be preserved there. Lin Yuantian was indeed worried. He knew how terrifying the Diamond Divine Ape was. Uncle Tian had almost died, so one could imagine how powerful the Diamond Divine Ape was. In fact, Lin Yuantian really wanted to ask. Apart from them, wouldn't anyone else go to Lin Fei's corpse? A middle-grade spiritual treasure. Even he was envious, not to mention a lower-grade spiritual treasure. In addition, Lin Fei's martial arts. That day, Lin Yuantian would never forget it. If not for the fact that he had something to do, he might not have been able to escape from the ferocious attacks. Mystic Adept powerhouses were almost instantly killed. With his mid-stage Mystic Adept strength, he would be smashed into pieces the moment he went up. Lin Yuantian didn't even dare to say these words out loud. This time, if they could really find Lin Fei's corpse, then there would be a lot of benefits. Will those people go as well? Lin Yuantian asked cautiously. They all know how powerful the Diamond Divine Ape is. Unless they want to die, no one will go. Lin Tian said indifferently. Fortunately, our family once obtained a kind of herb that can lure away demonic beasts, especially the Diamond Divine Ape. We just need to buy time. With the remaining aura on the corpse, it should be easy to find that brat Lin Fei's corpse. Lin Yuantian suddenly understood. Finding a corpse in the boundless mountains was no less than looking for a needle in a haystack. After hearing this, he realized that he was far from Uncle Tian's level. As for Lin Tian, his eyes flickered with eagerness. An attack that could self-destruct. An attack that could quickly kill a mystic adept. A middle-grade spiritual treasure and a lower-grade spiritual treasure. No matter which one it was, Lin Tian didn't want to miss it. That was why he took the risk to return to the demonic beast mountain range and find Lin Fei's corpse. Lin Tian already had the strength of a mystic adept. It was already extremely difficult for him to enter the Great Perfection realm. It was impossible for him to advance to the mystic Monarch realm. Having lost the chance to advance, Lin Tian set his sights on increasing his strength. Lin Tian's appearance gave him an opportunity. If he could learn it, with his strength in the late Mystic Adept realm, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become the strongest person below the Mystic Adept realm. In addition, Lin Fei's corpse had left behind the unique aura of the Lin family's runes. As long as he didn't miss this period of time, he would definitely be able to find the corpse. Even if it was just a skeleton, Lin Tian had to find it. No, it's still not right. The metal concept shouldn't be like this. In a forest, there were fallen trees everywhere. It looked like a wasteland. In reality, this was all Lin Fei's doing. Lin Fei seemed to have comprehended the metal concept, but he still needed some time to truly display its might. Just now, I couldn't summon the concept of metal, which was why I failed. This time I won't fail. Lin Fei reflected on himself. Again, Lin Fei's aura was like a sharp sword. Sword chi spread out, and the surrounding grass was reduced to dust by the sword chi. Destruction. As his aura continued to rise, Lin Fei suddenly struck out like a tiger released from its cage. The golden sword radiance contained the aura of destruction, like a red sun. When the metal concept was used, the aura in the surroundings instantly changed. It became violent, dangerous, and destructive. It was as if any existence would be mercilessly crushed by this sword. When this move was used, Lin Fei smiled, knowing that he had succeeded. A sword technique with a concept is indeed exhausting, true Yuan. After using the destruction, there wasn't a single tree in sight. Apart from wood shavings, there was only wood shavings. That was because anything would be destroyed by that sword. No wonder that Sword Sovereign said that he had never been defeated in the profound sovereign realm, after comprehending the metal concept. This attack that contains the metal concept is too terrifying. This was the first time he used destruction. Lin Fei had already experienced how terrifying it was. If the wind concept could come and go without a trace, then the metal concept would be pure destruction. If that was the case, the concept of metal would be pure destruction. Other than dodging, there was no other way to deal with it. The metal concept was indeed the strongest force. Great Destruction Sword Art was indeed a terrifying sword art. Especially when it was infused with the metal concept, it became a sword art with a concept. After using the wind concept, once it was infused with the concept, the sword art would become extremely terrifying. Its might would increase by several folds. The only downside was that it would consume a lot of true yuan. Lin Fei practiced for 3 days straight and only stopped after he had truly grasped the annihilation technique. It's about time to leave. After staying in the demonic beast mountain range for 2 months, it's time for me to experience the other dynasties. Whether it was his sword art or his strength, there was an earth-shattering change compared to a month ago. Lin Fei was suddenly filled with confidence. Even if there were experts outside, he wouldn't feel afraid. But before I leave, there's one thing I need to do. After some hesitation, Lin Fei decided to take the risk. Although this matter was dangerous, the rewards were very generous. Now that my wings of the wind have increased my speed by 50%, even the King Kong divine ape might not be able to catch up to me. A month has passed, and that King Kong divine ape should have calmed down. It's time to go collect those treasures. Last time, a group of mystic experts had chased after him, and many of them had been killed by the King Kong divine ape. Lin Fei had always remembered this and wanted to collect the spoils. This idea was something that most people wouldn't dare to do. After experiencing the terror of the King Kong divine ape once, no one dared to go again unless their strength increased. Lin Fei dared to go because he had confidence. The things left behind by 4 or 5 mystic experts would definitely be good things. For example, there would definitely be spirit treasures. Spirit treasures are valuable. If I sell them, I can exchange them for pure yuan pills. It would be a pity if I didn't try. Mystic experts would at least have a spirit treasure, right? Lin Fei remembered the area of the King Kong divine ape clearly. After opening his wings of the wind, his speed increased by 50%. He was like a black shadow, untraceable, far faster than before. Up ahead is the King Kong divine ape. The night was dark and there was no moon. Lin Fei had set up a few soundproof runes on his body. He could feel a strong energy wave from afar, with a sense of familiarity. No need to guess, it was the King Kong divine ape. Looks like the King Kong divine ape has calmed down. If the King Kong divine ape was roaming around, Lin Fei would be a little worried. Against a mystic expert at mystic level, he didn't have much chance of winning. Even if he did, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to do that. Moreover, fighting with a mystic expert at mystic level might attract the attention of other beasts, and that wouldn't be a good thing. I remember that the first mystic expert to die was in this area. Lin Fei carefully recalled the scene. Just as Lin Fei was recalling, a familiar voice came from not far away. Looking up, he saw a little thing holding a bottle and swallowing the pills inside. Damn, so it's here. Lin Fei quickly flew over and saw many things floating down. As for the corpse, he couldn't find it, but he could still smell a trace of blood. Good boy, you've done something good again. Lin Fei found that he was very lucky with the little thing by his side. The little thing hugged the bottle. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wouldn't steal the pills, but it seemed like he was the bad guy. After looking around, Lin Fei found something left behind by the mystic expert. He was overjoyed. I've come to the right place. Those mystic experts are all scared. A black whip with the power of a spirit treasure. Although it was a low-grade spirit treasure, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. Although the whip was useless, it could at least be exchanged for pure essence pills. Other than the whip, there were also some pure essence pills nearby. Many of them had already been shattered, and the ones that fell to the ground melted into the air. Lin Fei's heart was filled with fear. The Vajra divine ape's terrifying power was like a maniac of destruction. Stay here and don't move. I'll go lure the diamond divine ape out first. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. Facing a diamond divine ape that had once almost killed him, anyone would be cautious. He was no exception. He had to be careful. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lin Tian flew back and quickly left behind a rune's formation. It's out. From afar, they saw the diamond divine ape fly out, looking very anxious. She'll lower your voice. Lin Tian transmitted his voice. I could sense its location from 20 li away, but now that the brat has become a corpse, his aura is very weak. I can sense about 2 or 3 li away. We'll split up and search. Don't worry, the diamond divine ape won't return for an hour. Lin Yuantian was indeed worried about this. As a mystic mid-stage, he wouldn't be able to hold out against the diamond divine ape. It wouldn't return for an hour. Uncle Tian, don't worry. I'm confident I can find a corpse. Lin Yuantian couldn't help but admire Uncle Tian for coming up with such a plan. The two quickly split up. Why did the diamond divine ape go out? It looks like it was in a hurry. When that terrifying aura rushed out, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. He almost thought it was coming for him, until the diamond divine ape flew in the opposite direction. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The little thing came back from outside. After landing on his shoulder, it kept making noises with its mouth in one direction. Is there a corpse? The little thing could teleport in a small area. So Lin Fei arranged for it to search for the corpse of a mystic spirit expert. Who told the little thing to be so smart? Taking advantage of the night, Lin Fei chased after it while the little thing led the way. After coming out of a thicket, Lin Fei frowned again. Why is there someone in the middle of the night? Did someone intentionally lure the diamond divine ape out? After the wings of the wind increased his speed by 50%, Lin Fei moved like the wind. Especially at night, one would only feel the wind blow past, but not the presence of a person. Sneaking around here, could it be that they're also looking for the corpse of a mystic spirit expert? Are they looking for their belongings? Lin Fei was instantly displeased. It wasn't easy for him to lure them over, and he was almost killed by the diamond divine ape. Just as he was about to take advantage of the situation, someone beat him to it. Dream on. Lin Fei's thoughts immediately became unclear. No matter where this person came from, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let them go since they dared to steal something in front of him. First, he used his perception to observe the surroundings. Finding nothing, Lin Fei quietly chased after them. If they weren't strong enough, then he would directly kill them. Lin Tian didn't know that someone was following him and was currently searching the surroundings. Could it be that Lin Fei's corpse was really eaten? Otherwise, how could it be gone? Uncle Tian said that Lin Fei is dead, so he's definitely dead. Could it be that someone got there first? In this area, many places were searched, but there was no corpse to be found. Lin Tian couldn't help but think that this trip was for nothing. There's the smell of a rotten corpse. Lin Tian's face lit up and he rushed into the forest. In the forest there was indeed a corpse. It was highly rotten, but the aura wasn't Lin Fei's. Could it be the corpse of a mystic spirit expert? Chapter 257. Lin Yuantian didn't dare to let his guard down in the Diamond Divine Apes area. As a mystic adept expert, they would always have a special sense for danger. That was why Lin Yuantian felt a trace of danger. He wasn't too sure and subconsciously said that. Lin Yuantian imagined that they would meet the beasts of the mountain range. As long as they weren't in danger, they could be easily killed. Who are you? Lin Yuantian frowned as he stared at the young man. He could sense a familiar aura coming from him, but he just couldn't remember who he was. Lin family. Haven't you been looking for me? Lin Yuantian was shocked. You're Lin Fei? You're not dead? Of course I'm not dead. Why else would I run into you? Lin Fei seemed to understand. You Lin family are shameless. No wonder you did such a thing back then. Lin Yuantian was incomparably shocked. He had heard from Lin Tian that when the Diamond Divine Ape was enraged, several profound spirit experts had died at the hands of the demonic beasts. Why wasn't Lin Fei dead? Lin Yuantian couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand it, but soon, a happy expression appeared on his face and he laughed. Haha. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. I originally wanted to find your corpse, but you ran out yourself, saving me a lot of trouble. Shock and surprise were thrown to the back of his mind. The only thought in Lin Yuantian's mind was to take down Lin Fei and obtain his secrets in sacred art. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Lin Yuantian was no exception. Therefore, Lin Yuantian gave up on the idea of notifying Uncle Tian and took down Lin Fei first. He didn't think about anything else. Lin Fei was chased by a mystic expert. Why did that mystic expert return dejectedly? When one's heart was filled with profit, they wouldn't think about anything else. Lin Yuantian didn't even think about how Lin Fei survived. None of this was important to him. The only thing that mattered was how to take down the other. Swish! The sword was unsheathed and a cold light flashed. Piercing cloud sword. Several rays of cold white light, like the light before dawn, filled the dark night, causing people to subconsciously dodge or choose to close their eyes. Penetrate the clouds, penetrate the clouds, penetrate the clouds, and then penetrate the clouds. Clouds were illusory, and if one wanted to pass through them, one had to have an advantage in speed. At such a close distance, Lin Yuantian could already imagine that the other party would die at his hands. There was no way that the other party would be able to withstand his attacks, especially at night, when the might of his swordsmanship was amplified. Empty? An afterimage? When several sword lights pierced through the other party's body, there was no scene of blood gushing out. It was more like a piece of glass shattering before Lin Yuantian's eyes, turning into nothingness. Too slow. A disdainful voice came from behind. Immediately after, Lin Yuantian turned his head around and saw several red suns appearing in his vision. After that, all that was left was endless darkness, and his body exploded. You're lucky to die under my great annihilation sword art. Lin Yuantian was killed by a sword art infused with the concept of metal, leaving Lin Fei in shock. Indestructible strength, as expected of the concept of metal. That person couldn't even withstand a single move from me and died under my sword. Retracting Windchaser, Lin Fei swiftly recovered from his shock. The rumors of the Sword Emperor back then weren't false, and he had never been defeated before. This kind of killing prowess was simply too terrifying. Since this person is searching for my corpse, there should be someone else nearby. A cold gleam flickered in Lin Fei's eyes. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll wipe you all out. Lin Fei wasn't in a good mood when it came to the Lin family. So what if he killed them? As his strength rose, the fear he had for the Lin family was no longer as strong as before. On the contrary, he had a strong desire to fight, and the mystic adept realm cultivator before him couldn't rouse his desire to fight at all. After tidying up the items on the ground, a cold smile appeared on Lin Yun's face. Where's the corpse? Lin Tian frowned. He suspected that someone might have gotten to it before him. In a short period of time he searched the surroundings, but he couldn't find any traces of the corpse. Based on the location that day, the corpse should be in this area. With his strength in the mystic spirit realm, it wouldn't take long for him to search the surroundings. I wonder how little Yuan is doing. Lin Tian subconsciously checked Lin Yuantian's location, and his face sank. Not good, something happened. Lin Tian couldn't sense Lin Yuantian's aura in his perception, and he flew into a rage. After a brief moment of hesitation, he headed toward the location where he could vaguely sense Lin Yuantian's aura. Could there be someone else here? Given little Yuan's strength, he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Lin Tian couldn't help feeling a dark shadow cast over his heart. At the same time, his greatest worry had come true. Lin Fei's corpse, which he couldn't find, had fallen into the other party's hands. If that was the case, then this trip would be in vain. Lin Tian arrived swiftly, following the remnant aura. He's really dead. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Smelling the scent of blood, he discovered a black silhouette in the forest. Little Yuan. The person he brought was killed right before his eyes. Lin Tian was already enraged, and he wanted to find clues from the corpse. Not good, its clothes. Just as he grabbed it, Lin Tian's heart sank. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. Swish, swish, swish. Wind-like sword chi attacked from the darkness, only exploding when it was right in front of Lin Tian. Even though Lin Tian's reaction was fast and his protective astral chi was quickly broken, his entire body was covered in blood, and he was forced to retreat. The second move had appeared. Whirlwind scattered clouds. The leisurely wind turned into a violent gale, tearing everything apart. It enveloped the other party's body, and the trees behind him instantly collapsed, creating a series of loud noises. Concept of wind, you're Lin Fei. You're not dead. Lin Tian's face darkened, and he nearly jumped up to bite someone. Old thing, as expected of a mystic spirit expert. My concept of wind only injured you. Lin Fei walked out from the darkness, and in his heart, he had underestimated the strength of a mystic spirit expert. Especially when a layer of battle armor appeared on the other party's body, he understood why his earlier attack couldn't kill this old thing. Profound armor. Only mystic spirit experts could condense a profound armor, and profound armor was a level higher than astral chi. The profound armor on the other party's body was pitch black in color, and it covered the upper body. No wonder little Yuan died so quickly, so it was you who killed him. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. Your strength is indeed very strong, but it's a pity that if you want to kill me, you probably can't even break my profound armor. Lin Fei indeed didn't expect that this Lin family expert had already condensed a profound armor. Not all mystic spirit experts could condense a profound armor. Many experts who had advanced to the mystic spirit realm usually needed a long time to condense it, and those who could condense it were usually experts at the perfection realm. It's just a broken armor. I'll soon let you know that in front of my sword it's nothing much. Lin Fei's strength had already greatly improved. Wind chasing. Like wind. After spreading his wind wings, Lin Fei's body was like the wind, and under the cover of the night, it was almost impossible to see his traces. As a mystic spirit expert, after wearing the profound armor, Lin Tian's vital parts were already protected. A long sword appeared in his hand, and with a sweep Zhan Yuan surged out, and sword qi formed a net, blocking in front of the sword qi. At the same time his brows furrowed, and the sword danced in the air, trying to force the other party out. So fast, even faster than last time, I can't even catch a trace of him. The sword qi missed, and he realized that the situation wasn't good. Lin Tian's heart sank. Lin Fei's strength had greatly increased compared to before. With just one move, he could feel that if it was the last time, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge his attack. Old thing, this is your sword skill? I can't see any power from it. Lin Fei laughed heartily in the night. Windstorm. After his strength increased, the windstorm was completely different. Sword qi lotuses covered the sky, covering the entire area, and exploded towards Lin Tian. The power of the Zhan Yuan explosion landed on the profound armor, causing ripples to appear. Facing such a powerful move, Lin Tian's face was as black as coal, and he was actually being suppressed. Damn it, it's only been a month, how can his strength increase so quickly? If it wasn't for me forming the profound armor, wouldn't I be suppressed? How can such a person exist? This is impossible. This was something that Lin Tian couldn't accept. In terms of speed, he couldn't compare to the other party, and he couldn't even catch up to his shadow. In terms of sword skill, the other party had suppressed him to the point where he couldn't even attack. Such a powerful enemy, just a month ago, was forced to escape from his hands, and he had no choice but to use his demonic beast to escape. Lin Fei didn't care what the other party was thinking, and his intent of wind kept blasting out, completely suppressing the other party. Felt too fast. Absolute speed, coupled with absolute swordsmanship, it was this easy to take down a mystic spirit realm master. Old thing, you chased after me last time, it was very satisfying, right? Boom! In the night, a red sun flew out. Intent of metal. This move was fast and urgent. Even if Lin Tian dodged it, there was still a destructive aura left on the profound armor, and at the same time, there were faintly discernible cracks, but they recovered in just a moment. Mistake, I really made a mistake. The intent of wind sword skill already made Lin Tian feel unbearable pain, and with the addition of the intent of metal, there were cracks left on the profound armor. The profound armor was formed from Zhan Yuan, and the consumption of the profound armor was consuming Zhan Yuan at every moment. I can't let this go on. If this goes on, it will be hard to leave this place. Lin Tian kept dodging. As long as I can force Lin Fei out, I will have a chance to make a comeback. Lin Tian regretted not taking the risk to come back last time. At that time it would be easy to take down the other party, and it wouldn't be as troublesome as it was now. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Azure Dragon Capture, get out here. Chapter 258. Use the Lin family's secret technique. With the help of the Wings of Wind, Lin Fei's speed had already surpassed the Profound Spirit Realm. Unless it was a Profound Spirit Realm expert that cultivated speed, they could only eat dust behind him. After Lin Tian executed the Azure Dragon Divine Incantation, he felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him. At the same time, his vision was filled with Azure Dragons. Xiao Chun had heard from his cheap father that when the Azure Dragon capturing technique was cultivated to a certain level, it would be able to capture someone from 1,000 miles away. He was trying to chase them out. Lin family's secret technique. Let me experience it as well. Lin Fei quickly executed Tempest. The sword qi lotuses turned into cages, trapping every Azure Dragon within. Loud rumbling sounds rang out continuously. After experiencing the Sword Sovereign's inheritance, Lin Fei's sword techniques had improved greatly. Furthermore, after comprehending a state, its might was no small matter. You fell for it. Lin Tian laughed sinisterly. An Azure Dragon suddenly appeared behind Lin Fei in the night sky. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Shatter. Lin Fei was very calm, even though he did not know how the other party knew his position. The Azure Dragon actually passed through the golden sun and crashed into Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei actually felt dizzy for a moment. He was startled and his speed slowed down, appearing in the night sky. Haha. Use the Lin family's secret technique. How can someone like you understand it? Lin Tian finally revealed a pleased smile. Azure Dragon Chop. The sword's momentum changed. 5 Azure Dragons split into left, right, top and bottom, attacking Lin Fei. This was Lin Tian's plan. After practicing the Azure Dragon capturing technique to great perfection, it would cause a certain degree of dizziness when executed. The effect would not be long, just a few breaths. To an expert, this was already enough. Lin Tian executed the killing move of the Azure Dragon Divine Incantation, preparing to kill Lin Fei. These people should not appear on the continent. If it was a one-on-one fight, they would definitely be killed. Was it funny? Lin Tian didn't find it funny at all. Instead, he felt a sense of helplessness. Where did such a person come from? Perhaps even that genius from the Lin family might not be a match for him. With 1 state of wind and 1 state of metal, he was already a monstrous genius. Total annihilation. When the 72 swords appeared, a terrifying aura locked onto Lin Tian. He, who had never sensed danger before, finally sensed danger. The 72 swords turned into a huge circular sword formation that smashed the Azure Dragon into smithereens. Then they continued to descend at a speed that was impossible to block, much less detect. Boom! The armor in front of Lin Tian's chest shattered, and the long sword completely landed on his body. A huge hole was opened up in his chest, and his entire body flew out, crashing into a towering tree. Teleportation symbol. Lin Tian staggered to his feet and fished out a teleportation talisman that emitted a yellow glow. That sword attack just now had already made him understand how dangerous death was. Azure Dragon Capture. A faint dragon cry rang out, and an Azure Dragon flew out from the void, directly biting onto Lin Tian's body. The teleportation talisman was also shattered, and Lin Fei immediately appeared in front of Lin Tian. The sword chi was like a knife, instantly piercing into Lin Tian's body, crippling his dantian and removing all his true yuan. You! How do you know my family's secret technique? Lin Tian instantly aged by dozens of years like an old man over 100 years old. Martial artists could have a lifespan of hundreds, or even thousands of years depending on their strength. After the true yuan in their dantian was crippled, it was equivalent to losing the support of their strength. Their vitality would also undergo a huge change. Lin Tian was like this now. Profound spirit experts had a lifespan of 300 years. After losing it, Lin Tian had actually become an old man. At most, his physical strength would be slightly better, and he would be slightly stronger. Lin Fei landed on the ground and grabbed Lin Tian's sword with one hand. Good heavens, that was a high-grade spirit treasure. After nailing Lin Tian to the tree with one sword, Lin Tian's originally unclear thoughts were instantly cleared up. Are you very surprised? Very shocked? Lin Fei had indeed underestimated a profound spirit expert, especially that sword technique that contained the might of the Azure Dragon. If his sword technique had not improved, he might have really been in trouble. Of course, to Lin Fei, it would only be slightly troublesome. The rest was really nothing. Lin Tian suddenly said, "You are a descendant of the Lin family that was chased out." All this while, Lin Tian had never thought of this question. However, when he saw Xiao Chan use the Azure Dragon capturing technique, he suddenly recalled something. And this fellow seemed to have something to do with what happened back then. Lin Fei was not surprised. He smiled and said, "You guessed correctly. Unfortunately, there is no reward. You should be glad that you died at my hands. You will not be at a disadvantage in the future." Lin Tian smiled bitterly. To think that the branch that was chased out back then actually produced a genius like you. It seems like this is all fate. Lin Fei had a playful smile on his face. So you also know what happened back then. Then it seems that your Lin family believed that such a day would appear. The only thing you did not expect was that this day would appear in advance, right? Lin Tian indeed did not expect that such a day would come. The branch that was chased out of the Lin family would produce such a genius. Lin Wufa was the strongest among his generation, but in front of this Lin Fei, he was obviously not enough. At this time, Lin Tian no longer thought about it. It was not a good thing that the Lin family would have such an opponent in the future. He regretted not discovering it earlier. Indeed, I did not expect it. Lin Tian suddenly grinned. However, I will bring you to hell with me. A huge amount of true yuan instantly exploded. At the moment of death, one could still see the evil smile in Lin Tian's eyes. With a loud boom, Lin Fei exploded. The scene was razed to the ground, and flames soared to the sky. Strong cultivators from the Lin family cannot be underestimated. So there is actually a move that can condense true yuan and self-destruct. In the forest, Lin Fei's figure walked out, a strange smile on his face. At the same time, he was even more cautious in his heart. Strengthening a doppelganger technique was indeed the wisest choice. Just now, it was not Lin Fei's real body that had been in front, but a doppelganger. It contained 1/3 of his strength. Even if it was blown to death, there was nothing to worry about. Lin Tian had gone to great lengths to self-destruct, and it was only to destroy Lin Fei. Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Fei had a doppelganger beside him. If he knew that it was a doppelganger that had died, who knew what he would have done? Luckily, Lin Fei had destroyed his dantian in advance, and his true yuan was only 1/3 of his peak strength. The power of the self-destruct was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Lin Fei had kept an eye on it. This old thing is really decisive. I almost failed miserably at such a simple task. Lin Fei started to search the surroundings. When he self-destructed, there were still some things left behind, such as superior-grade spirit treasures. From the looks of it, they were much weaker, which made Lin Fei feel a heartache. Damn it! Aside from superior-grade spirit treasures, everything else was probably blown to smithereens. You bastard, at least leave something for me. Lin Fei cursed and turned to leave. However, he had only taken a few steps when a shiny golden paper appeared on the grass. It can't be something good, right? His doppelganger was blown to death, and most of the other things were destroyed. In Lin Fei's words, this thing was like a miniature bomb. For something to remain in such a situation, it had to be something good. Azure Dragon True Body? Unexpectedly, the thing on the golden paper was not something ordinary. Instead, it was a cultivation method. Lin Fei immediately looked at it and could not help but frown. Why does this old thing have the Azure Dragon True Body? From the looks of it, the Azure Dragon True Body is very powerful. However, why did this fellow not succeed in practicing it? Little did he know that this Azure Dragon True Body was something that Lin Fei had obtained only recently. He did not have the time to practice it. If he succeeded in practicing it, it would be impossible for Lin Fei to kill him so easily. Unfortunately, this is only the first layer. On the golden paper, the Azure Dragon True Body was only the first layer. From the description, this was a body tempering cultivation technique. This Azure Dragon True Body had a total of 10 layers. Once it was practiced to great perfection, it would transform into an Azure Dragon. Lin Fei opened the system and started to investigate. Azure Dragon True Body incomplete. Cultivation star 4 stars. There is a chance to reach 5 stars. It was a simple evaluation, but Lin Fei could not help but be stunned. This works too. He immediately opened the shop and looked at the body tempering cultivation techniques. Soon Lin Fei revealed an excited expression. The Upper Lin family actually has such a body tempering cultivation technique. A 4-star body tempering cultivation technique would cost at least 10 million points in the shop. What exactly is the origin of this Upper Lin family? Lin Fei was shocked. A 4-star body could be promoted to 5-star body. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to be shocked. Furthermore, this Azure Dragon True Body was definitely not an ordinary martial technique. Since this old fogey brought the Azure Dragon True Body, it just so happens that I need a body tempering cultivation technique. Furthermore, it can be promoted to 5-star body tempering cultivation technique. It would be a pity if I don't cultivate it. This will save me a lot of time and I won't have to search everywhere. If a body tempering cultivation technique could be promoted to 5-star body, Lin Fei would not miss it. 5-star body tempering cultivation technique was the highest level. According to Heaven, Earth, Mystic and Yellow, Lin Fei suspected that this 4-star Azure Dragon True Body tempering cultivation technique was an Earth-ranked martial technique. Lin Fei still wanted to know the answer. If the Azure Dragon True Body was in the Upper Lin family, how many layers were there? This was a crucial question. From the material of the golden paper, Lin Fei could guess that this azure dragon true body was definitely not an ordinary item. Since this old fogey could cultivate it, his status in the upper Lin family should not be low. In reality, Lin Tian's status was not low. He was an elder in the Lin family, and one with a lot of authority. Otherwise, he would not have the qualifications to cultivate the azure dragon true body. His luck was bad. It was not easy for him to exchange for it, but in the end it benefited Lin Fei. Roar! Just as Lin Fei was guessing, a loud roar came from afar. Rumble! The speed was astonishing. Before Lin Fei could react, a black shadow came crashing down. The ground trembled, and the surroundings were forcefully cleared. Golden fur appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. It was very eye-catching in the night. King Kong Divine Ape. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. How did he run into the King Kong Divine Ape? Thinking about it carefully, it must have been the old fogey who lured them away. Then there was a huge battle here and there was a burst of quintessence. Naturally, the King Kong Divine Ape was lured over. Chapter 259. Lin Fei could tell from the ape's furious eyes that it held a grudge. As for how this guy found him, Lin Fei thought it was because the ape recognized him. It should be easy for a peak cryptic beast to remember an aura, right? For the ape to appear here, it was easy to imagine how much of a grudge it held. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Fei's heart sank. The ape's killing intent was locked onto him. As long as he turned around, this guy would definitely send him flying. The ape held a thick black staff in its hand, shining brightly. There was no need to think too much to know what was going on. This diamond divine ape had come to seek revenge. Total annihilation. 72 swords flew out from behind him and slammed into the ape. Facing a beast that even peak cryptic beast cultivators had to be careful with, Lin Fei naturally had to be vigilant. He had to strike first and gain the upper hand. Boom! Even though he had used it once before, it was still relatively easy for Lin Fei to use it a second time. Roar! The two weren't far apart, and Lin Fei could clearly sense the aura of a powerful beast. It was in a state of rage. What mystic spirit great circle? In front of the Vajra divine ape, it was simply too weak. It could kill human martial artists with ease. This total annihilation struck the diamond divine ape's chest like a bolt of lightning. A powerful wave of air blasted out, and Lin Fei had already appeared more than 10 zhang away. A waterfire lotus appeared in front of him. Facing this ape, he didn't dare to underestimate it. Last time, he had almost been beaten to death by a staff. Lin Fei still had lingering fears, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. It should be heavily injured now, right? Lin Fei guessed. 72 swords, a high-grade mortal weapon, should be able to injure the ape? Roar! All of a sudden, a black shadow came crashing over amidst the shockwaves. A strong wind whistled past. Damn, it's this move again. Lin Fei's hair stood on end. This was too fast. Waterfire Lotus. However, that black shadow was even faster. Accompanied by Kacha sounds, it directly shattered the Waterfire Lotus and smashed onto Lin Fei's body, sending him flying. Pooh! As it turned out, this black shadow was the Diamond Divine Ape's iron rod. Roar! The adamantine divine ape emerged from the blast, its eyes bloodshot. Other than the bloody wound on its chest, it had no other injuries. After letting out a mighty roar, it leaped forward, grabbed the iron staff and leaped over Lin Fei, smashing the staff down again. Damn, isn't he too strong? Lin Fei couldn't help but curse out loud. A demonic beast at the great circle of the cryptic level was simply too powerful. His 72 swords had unleashed total annihilation, but it had only caused the Diamond Divine Ape a minor injury? Needless to say, this was a huge blow. Lin Fei had thought that since he could heavily injure the old thing with a single sword strike, the Great Circle Adamantine Divine Ape shouldn't be too far off. But after testing it out, he realized that a Great Circle Cryptic Demonic Beast was truly powerful. Boom! Lin Fei's Waterfire Lotus flew away at the same time, narrowly dodging this attack. The original position was smashed into a huge crater. Violent. Truly violent. With such a powerful attack, Lin Fei finally understood why those cryptic experts couldn't even withstand a single strike from the Diamond Divine Ape. They had no choice but to die from such an overbearing attack. Doppelganger art. Lin Fei's wings of the wind increased his speed by 50%. But he still wasn't confident that he could escape from the adamantine divine ape. This adamantine divine ape was just as fast, not inferior to him in the slightest. Tonight he had to go all out. He had no choice but to go all out. If he did, there was still a chance of survival. Damn it, I just killed a few of your clansmen. Why do you have to keep targeting me? Lin Fei was depressed, especially after being targeted by a powerful adamantine divine ape. More importantly, its attacks were extremely violent. Even with the protection of the waterfire lotus, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He wouldn't forget the lesson from last time. Taking it head-on wouldn't work. Doppelganger art. Lin Fei didn't hold back. A black-robed doppelganger appeared beside him. The two quickly separated, one in front and one behind. Now there's two of us against one. Let's see how you deal with this. Lin Fei was also enraged. Tempest. Lin Fei's Windchaser moved, and he quickly used Tempest. The sword lotus condensed into one, rushing at the adamantine divine ape in order to exhaust it. The other doppelganger appeared behind the adamantine divine ape, also holding a long sword. It was Lin Tian's superior grade spirit treasure from before. The spirit treasure's power was reduced, and its power was similar to that of a middle grade spirit treasure. The doppelganger also used a sword lotus, but it was golden in color. A sword lotus condensed from the concept of metal. Pincer attack. Rumble rumble. The adamantine divine ape was clearly caught off guard by Lin Fei's attacks. Both were intent attacks, and the explosive power caused the adamantine divine ape to roar madly. Roar! The adamantine divine ape's body was covered in blood and wounds. Suddenly, its furious eyes fell on the doppelganger, and it charged forward, smashing down with its staff. Damn it! Lin Fei hadn't expected the adamantine divine ape to be so smart. It knew to attack the doppelganger first. If it lost two doppelgangers in one night, its strength would be greatly reduced. Bang bang bang. With a swing of his staff, the void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The doppelganger dodged quickly. Although it wasn't as fast as Lin Fei's main body, it was still in a dangerous situation. If this continued, it would be easy to kill it. The doppelganger's strength was only at the peak Arcanist realm. It hadn't even reached the Mystic Adept realm yet, but it was still so terrifying because it had inherited the concept of metal. Waterflame Lotus. A giant lotus flower appeared beneath the diamond divine ape. The lifelike lotus flower enveloped the diamond divine ape, trapping it within. Total annihilation. Annihilation. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't give up on such a short opportunity. He directly used total annihilation. Lin Fei wouldn't even frown if he used his concept of wind and concept of metal against ordinary profound spirit experts. But against this terrifying adamantine divine ape, it was a completely different story. An intense sword technique could only injure the adamantine divine ape, but it couldn't kill it. Its defense was too strong. If Lin Fei wanted to truly break through its defense, he could only use total annihilation. Anything else would be useless. Whoosh! The 72 swords once more formed a sword formation, merging into a giant sword that smashed into the adamantine divine ape's chest, causing blood to fly everywhere. Roar! The adamantine divine ape swung its staff at the 72 swords. It knew how dangerous these swords were, so how could Lin Fei allow it to destroy them? The doppelganger unleashed one golden sun after another, bombarding the adamantine divine ape's body in an attempt to draw its attention. How powerful! After two total annihilation attacks, the adamantine divine ape still maintained its combat strength. Aside from the large wound on its chest, it was obvious that it had been inflicted by a sword. Clang clang clang. The enraged adamantine divine ape actually broke through the restrictions of space and appeared directly in front of Lin Fei, its black staff smashing down. Even though Lin Fei had 10,000 gene of divine strength, the adamantine divine ape's attack still caused him to feel pain in his palm. His sword felt like it was about to fly out of his hand. Just how strong is this adamantine divine ape? If this continues, things won't be good. One main body, one avatar. With the two of them attacking together, even a true peak profound spirit expert would have a headache. But facing a peak profound spirit demonic beast, he couldn't help but feel helpless. It looks like I can only use this move. After using total annihilation 3 times, his spiritual energy had been greatly depleted. He was almost at his limit. After all, with 72 swords, the pressure on Lin Fei wasn't small. I don't believe that I can't kill you this time. Dealing with the adamantine divine ape for so long was unprecedented. Of course, with the strength of a mystic adept, fighting against a mystic spirit great perfection diamond divine ape was also something that had never happened before. If this diamond divine ape knew a rank staff technique, the current Lin Fei might not be able to withstand it. Water flame lotus explode. Total annihilation wouldn't work, so the only thing Lin Fei had was the water flame lotus with the terrifying explosive power of true essence. 20% true essence. This time, the water flame lotus was suppressed by Lin Fei with all his might. It wasn't as big as before, but it continued to shrink. When it was almost the size of a basketball, Lin Fei's face paled. He had reached his limit. In its rage, the adamantine divine ape didn't know the power contained in this lotus. A huge wave of air rose, as if it wanted to overturn the sky. At close range, Lin Fei was also sent flying by the explosion of true essence. If not for his speed, he would have been severely injured even if he didn't die. Cough cough. Lin Fei crawled out of the bushes, looking battered and exhausted, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Damn, it hurts. I don't believe that I can't succeed this time, Lin Fei said to himself as he wiped away the blood. His clone also returned to his side. From the looks of it, the explosion just now had affected it quite a bit, and its aura was much weaker. If the water flame lotus explosion couldn't seriously injure the adamantine divine ape, then Lin Fei really would have turned around and left. He couldn't continue fighting, or else it would be a waste of time. The wave of air dissipated. The forest below him was almost razed to the ground. The 3-meter-tall adamantine divine ape fell into a huge pit, and it seemed to be heavily injured. Seeing that the adamantine divine ape didn't move, Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally succeeded. The adamantine divine ape was truly too difficult to deal with. All his true essence had been consumed, no less than 40%. What did 40% mean? Even heavily injuring that old bastard Lin Tian didn't require this much true essence. His only worry was that the adamantine divine ape's counterattack would be fierce, but now he could relax. Encountering such a troublesome demonic beast was truly a headache. As soon as Lin Fei relaxed, the adamantine divine ape that was originally in the pit suddenly leapt out. With lightning speed, it swiped its claws at Lin Fei's head. Danger! Absolute danger! Total annihilation! 72 swords once again flew out from behind him, all of them stabbing into the adamantine divine ape's body. The tremendous impact sent the adamantine divine ape flying, once again creating a giant pit. Lin Fei's body swayed. At the same time, he touched his face and blood flowed down. In this moment of danger, Lin Fei once again used total annihilation, heavily injuring the adamantine divine ape. The only thing he didn't expect was that this adamantine divine ape was so intelligent that it knew how to deal a fatal blow when he was relaxed. Just a little bit more. Even so, Lin Fei's face was still covered in several wounds. Blood flowed down from the wounds, making him look particularly hideous. That was really dangerous. I almost died. Thinking back to the previous scene, Lin Fei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. After using total annihilation 4 times, he finally sat down and panted heavily. As for the area in front of them, it had long since been leveled, forcefully destroyed. After a while, Lin Fei recovered quite a bit of strength. He sent his clone over to check and confirmed that the adamantine divine ape was indeed injured to the point where it couldn't move. We're finally safe. Against a physical adamantine divine ape, it had taken so much effort. It was no wonder that a Mystic King expert would die in the demonic beast mountain range. Demonic beasts were too strong. In terms of defense, it was already quite frightening. Whether it was the concept of metal or the concept of wind, they were both sword arts with a concept. They didn't have much effect on the adamantine divine ape. Many cultivators would be dumbfounded by its powerful defense. How could they continue fighting? In terms of power, it was even more terrifying. Just his divine power alone was truly frightening. If one's physical body was weak, just like a mystic spirit realm cultivator, even if their physical body was not weak, they would still not be able to withstand such a powerful attack and would be blasted into pieces. Walking to the side of the pit, the adamantine divine ape's eyes were bloodshot. It struggled to get up, treating Lin Fei as its mortal enemy. "Why do you have to do this?" Lin Fei said softly. If the adamantine divine ape hadn't come for him, he wouldn't have provoked it even if he was beaten to death. Such a powerful demonic beast was not to be trifled with. Just a little bit more. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in a mystic spirit perfect stage demonic beast. With such a mature demonic beast, it was impossible to bring it back. Just as Lin Fei killed the adamantine divine ape, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! A weak demonic beast has been discovered. Player Lin Fei wishes to capture it as a pet demonic beast? If so, 5,000 points will be deducted. Pet system? Seeing the system's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but look at the adamantine divine ape on the ground. Exchanging 5,000 points for a Mystic King demonic beast seems like a good deal. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to capture it. Instead, he opened the system to investigate. 5,000 points wasn't a small amount. Spending it would be painful. Adamantine divine ape, mutated demonic beast, mystic spirit perfect stage strength, extraordinary strength shocking defense, growth attribute, 90%. Note: there is a chance to awaken its bloodline. Chapter 260. A pet demonic beast. How tempting. Back when he was playing games, Lin Fei loved to capture all kinds of pets from the game. He never got tired of it. There were many times when he didn't sleep for a day and night just to capture a talented pet. A King Kong divine ape with a growth type of 90%. This is a good thing. If I train it well, it will become a helper in the future. 5,000 points. Lin Fei's heart ached. A King Kong divine ape with battle strength at the mystic Monarch realm. No one could resist such a temptation. Even Lin Fei himself was tempted. More importantly, this King Kong divine ape was not an ordinary demonic beast. It was a mutated demonic beast with a chance to unlock its bloodline. As for what bloodline it was, Lin Fei didn't know. The King Kong divine ape was so powerful. If its bloodline was unlocked, it would be even more terrifying. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fei decided to accept this demonic beast as a helper. The next time he encountered a mutated demonic beast, it might not be so easy. Doppelganger was useful, but it was not enough in terms of attack power. Unless the main body's strength increased, the doppelganger would have true battle strength. A demonic beast like the King Kong divine ape, especially a mutated demonic beast, would definitely be a terrifying existence. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining your first pet. Successfully spent 5,000 points. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for unlocking the pet system and opening the pet shop. Please purchase pet equipment for your pet. Spending 5,000 points, Lin Fei's heart ached. The King Kong divine ape that was originally in the pit disappeared. After opening the pet system, he found that the King Kong divine ape was in a space that came with the pet system. So this is the pet space. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the King Kong divine ape's injuries were recovering. It seemed that it would recover 70 to 80% in a day. Even if it couldn't recover to its full strength, it would at least recover 70 to 80%. That shouldn't be a problem. He opened the pet shop. Seeing the items in the pet shop, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The items were just as he had imagined. They were all tools that pets needed. Looks like I've encountered something good this time. Power type armor, 10,000 points. Defensive armor, 20,000 points. The shop was full of things that Lin Fei was familiar with but not familiar with, such as pet battle props. Fortunately, the price was not very high, not as high as the previous shop. The items inside were extremely expensive, and far less expensive than the items in the pet shop. If the adamantine divine ape were to wear defensive armor, coupled with strength type items, just how powerful would it be? Lin Fei couldn't help but daydream. He had gained a lot from this trip. After subduing the Diamond Divine Ape, Lin Fei didn't stop. Because the Diamond Divine Ape's aura had disappeared, the Diamond Divine Ape seemed to have lost control and was rushing towards him. A variant Diamond Divine Ape at Mystic Spirit Great Circle already possessed such terrifying strength. Lin Fei did not dare to stay any longer. After leaving this area, Lin Fei found a safe place and prepared to recover from his injuries. As for finding the Mystic Spirit Realm Master's body, that would be postponed for the time being. Meanwhile, Unfalling Empire, Imperial Capital. In the Upper Lin family, a middle-aged man rushed into a room. Clan leader, something happened. Elder Lin Tian and Deacon Lin Yuantian's soul orbs were shattered not long ago. The middle-aged man was in charge of soul orbs, and soul orbs were formed using a special method by the Upper Lin family. When someone died, they would be notified immediately. Those who were qualified to leave their soul orbs in the soul orb room were all core members of the Upper Lin family. The death of an elder and a deacon was not a small matter. The disciple in charge of the Lin family did not dare to stay any longer and immediately ran to report the situation. Lin Tian is dead? Are you sure? In the room, two people were sitting face to face. The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in sweat. Clan leader. These are Elder Lin Tian and Deacon Lin Yuantian's soul orbs. The two fist-sized soul orbs were like glass crystals, crystal clear. It was a pity that they had been split into two, and a trace of their souls had dissipated into the air. Elder Lin Tian is actually dead. Lin Fan was a middle-aged man with a gloomy appearance. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, and it was clear that he was also shocked. You go out first. The middle-aged man left the soul orbs and immediately left. Elder Fan, what did you see? Sitting opposite him was the current clan leader of the Lin family, Lin Zhongwu. He had been in this position for a full 100 years. Even after hearing the news of an elder's death, he did not change much. In terms of calmness, Elder Lin Fan could not compare. Lin Fan said, I know Lin Tian's strength. Although he has not reached mystic full cultivation, he has already formed a mystic armor. Unless a mystic full cultivation expert makes a move, no one would be able to kill him. And Lin Tian is not the kind of person who would go looking for trouble. There must be something strange about this. Lin Zhongwu said. Continue. Lin Fan said. I heard that they went to the demonic beast mountain range to obtain the Sword Emperor's legacy, but it was snatched away by an outsider. That kid, Lin Wufa, seems to have suffered a huge blow when he returned, and is now in seclusion. If I'm not wrong, something must have happened to Lin Tian in the demonic beast mountain range. Lin Zhongwu stood up and said calmly, Lin Tian is dead. Go and comfort Lin Tian's family. As for who did it, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and find out what happened. It seems like the Lin family has been quiet for a long time, and everyone has forgotten about the existence of the Lin family. Lin Fan knew that the clan leader was angry. They had been living in peace for too long. Now that someone dared to challenge the authority of the Lin family, the wisest choice was to drag the culprit out and deal a heavy blow. Pass down the order that no one is allowed to disturb Wu Wu for a period of time. Lin Zhongwu said. Wu Wu, everything has been smooth sailing. I heard that a genius has appeared in the demonic beast mountain range this time. Wu Wu should feel pressured. If he can break through to the mystic level within half a year, our Lin family will welcome a new peak in this dynasty war. Outside the demonic beast mountain range on this day, a young man dressed in black walked out from the mountain range. The strangest thing was that on this young man's shoulder was a giant lizard, and on the other shoulder was a golden monkey. The person who came out was Lin Fei, who had been in the demonic beast mountain range for almost 2 months. The azure dragon true body is really not easy to cultivate. Fortunately, this body has a bloodline. Otherwise, I can only give up. After all, this is a 4-star body tempering cultivation technique. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. Originally, he had come out of the demonic beast mountain range a long time ago. In the end, he spent a lot of time cultivating the azure dragon true body. He only chose to leave the demonic beast mountain range after he successfully cultivated the first layer. This azure dragon true body is indeed monstrous. I have only cultivated it to the first layer. Although I can only condense azure dragon scales in a few places when it comes to defense, it seems to be even stronger than the waterfire lotus. If I can cultivate the azure dragon true body to the 3rd layer, I should be able to condense a true set of scales. Lin Fei could not help but look forward to the next few layers. This was the benefit on the surface. After cultivating the azure dragon true body, the greatest benefit was that the drawbacks of the physical body had almost all disappeared. At the very least, at the Mystic Master level, Lin Fei could absorb pure essence pills to his heart's content. He did not have to worry about reaching his limit. After leaving the demonic beast mountain range, Lin Fei controlled his speed. This direction should lead me to the Tianhai dynasty. After entering the official road, Lin Fei slowed down his pace. After leaving the demonic beast mountain range, Lin Fei decided to go to the Tianhai dynasty to take a look. It was a good opportunity to settle the matter that martial uncle Zhang Wen had instructed him to do. Lin Fei thanked him for his kindness. Aside from this reason, Lin Fei had another thing to do. He had to find the Li clan to vent his anger. Among the profound spirit experts that chased after him, Lin Fei clearly remembered that there was a profound spirit expert from the Li clan. That aura was very similar, so there could not be any accidents. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who liked to take revenge 10 years later. Revenge was only a matter of time. Especially now that he had the help of guardian deity, Lin Fei was very confident. He wanted to vent his anger. Hence, these two matters were logical, and he made a trip to the Tianhai dynasty. Guardian deity was the guardian deity ape. After being taken in as a pet by the system, it had actually unlocked intelligence and gained a certain level of intelligence. As for why it was named, Lin Fei was a bit of a prank. He recalled a movie he had seen in the past. For the woman you like, you can hit an airplane. F***ck, what should I do next? I can't just pick one randomly, can I? When he came to a fork in the road, Lin Fei could not help but be dumbfounded. What should he do next? He regretted not bringing a map of the Tianhai dynasty with him. With Lin Fei's current strength, he did not have to worry about taking the wrong path. Lin Fei was a lazy person and did not like to run back and forth. Moreover, the Tianhai dynasty was not small. If he took the wrong path, he did not know when he would reach the Tianhai dynasty's capital. Clang clang clang. At the end of the official road, a large convoy suddenly appeared. It seemed to be carrying a lot of goods, especially the demonic beasts at the front. They were all ranked 9 demonic beasts. Even though they had not entered the profound realm, using ranked 9 demonic beasts to transport goods was not a simple matter. I wonder where this convoy is going. If it's going to the Tianhai dynasty's capital, it'll be along the way. It'll save me the trouble of searching everywhere. An idea suddenly came to Lin Fei and he said to Guardian Deity, "Release some of your aura." In view of Lin Fei's tyranny, Guardian Deity did not dare to disobey. A trace of Guardian Deity's aura was extremely terrifying, especially when it was directed at the demonic beasts. Unless it was a profound king expert, most people would not be able to sense it. As expected, the rank 9 demonic beasts in the convoy were all lying on the ground, trembling in fear. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? Come down and see what's going on. Someone immediately came down from the convoy and saw the condition of the rank 9 demonic beasts. No matter what method was used, they could not make the demonic beasts stand up. This gave them a headache. If the demonic beasts did not leave, the entire convoy would be crippled. They could not possibly purchase a new batch of demonic beasts to pull the carriages. Chapter 261. P.S. Thank you to Zero Win Friend Zero for your tip, and to Ruffled Ambiguous Little You for her monthly vote. As night fell, the bonfire was burning brightly, illuminating the night. The entire convoy stopped to rest in a forest near the official road. Some were busy setting up tents, some were busy gathering firewood to cook. Everyone was busy in an orderly manner, looking very comfortable. That beast tamer actually went out tonight. That person is quite strange. He rarely gets off the carriage. In the past few days, he hasn't gotten off the carriage at all. I really don't know what he is doing. Of course, strange people have strange ways of doing things. If it wasn't for that beast tamer's help, who knows where we would be now? I like to hear that. Our young miss is kind enough to let that brat get on the carriage. The surrounding servants gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing in low voices. Especially when the young miss was mentioned, all of them had a look of admiration. Beside the forest, the convoy was in a circle, carrying large and small goods. It was the most common convoy in the Sky Sea dynasty. "Little Min, is that Master Shuangmu still in the carriage?" A soft voice came from a unique carriage. Outside the carriage, a girl in red opened the curtain and climbed up nimbly. "I think I saw him get off the carriage just now. I don't know where he went." Little Min in red chattered. "I think that brat is not that powerful. No matter how I look at it, it feels like he is lying." "Little Min, you are talking nonsense again. In the carriage, a girl in white sat. Her eyes were like autumn water and her brows were like willow leaves. She gave off a peaceful feeling. Master Shuangmu has helped us a lot. If you dare to talk nonsense in the future, I will marry you off. Little Min realized that she had said something wrong. She pouted and said pitifully, "Young miss, I said something wrong. This servant will go and see if Master Shuangmu is back." When Rushua shook her head, "This little girl." Who was Master Shuangmu? He was Lin Fei, the one who had played a trick. He wanted to try his luck. That day, his luck was good, and he met a convoy heading to the Sky Sea Dynasty's imperial capital. After curing the demon beast, he made up an excuse to join the convoy and go to the Sky Sea Dynasty's imperial capital for free. "I've rested for a few days. Let's have a good meal tonight." Lin Fei returned from the outside with a low-level rabbit demon in his hand. It was similar to the wild rabbits on Earth, but it was much larger in size. When he held it in his hand, it weighed no less than 50 kilograms. Returning to the forest, Lin Fei quickly cleaned up the rabbit demons. At the same time, he found a large pile of dry firewood and roasted it on the fire. Lin Fei was very good at barbecuing. As the rabbit demon was constantly being rotated, its color gradually changed. Soon, its color turned from tender yellow to golden yellow. Lin Fei took out a knife and cut a hole in the rabbit demon's body. At the same time, he took out the seasonings he found in the Demon Beast Mountain range and sprinkled them on. Sizzle, sizzle. As the golden yellow meat oil dripped down, the firewood below shot up. "I can eat to my heart's content this time." The little thing at the side was also drooling. It looked like it couldn't wait to take a bite. As for the other King Kong, it was also very excited at this time. It was no different from dancing. "It smells so good." Soon, the people in the camp smelled the fragrance. The people who were making dinner subconsciously sniffed because the smell was too fragrant. They couldn't help but want to take a bite. When they saw that it was Master Shuangmu who was barbecuing, they helplessly suppressed the desire in their hearts. When they looked at the things they were burning, they immediately lost their appetite. They hated that they didn't have the skills of the other party. "Master Shuangmu, I didn't expect that you not only know how to deal with monsters, but also know how to barbecue. Your skills are really good." While Lin Fei was focused on barbecuing, a person walked over from the side. Hearing this voice, he didn't raise his head and focused on staring, because from the beginning he didn't like this person called Lei Wei. As for not liking him, there was no reason at all. Lin Fei was such a person. If he didn't like him, he didn't like him. His impression of him was very bad. Lei Wei had a gloomy aura on him. Since he continuously comprehended the wind and metal concepts, Lin Fei liked freedom more and more. It seemed that that was his true self. On Earth, he had to be busy every day. There was a mountain pressing down on his head all the time. It was suffocating. Life was very tiring and depressing. After being reborn in the mysterious heavenly continent, Lin Fei gradually let go of himself. He had a hot-blooded impulse to walk the martial world with his sword. Perhaps this was a man's dream. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his life now. He didn't need to flatter others. He didn't need to act according to others' wishes. He didn't need to worry about his life. He didn't need to worry about time. He was carefree. Mystic cultivators had a lifespan of 200 years. Mystic cultivators had a lifespan of 300 years. Every martial artist didn't need to worry about time. Lin Fei was still barbecuing the meat, ignoring Lei Wei. Lei Wei, who was beside him, had already shown his displeasure. If it wasn't for others being here, he would definitely teach this kid a lesson. A mere monster beast master was really not worthy of Lei Wei's attention. "Kid, I'm giving you face by calling you Master Shuangmu. Don't think that being a monster beast master is a great job." Lei Wei's face darkened. "I'm giving you face by barbecuing the meat. As long as I'm happy, I'll arrange a good position for you in the capital. It's just a matter of a word." Lei Wei had indeed taken a fancy to the fragrant barbecued meat. He thought that once he asked, the kid would definitely send the meat over and curry favor with him. Fortunately, he could find a good job in the capital. When the time came, he could make Miss One happy. That would be just a matter of a word. Unexpectedly, this kid didn't know what was good for him. Lin Fei didn't even look at him. "If you want to eat it, just find someone to cook it for you." I don't even have enough barbecued meat for myself. Lei Wei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If I could cook it, why would I come to you? How much is the barbecued meat? I'll buy it. That should be enough, right? Lei Wei said. 10 low-grade mystic spirit stones should be enough, right? 10 low-grade mystic spirit stones for barbecued meat. Anyone who heard that would immediately sell the meat. It wasn't easy to find such a rich man. Lin Fei shook his head. Not selling. 50 low-grade mystic spirit stones. Lei Wei said again. Not selling. Lei Wei said fiercely. 100 low-grade mystic spirit stones. Lin Fei turned around. I said I'm not selling. If you really want to buy it, bring me 100,000 low-grade mystic spirit stones. Otherwise, scram as far as you can. Don't hinder me from barbecuing. Lei Wang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. A normal beast tamer dared to talk back to him. He wanted to slap this guy to death. He kept telling himself, don't be angry, don't be angry. A bastard isn't worth getting angry over. You've got guts. Let's wait and see. Lei Wei left in a huff. Lin Fei continued to focus on barbecuing. So pretentious. The two guys on the ground nodded. Their gazes quickly landed on the barbecued meat. Humph humph. You want to use my barbecued meat to please that young lady. Do you really think I don't know? Lin Fei sneered in his heart. These are all tricks I played a long time ago. I didn't expect to embarrass myself in front of him. But then again, that chick is really pretty. Quiet and gentle, especially those long legs. Miss One, I asked someone to make this. Do you want to try it? Outside the carriage, Lei Wei held a plate in his hand and tried to curry favor with Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue walked down in a white dress with a faint smile on her face. Like the warm winter sun, she warmed people's hearts. Thank you, Wen Rushue said politely. Then she couldn't help but sniff. She made a very cute gesture and walked over. Despicable brat. Lei Wei held the plate and the situation became awkward. He hated that brat to death. You're a beast tamer. Why did you have to learn to barbecue? Is this bullying? Lei Wei hated himself. Why didn't he learn this skill back then? Miss, that's Master Shuangmu barbecuing. Little Min giggled. It smells so good. Wen Rushue smiled. Little girl, you're hungry again. Little Min curled her lips. No way. Wen Rushue smiled but didn't say anything. Master Shuangmu, am I disturbing your barbecue? After smelling the fragrance that appeared next to him, Lin Fei regretted choosing this place. Wasn't this clearly looking for trouble? I don't mind. Lin Fei smiled. How could Lin Fei refuse a pretty girl? Besides, when Miss Wen walked over, he knew that young Master Lei Wei probably hated him to death. He had to admit that Wen Rushue was very pretty. Her name was also very good. Any man wouldn't mind having a pretty girl sitting next to them. It was pleasing to the eyes when they were bored. After Wen Rushue sat down, she found that Master Shuangmu was immersed in the barbecue business again. She couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Although she wasn't a peerless beauty and would attract attention everywhere she went, she seemed to lose her beauty in front of Master Shuangmu. Am I really that ugly? Am I not as good as the barbecue? The ancients said that women were a very special kind of animal. When people paid attention to them, they would think that they were there for their looks. When people didn't pay attention, they would worry about their gains and losses. Am I not pretty? Don't they have the urge to take a look? That was Wen Rushue's mentality. Lin Fei focused on the barbecue. Wen Rushue watched quietly in front of the fire. It's time to eat. When Lin Fei saw Wen Rushue's expression, his heart skipped a beat. When did he offend Miss Wen? Before his rebirth, Lin Fei spent a lot of effort on women. Therefore, when he saw Wen Rushue's expression, he vaguely felt a murderous aura. This murderous aura was not the aura of a killer, but a woman's unique aura. Miss Wen, look at you. You must be hungry. Try my barbecue. You probably haven't tried it before. This kind of barbecue requires concentration, otherwise it will lose its flavor. Chapter 262. Ever since that night's barbecue, Lin Fei and Wen Ruxu had become much closer. Of course, this was a very bad thing in someone's eyes, and he hated Lin Fei to death. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed in the Tianhai dynasty. They were not far from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty, 3 days at most. If Lin Fei used his movement skills, he would not need so much time. After spending so much time in the Monster Mountain range, he naturally wanted to enjoy himself. There was no need to rush to the market. At noon on this day, the convoy was traveling on the official road. Lin Fei sat in the carriage. It was very spacious, but it was enough for him alone. For him, a place to sleep was enough. The carriage did not need too much space. These days, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. In the past, Lin Fei had not had a good night's sleep. Ever since he was in the Tianhai dynasty, he could at least sleep until he woke up naturally every day. However, these happy days only lasted for a few days. When he reached the Tianhai dynasty, he would not have such free time anymore. It was not a good thing to have a good night's sleep. Hey, why is there a murderous aura ahead? Lin Fei, who had been condensing his spiritual power, suddenly opened his eyes. Ever since he could control 72 long swords, Lin Fei's spiritual power had increased a lot, and his perception had also expanded. Originally, a mystic adept's perception was only about 1 or 2 li. Lin Fei's perception was especially strong, and could extend to about 15 li. This number surprised even Lin Fei himself. Later, he asked about it and found that everyone's range was 1 or 2 li. 3 or 4 li was considered strong and 15 li was very strong. Within a range of 15 li, Lin Fei could immediately see everything clearly with a single thought. Looking at the number of people, they seemed to be waiting for something. Could it be Miss Wen's convoy? Lin Fei frowned. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like it. I'd better stay inside. If it's really for Miss Wen, I'll help her if I can. Consider it my thanks for the journey. Then Lin Fei closed his eyes again. There weren't many people on the official road at noon. Wen Rushua's convoy was particularly eye-catching on the official road. When the caravan entered the range, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, heading straight for Wen Rushua's group. Swish, swish, swish. Dense black spots fell like rain. Not good. Someone is ambushing us. Surround them, surround them. After a brief moment of panic, the people in the convoy immediately made arrangements. They seemed to be familiar with this scene and were professionals. Although they were all very calm, this time they had encountered people who were well prepared. Many of the martial artists in the caravan were shot dead in the first wave, and there were more than 10 corpses on the official road. After the first wave of sneak attacks, the thieves gained the upper hand. The Wen family's carriages had already surrounded the city like an iron bucket. The guards and servants were all armed and on guard. As soon as the Wen family's troops charged forward, they would immediately counterattack. Haha, as expected of the Wen family's convoy. You can remain so calm even after being ambushed by us. On the official road, the convoy of the Wen family was surrounded. A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar appeared in front of the Wen clan's convoy on a profounder realm demon beast. Boss, we're rich this time. Look at how beautiful that girl is. Let's take her back and make her our wife. Look at those 2 long legs. She'll definitely be very happy in bed. Hee. The subordinates behind the middle-aged man chimed in. When Rushua stood on the carriage, beside her was an old man who stood quietly beside her. Who are you people? The one who spoke was not Wen Rushua, but the arrogant Lei Wei. Lin Fei, who had been in the carriage all along, could not help but want to laugh. How could they be good people if they were ambushed halfway? Why would a good person ambush them? Lin Fei was indeed surprised. Those people were ambushing Wen Rushua's convoy. Looks like I don't have to do anything this time. With that old man here, that guy is really something. Lin Fei closed his eyes again. Lei Wei glanced at the carriage behind him complacently. When he saw that the guy did not get off, he could not help but sneer. What a coward. This time it's my turn to stand out. Let's see how you're going to steal my limelight. Haha, we thought you were the bad guys. The middle-aged man laughed. Your Wen clan's convoy is so rich that it's leaking oil. I, Fei Tianying, will definitely rip you off. Lei Wei also laughed. Fei Tianying, who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? I am the Lei clan's young master. If you know what's good for you, get lost and I will let you off. If you insist on going the wrong way, I will send out all the experts of the Lei clan to destroy your village. Unbeknownst to the Wen clan, when they heard this name, their expressions changed. Even when Rushua frowned. Fei Tianying laughed wildly and stared at Lei Wei. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but what you've found without even looking for it. Your Lei clan has always been at odds with the 18 clans. Today I will kill you and send your head back. I wonder what your Lei clan head will look like. Hiss. Lei Wei's expression changed and his legs began to tremble. You are from the 18 clans. Fei Tianying said. Are you afraid now? You're just a young master of the Lei clan. Even if I kill you, your Lei clan won't dare to do anything. Do it. Kill. Kill them and go back to play with women. Kill them all. The more you kill, the more you get. The bandits outside all moved and charged towards the one clan's convoy. Defend. Don't let them get in. Young master of the Lei clan, I will kill you first, then I will deal with them. Fei Tianying flew out from his mount and grabbed towards Lei Wei with his black hands. Space-tearing claw. Sila, Sila. Lei Wei's face was full of shock and his body was covered in blood. At the crucial moment, his underling went up to block the attack and was instantly killed. Uncle Guan, please take action. When Rushua's face turned solemn. Don't worry, Mississippi, the old man beside her nodded lightly. The 18 clans are just a group of bandits. This old servant will go and kill Fei Tianying now. Then they will be a group of dragons without a leader. Sky-piercing spear art. The old man flew out in his mystic adept great perfection aura pressed over like a pressure. At the same time, the long spear in his hand stabbed towards Fei Tianying. Come on. Fei Tianying gave up on dealing with Lei Wei and turned towards the old man. Space-tearing claw. A black light shot out. Dang dang dang. The two of them instantly clashed and the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. Lin Fei opened his eyes again. Through his perception he could see clearly. The one clan's strength is not bad. As long as this Fei Tianying is killed, the group of dragons will be without a leader, and will naturally disperse. I wonder where these 18 clans came from, but they seem to be very powerful. Lei Wei's legs trembled in fear when he heard about the 18 clans. In the past, when he was in Guiyuan City, he thought that his clan was very powerful. Only when he was outside did he realize what it meant to be a frog in a well. A mystic adept great perfection expert was enough to wipe out their entire clan. If I'm free, I can go and understand these 18 clans. They seem to be of a large scale and I can earn some experience. Unknowingly, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. No, there's still an ambush. Lin Fei was in a daze for a moment. When he looked outside, the situation had changed drastically. The two people who were initially in a stalemate had now won. Old Guan's chest was pierced by 2 sharp arrows and the tail of the arrows was still swaying. At the same time, a sharp claw came down and sent him flying. He was at a complete disadvantage. Guan Mingchong, we've known about your Wen clan expert for a long time. In order to deal with you, I invited you Guang, who is known as the Heavenly Arrow. Sure enough, you fell for it. Fei Tianying laughed as if his scheme had succeeded. You Guang, you're not dead. Guan Mingchong's breathing was weak as he spat out these 2 words with difficulty. Guan Mingchong, you old thing. How was the taste of those 2 arrows? It's a pity that I didn't kill you on the spot. A figure flew out from the forest with a longbow in his hand. It was obviously a lower-grade spiritual treasure. However, on Yu Guang's face, there was a scar that looked like a centipede, which made him look very ferocious. Yu Guang raised his hand and the arrows fell. A few more people were sent flying and killed on the spot. How can I die if you're not dead? Yu Guang stood on the roof of the carriage and said coldly, however, I know that you'll die before me this time. Uncle Guan, eat it quickly. When Rushua quickly took out a pill and wanted to feed it to Uncle Guan. Miss, leave quickly. No one here can stop the 2 of them if they join hands. This old servant has disappointed you. Guan Mingchong struggled to stand up. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again and his face turned pale. Fei Tianying laughed. Yu Guang, let's attack together and kill them first. There's no need to kill Miss One. Such a good thing, if we send it to the higher-ups they will definitely be happy. Yu Guang nodded. Split up and kill without mercy. Guan Mingchong, you old thing. I'll send you to hell now and let you see my brothers who were killed by you. Yu Guang raised his hand and shot out a cold arrow. It was shot out from the hands of a mystic adept late-stage martial artist. This arrow was fast and urgent. It seemed like it was going to shoot a big hole in the void. Leave quickly. Guan Mingchang pushed with one hand and Wen Wuxue was sent flying. I hate killing people halfway. Clank. With a xiao sound, the arrow that was speeding forward broke into two. It lost its power and fell to the ground at the side. Soon after, a lazy voice rang out. Not far away, Lin Fei was holding Wen Wuxue. Miss Wen, are you alright? Wen Wuxue was sent flying. She did not expect to fall into someone's embrace. Her face turned red, almost to the back of her ears. I'm fine. Then can you come down? When Wuxue realized that she had accidentally hugged Master Shuangmu like an octopus, she quickly let go and her face was so red that water could be squeezed out. Stand at the back. Fighting and killing isn't something you women can play with. When Wuxue was stunned and did not understand, Guan Mingchang, who was about to self-destruct, could not help but show a surprised look when he saw the young man who stood out. Mrs. Save this time. Brat, was it you who spoiled my plan just now? Yu Guang said angrily. His killing move was broken. Of course he was very unhappy. If you can't find a second one, then it should be me. Lin Fei said with a smile. Leave by yourself before I get angry. Then die. 6-star sky arrow. Yu Guang pulled the bow. He did not use an arrow, but directly turned it into an arrow with his true essence. Swoosh, 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 6 streams of light flew up, down, left and right towards Lin Fei's vital parts. Your archery is not bad. Previously there was an expert who forced me to use my full strength. Unfortunately, you are not qualified now. A disdainful voice suddenly appeared behind Yu Guang. Out of the corner of his eye he felt a cool breeze. Then his vision turned black and he fell from the sky. He died in a daze, not knowing what happened. Lin Fei turned his eyes and fell on Fei Tianying. Fei Tianying's heart jumped, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. How could Yu Guang die like this? Yu Guang, a mystic master in the late stage, had endless power in his archery. He had killed countless mystic masters in the late stage and peak stage. The scene in front of him kept shaking in his mind. Space-tearing claw. Yellow upper-grade martial art. In front of so many subordinates, how could Fei Tianying be willing to leave? He thought that Yu Guang was killed by a sneak attack. Fighting head-on might not be that powerful, but it could kill a brat. When Wuxue, Guan Mingchang and even Lei Wei, who was hiding behind the carriage, were all dumbfounded. How could that demonic beast tamer be an expert? The most shocked one was Guan Mingchang. Yu Guang's archery was superior in terms of speed. He was injured because he could not dodge in time. That Master Shuangmu seemed to have taken less than a breath's time. Shatter. Lin Fei pointed out with both of his hands, and the metal intent was shattered. The true essence claw smashed into pieces, but the momentum did not stop. It landed on Yu Guang's body, and the huge metal intent shattered Fei Tianying's body. The defense of the Vajra God Ape was strong, but the Fei Tianying was similar. How could his body resist the endless metal intent? Not good, the boss is dead. Everyone run. The boss was dead, and so was the helper. The people below were scared out of their wits, and they lost the will to fight. They turned around and ran. Like the wind. A wind-like aura swept towards them. These subordinates were only at the mystic realm. Facing the sword art that contained the intent, they could not resist at all and fell to the ground. Lin Fei did not want to offend the 18 clans at the moment. Dead. They are all dead. Didn't they die a little too fast? The guards and servants of the one clan were all dumbfounded. They did not even know how they were killed. This speed. Those who looked down on Lin Fei before were all glad that they did not find trouble with him. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Lin Fei took the inferior grade spirit treasure bow and arrow, and obtained a pair of gloves from the other Fei Tianying. Inferior grade spirit treasure, it could increase one's attack power, which was why the heaven-splitting claw was so powerful. After obtaining 2 inferior grade spirit treasures, Lin Fei was in a good mood. The leaders of the 18 clans all had inferior grade spirit treasures. If he could sweep them all, there should be a lot of spirit treasures, right? Chapter 263. Silence reigned. Absolute silence. A silence that had never been seen before. The Eagle King and Yu Guang, in the eyes of Master Shuangmu, were killed in mere moments. They couldn't even hold on for long. More importantly, this Master Shuangmu didn't look very old. No one expected him to be so powerful that he could kill without leaving a trace. Lin Fei knew what was going on when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. He saw fear and admiration in their eyes. It should be said that fear was the majority. This was definitely the state of mind when facing a strong opponent. In the Xiantian continent, strength was the most important thing regardless of age. Of course, if there was a difference in strength, it would be the younger ones. Master Shuangmu was young. If he hadn't acted today, they would have taken him as an ordinary monster beast master, not a master. It seems I should go. Seeing their expressions, Lin Fei knew he couldn't stay. It was only a day or two away from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty. At his speed, it would take him about a day to get there. He had memorized the general location when he came, so he could find the imperial capital without any guidance. I didn't expect you to be so secretive, Master Shuangmu. When Rushua came up and looked at Lin Fei with a complicated expression, Lin Fei looked at Wen Rushua's resentful eyes, and his heart softened. Whether it was on Earth or in the Xiantian continent, when facing girls his attitude was always like this. He subconsciously rubbed his chin. Actually, I didn't do it on purpose. When Rushua didn't believe him, of course. I still have to thank you. Without your help, our caravan might have been wiped out. Lin Fei said. If you think of me as a friend, then you don't have to thank me. Friends shouldn't treat each other like strangers, don't you think? When Rushua chuckled and blinked. Of course you are my friend. I'm very happy to have a friend like you. I was wondering if you deliberately took our caravan? Lin Fei noticed that when Rushua's face blushed after saying this, his heart skipped a beat. This girl, is she imagining things? You think too much. I really have something to do. Lin Fei didn't expect this girl to be so smart. She could even guess it. He wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Thank you for saving us, young hero. The entire Wen clan is eternally grateful. Guan Mingchang was supported by someone. His face was still pale, but he looked much better than before. It seemed like he had taken some healing pills. Lin Fei was really afraid that when Rushua would guess something. Back then, in order to find a guide, he had deliberately done this. It was definitely not an honorable thing to do, so when Guan Mingchang interjected, Lin Fei was naturally happy. Women are shrewd creatures. Lin Fei smiled and said, this is what I should do. Guan Mingchang did not dare to be arrogant, especially when facing an expert who had killed the Soaring Eagle King, and Yu Guang in the blink of an eye. Young hero, if there's nothing else, why don't we go together? I believe that Grandmaster Shuangmu will know many things about the imperial capital. I'm not good at other places, but I'm quite familiar with the situation in the imperial capital. Guan Mingchang was indeed experienced. He actually saw a hint of leaving in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei was slightly stunned, but he quickly recovered. Since Uncle Guan has said so, I won't stand on ceremony. The corpses on the official road were quickly cleaned up. The injured members of the One clan were all carried to the car, and the corpses were to be brought back to the imperial capital. As for the heads of the two experts, they were all chopped off. This was because the imperial capital had a bounty for the people of the 18 clans. If the heads were brought back and handed in, they could get a lot of profound spirit stones. Hearing that there was such a thing, Lin Fei of course did not stand on ceremony and naturally took the profound spirit stones. Now Lin Fei's pocket was empty, and there were not many low-grade profound spirit stones left. There were only 10,000 mid-grade profound spirit stones, which was equivalent to 100,000 low-grade profound spirit stones. Now that there was an opportunity to offer a bounty, Lin Fei would not miss it. Who cared about the 18 clans? If they really dared to come to his door, he did not mind sending them all as bounties. The official road was quickly cleaned up, and the convoy had an additional group of demonic beasts. If they were brought to the imperial capital, they could be sold for a good price. Apart from the smell of blood, almost no one knew that there had been an ambush here. That night, Lin Fei woke up from his cultivation. In the battle during the day, he had obtained a lot of pure essence pills. Unfortunately, they were all low-grade pure essence pills, which were the most widely traded elixirs. The two of them had about 10,000 on them, so Lin Fei naturally would not stand on ceremony and exchanged all the pure essence pills for elixirs. The One clan did not want the two inferior-grade spirit treasures, and they had no intention of mentioning them at all. Lin Fei also accepted them without standing on ceremony. It should be possible to exchange them for tens of thousands to 100,000 pure essence pills. Although pure essence pills were not as good as superior-grade pure essence pills, they were quite good for trading. Hey, what are they doing? Lin Fei subconsciously released his perception. Soon he heard a conversation. The people talking were Wen Ruxue and the injured Guan Mingchang. Miss, the 18 clans have made a move on our Wen clan. We were going to invite some experts back, but we didn't expect them to be out traveling. This time our Wen clan is not as good as 10 years ago. Judging from the voice, it should be Guan Mingchang's. Lin Fei thought to himself that something was wrong. What did the 18 clans mean by making a move on them? Today's incident must have something to do with the Li clan. They all want to raise our position. The Flying Eagle King and Yu Guang should be the people they contacted. This voice belonged to Wen Ruxue. Her tone was filled with murderous intent, unlike before. Lin Fei lowered his head and pondered. Could it be that the Li clan they are talking about is the Li clan that attacked me? Let me continue to listen to what is going on. From the looks of it, it seems that something has happened to the clan. In the carriage, the two continued to talk. The ancestor of the Li family suffered a great loss at the hands of the ancestor of the One family. Ever since then, he has been holding a grudge against the One family. Until now, the position of the One family is in jeopardy. If we are pushed out of the top 10 merchant groups and lose this position, it will be a huge blow to the One family. Guan Mingchang said worriedly. The only thing we can do is to fight for the position this year and try to block the Li clan's attack. This way, we will have the right to continue sitting on this position. Wen Ruxue said, the Li clan has many experts. We originally invited a few experts, but now we can't invite anyone. It should be that the Li clan bribed them. They want us to completely lose our position. Miss, if you are willing to help, don't we have a ready-made one in front of us? Guan Mingchang said. Wen Ruxue had a complicated look. You are talking about Master Shuangmu? Guan Mingchang nodded. With Master Shuangmu's strength, even I am not his opponent. The Li clan has many geniuses, but I think they are definitely not Master Shuangmu's opponent. My guess is that Master Shuangmu's strength should be at Mystic Spirit Realm. In the carriage, the atmosphere became silent. Mystic Spirit Realm. Wen Ruxue was also shocked. Are you sure? This old servant's eyes are not so bad that I can't see it. But will he agree? Wen Ruxue said with a conflicted look. On the other side, Lin Fei was speechless. How did things get dragged into this? Why did it have to be him? This? If you marry him, it's possible. Lin Fei touched his chin and thought naughtily. Guan Mingchang sighed. It would be fine if our previous clan leader was here. At least the Li clan didn't push us too far. Wen Ruxue said. Clan leader Wen Tianwei? Apart from the old clan leader, the other clan leaders are not as strong as clan leader Wen Tianwei in terms of strength and influence. Guan Mingchang sighed again. If we can invite Master Shuangmu to help, our Wen clan will have a chance of winning. Wen Tianwei? Lin Fei's face changed. A name appeared in his mind. Damn, it can't be so coincidental, right? This time he came to Tianhai Dynasty not only to find trouble with the Li clan, but also to help Uncle Master Zhang Wen check on the person he mentioned. Wen Tianwei was his target this time. Uncle Master Zhang Wen had said before he left that if Lin Fei had the time, he should go to Tianhai Dynasty to check on Wen Tianwei, saying that the kid used to be an in-name disciple. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go back to support the clan, he would have become a Mystic King expert in terms of talent. When Lin Fei first heard the name of the convoy on the official road, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he wouldn't associate the name with Wen Tianwei. But when he heard the name Wen Tianwei and associated it with Uncle Master Zhang Wen's words, he undoubtedly had an idea. Could this Wen Tianwei be the Wen Tianwei that Uncle Master Zhang Wen mentioned? Lin Fei couldn't help but recall. Uncle Master Zhang Wen said that Wen Tianwei is the successor of a certain clan, so it's very likely that he is the clan leader of the One clan. Uncle Master Zhang Wen said that it's been a long time since Wen Tianwei became the clan leader of the One clan. Wen Tianwei is very talented. If he focused on his cultivation, it's hard to say that he wouldn't become a Mystic King expert by now. In conclusion, It's very likely that this Wen Tianwei is an in-name disciple of Uncle Master Zhang Wen. After a series of conclusions, Lin Fei was certain that this Wen Tianwei was the clan leader of the Wen clan. If he wasn't careful, he would bump into someone from the Wen clan. If this was outside, Lin Fei wouldn't mind laughing out loud. My luck is too good. Why didn't I think that Wen Tianwei is the clan leader of the Wen clan? Fortunately, Lin Fei was glad that he didn't leave earlier. Otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. Wen Ruxue is Wen Tianwei's descendant, so she can be of help. As for the Li clan, you can't blame me for being impolite since you're the one who bumped into me. Chapter 264. Master Shuangmu, can I have a word with you? Lin Fei quickly retracted his perception. Lin Fei didn't think too much about what happened after that. He knew what was going on. As expected, when Ruxue came. Sure. Lin Fei alighted from the carriage and saw Wen Ruxue standing outside eagerly. He didn't even need to think to know what was going on. Do you mind taking a walk with me? Wen Ruxue blushed under the night sky. However, it was hard to notice if one didn't pay attention. The two of them walked into the forest at the side. At this moment, the guards and servants acted as if they didn't see anything. They didn't dare to say anything to an expert who could kill a mystic adept in the Great Perfection and Mystic Adept realm. This moment they looked like a perfect match. Bitch, you bitch. Behind a carriage, Lei Wei grabbed the door of the carriage. Veins popped out on his palm as he stared at the two with hatred in his eyes. A crack appeared on the sturdy door. Slut, I've chased you from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty for 3 whole months, but you've never smiled at me, and you've never promised me anything. It's only been a few days and you want to seduce a young man? You're an old cow eating young grass. You're a slut and you've got a stinking brat. You're just a little stronger, but damn it, how dare you try to seduce a slut? Ka. The door was torn apart, leaving a pile of sawdust on the ground like fallen leaves. Lei Wei's eyes moved. Bitch, you forced me to do this. Originally, I was prepared to help your Wen clan, but now I want your Wen clan to be destroyed. You'll lose your position as the head merchant and your Wen clan will soon become a nobody. Lei Wei's eyes moved. And that stinking brat, you've offended the 18 clans. You won't have an easy time either. I believe that after you're targeted by the 18 clans, how long can you be proud of yourself? I'll let you two be proud for now. In the forest, under the moonlight, it was bright and gentle. Master Shuangmu, thank you so much for today. Wen Ruxue rarely hung out with men. Even though the man in front of her didn't look very old, he still made her feel flustered. As a young lady of the Wen clan and living in the imperial city, she had seen all kinds of handsome men and geniuses. She did not feel anything for anyone without a powerful background. Only this time, for some unknown reason, he was actually moved by it. That elegant movement. That sharp attack. That lazy smile under his eyes. No matter which one it was, it gave Wen Ruxue an unforgettable feeling. She would often think of it. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. If you have to thank me for everything, I think you'll be very tired. Lin Fei turned his head and said with a smile, in my opinion, just keep your gratitude in your heart. Wen Ruxue looked a little embarrassed. I'll remember it. Lin Fei sat down on a stone. Don't stand there. Sit down and talk. Don't you think it's more comfortable to sit down? Wen Ruxue suddenly found that it was actually very easy to talk to Master Shuangmu. At least, he didn't have that domineering feeling, and he didn't keep bragging about his achievements, hoping that everyone would know about it, so as to expand his influence. Are you going to the imperial city to play, or? Wen Ruxue asked tentatively, thinking about how to bring it up. For some reason, Wen Ruxue couldn't bring herself to say it. She always felt a little uncomfortable, as if she shouldn't ask for help. But on the other hand, the appearance of Master Shuangmu brought her hope. This hope was related to the future development of the clan. There was an unusual contradiction between the two. Lin Fei said with a smile, I heard that there are beauties in the imperial city of the Tianhai dynasty. I'm actually going to see beauties. What kind of beauties are there in the imperial city? I don't believe it. Suddenly, Wen Ruxue burst into laughter. Lin Fei said seriously, I haven't arrived in the imperial city yet, but I've already seen a beauty. There are indeed beauties in the imperial city. I can already imagine it. When Rushua was slightly stunned, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "You must have hit on many beauties with this excuse, right?" Lin Fei said modestly, "Actually, you're the first. Look at me. Would I keep hitting on beauties?" When Rushua nodded, "I believe you will often hit on beauties." Lin Fei couldn't help but say with a smile, "Thank you for your confidence. I think I need to be arrogant. Actually, I have nothing to do in the Imperial City. I just want to walk around and experience life." When Rushua looked at Lin Fei and bit her rosy lips, "Master Shuangmu, you've done our Wen family a big favor today. If Master Shuangmu doesn't have anything else to do, I wonder if you can do us a favor? Our Wen family will give you something you'll be satisfied with." After saying this, she seemed uneasy. When Rushua had rarely asked for help in her life. It should be said that this was the first time she went to ask for help. When Lin Fei got off the carriage, he knew that when Rushua was looking for him to ask for help. He didn't expect that when Rushua would feel pressured by his words. She didn't say it until now. "Miss Wen, such a beautiful woman, how could I?" Lin Fei kept her in suspense. "Refuse." She agreed so easily. When Rushua couldn't hide the excitement on her face. For a long time this matter had been a big pressure on Wen Rushua, especially when she went out to look for experts and was attacked by the 18 families. She was almost wiped out. "You agreed." When Rushua stood up excitedly, then realized that she was too excited. Lin Fei also stood up. "Actually, I've been in contact with your patriarch Wen Tianwei. This time I'll definitely help you." When Rushua sucked in a breath of cold air. "You know my great-grandpa?" Lin Fei said with a smile. "It seems that we're fated. It's late, let's go back." By the time when Rushua reacted, Lin Fei had already walked out. "Grandfather's friend?" When Rushua fell into a state of confusion. "But why haven't I heard that grandfather has such a young friend?" Ever since the ambush on the official road, the One clan's convoy didn't encounter the attacks of the 18 families again. It was as if they had stopped all activities. They didn't even encounter the mountain bandits that often appeared. They arrived at the capital of the Tianhai dynasty safely. The capital was bigger than Lin Fei imagined. It was filled with a grand atmosphere. History had left a deep historical aura in this capital. A majestic aura that belonged to the capital enveloped the sky above the capital. "Master Shuangmu, this is the capital of the Tianhai dynasty." Guan Mingchang stood beside Lin Fei respectfully, without any of the prestige of a mystic adept great perfection. "Those are all trade caravans. This is the most common type of trade caravans in the capital. Our Wen clan is also one of them." Lin Fei looked at the imperial capital, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. It was a powerful presence. No wonder the palace of the capital is a place where experts gather. The rumors are true. Lin Fei thought to himself, "I wonder what I will gain from this trip." Lin Fei returned to the carriage. The One clan's convoy passed through the city gates. After entering the capital, a unique aura hit him in the face. The wide streets were bustling with people. If he was in Mountain River City, he would feel that the place was huge. When he arrived at the capital of the Tianhai dynasty, Lin Fei felt as if he was walking from a village to a big city. Even though this was the capital, there were no tall buildings or traffic, but the experts on the streets couldn't be compared to Mountain River City. In just a short while, Lin Fei saw more than 10 mystic adept experts in the carriage. Among them, there were 2 mystic adept great perfection experts. As for those low-level martial artists and mystic realm martial artists, they could be seen everywhere like cabbages. As expected of the capital, the number of experts is far from what a county city can compare to. No wonder the experts from the families in the capital are so powerful. This was the first time that Lin Fei saw the capital that he could see in history, and he felt very emotional. This was the real stage. What would the stage outside the dynasty be like? Lin Fei's thoughts drifted away as he thought about those big stages. What a terrifying aura. Suddenly Lin Fei frowned, and a rare look of shock appeared on his face. He opened the curtains and looked out. He could vaguely see the eaves at the end of the street, which exuded a grand atmosphere. Could this be the palace? Even though he couldn't see the whole scene, just a corner was enough to give Lin Fei a huge shock. Other than the palace, there seemed to be no other place that could have such a strong aura. Lin Fei thought that he was strong, but under that aura, his spirit was about to collapse. Fortunately, that aura was not aimed at Lin Fei. Such a domineering aura, only the palace had the ability to do so. The palace is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. No wonder the novels often say that the palace is the most terrifying place. If a small dynasty is already so powerful, what about the capital of a medium dynasty, super dynasty, or even a dynasty? Lin Fei didn't dare to continue thinking and couldn't help but clench his fists. One day in the future, I will ignore these palaces and walk in openly. The carriage went round and round on the street. About an hour later, the one family's carriage stopped in front of a mansion, which showed how big the capital was. When Rushua's carriage appeared in front of the gate of the one family, another carriage also appeared on the other side. Judging from the scale, the two were similar. "Ha, isn't this Sister Rushua?" A white-robed man came down from the opposite carriage and said in a strange tone. At this time, when Rushua also came down from the carriage. When she saw the man, she showed a look of disgust. "Master Shuangmu, how do we get in?" After saying that, she wanted to bring someone in. Chapter 265. The man in white's words made the people around him stop, because they were all from the one family. As a family, internal problems couldn't be ignored. Every family had problems. The bigger the family, the more serious the internal problems. If there was a powerful clan leader, then they would be able to suppress the internal problems and there would not be any problems. However, if the clan leader could not suppress the internal problems, then the internal problems would reach an uncontrollable level. Many clans had perished because of this, unable to rise again and becoming inferior clans. The one family was the same. This problem had been around for a long time. The man in white was a collateral disciple, Wen Qiu. He was considered outstanding among the collateral disciples. There was an unwritten rule in the one family. Once a collateral disciple became outstanding, he would be qualified to be a merchant and have a position in the family. Wen Qiu was such a collateral disciple. Ever since he was qualified, this collateral disciple suddenly gained influence. Although the influence wasn't great, it was different from before when they couldn't speak. The one family was established by doing business. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become a member of the main merchant and obtained an absolute position. Therefore, the one family always raised talented people freely. This meant that they could fight with each other. As long as it wasn't a life-threatening situation, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. It was because of this that the scene in the previous chapter happened. After the introduction of the collateral disciple, Wen Qiu, then let's introduce Wen Rushua. Wen Rushua was a direct descendant and a business genius. She was young, but she already had a caravan. This caravan had a lot of power in the one family. The competition between the collateral disciples and the direct descendants had always been in conflict. This was because the direct descendants received a lot of resources from birth. They were better than the collateral disciples at the starting line. The collateral disciples, on the other hand, had limited resources and were constantly suppressed. It was very rare for the branch family disciples to have a genius disciple. Even if they did, they would immediately be suppressed by the direct disciples and be unable to rise again. Wen Rushua was a genius among the direct descendants, especially in business. She had always been hated by the other collateral disciples. Usually, all sorts of sarcastic remarks were non-stop. Provocations were even more frequent. That was because everyone understood one thing. Stepping on a direct descendant disciple would undoubtedly allow the branch family disciples to be known by others. No one was surprised by this scene. "It's none of your business." When Rushua's previous soft and weak demeanor was replaced by a very firm tone. Her long, shapely eyebrows were raised, and she had the aura of a woman. Lin Fei, who was standing to the side, was startled. When Rushua's change was too fast. He almost suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. Her aura had become so strong. She was a heroine. Wen Qiu smiled and said, "Sister Rushua, don't be angry. I just want to remind you that in this day and age, there are all sorts of people pretending to be experts. You must not be deceived by them." His tone clearly said that Master Shuangmu was a liar. Lin Fei had been shot even though he was lying down. "What does this have to do with me? This is your internal problem. What's the point of dragging me into it? Is being young a mistake?" At this time, Lin Fei was very depressed. You don't have to act cool on me. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would definitely not be polite and go up to teach this brat a lesson. However, after what happened in the demonic beast mountain range, this scene was like watching a clown perform. A clown flaunting his strength. What was there to be angry about? Right now, Lin Fei was watching a clown perform. Unfortunately, Wen Qiu did not know. If she knew, she would definitely hate Lin Fei to the core. When Ruxue frowned and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Master Shuangmu, let's go in." His tone changed and became polite. "Miss Wen, your internal department is full of such people. It's not good for the Wen family." Lin Fei shook his head and walked toward the door. "Brat, what did you say?" Wen Qiu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She almost jumped up and looked at Lin Fei angrily as if she wanted to eat him up. It could be said that Lin Fei's action just now was really unintentional. In fact, Lin Fei wanted to say, "Why do you have to make things difficult for this kind of person? Aren't you making things difficult for yourself?" However, when the words were on the tip of his tongue, they became like this and changed their meaning. "Get out of my way." Seeing this pretentious person appear in front of him, Lin Fei's face darkened. Wen Qiu laughed and said, "This is my Wen family's door. I'm very unhappy now and I don't allow you to enter. What can you do to me? Hit me if you can. I want to see how powerful you, Master Shuangmu, are." Lin Fei turned around and shrugged his shoulders at Wen Ruxue. He looked helpless as he said, "Miss Wen, did you see that?" He said it himself. "I wasn't the one who wanted to hit him." Wen Qiu was also proud. She wanted to see how Wen Ruxue would react. "He's ignorant. I hope you can be gentler." Wen Qiu felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He thought he had heard wrongly. "What do you mean gentler?" "I'm an early mystic master." Lin Fei nodded and said, "No problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei left a shadow and appeared in front of Wen Qiu. He sneered and said, "I've never seen such a lowly person like you." He waved his hand and slapped Wen Qiu's handsome face. "You!" Before he could finish his sentence, Wen Qiu was sent flying and crashed into the door. His face hit the door and he fell down. "You're courting death." Lin Fei appeared in front of that person again and slapped him again. 2 white teeth flew out. "I'm hitting you. You're the result of acting tough." 2 more slaps. The protective chi of a mystic adept realm expert couldn't withstand that slap at all and kept shattering. Wen Qiu was stunned. This kid actually dared to hit me. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said those fierce words, a few of his teeth were sent flying, especially his front teeth, which were directly turned into black holes. After slapping him left and right, Wen Qiu's face became like a pig's head. Those who didn't know would think that something had happened. Then he was thrown out and fell on the street. Luckily, this was the Wen family's mansion. There weren't many people coming and going. If this was the real street, he would have become famous and the news would have spread throughout the imperial capital. "Master Shuangmu, let's go inside." A hint of joy flashed in Wen Ruxue's eyes as if she had vented her anger. She didn't even look at his miserable appearance. "Sigh, there are so many shameless people in this world." He actually took the initiative to ask for a beating. "I thought I heard wrongly." Lin Fei shook his head and walked towards the door. The guards at the gate were all dumbfounded by this scene. Wen Qiu, who was at the initial mystic master, was beaten like a pig's head. This was too natural. They didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. Most importantly, everyone heard that Wen Qiu took the initiative to ask for a beating. Actually, they also wanted to laugh in their hearts. This young master of the collateral family seemed to have some problems in his head. Wen Ruxue, "I won't." The latter part of his words became a leak. He couldn't even hear his own words. As for Wen Ruxue's guards and servants, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. These guards and servants wouldn't have so many scruples against a collateral family disciple. That was because they were Wen Ruxue's guards and servants. They weren't worried about what Wen Qiu would do. If he really dared to do it, Wen Qiu would be the first to suffer. "Why don't you say that I was reckless just now?" Wen Ruxue arranged a small courtyard for Lin Fei. The area wasn't big, but it was much better than Mountain River City. Wen Qiu has always been frivolous. He deserved to be beaten. Wen Ruxue didn't avoid it at all. "I wanted to beat him a long time ago. You helped me vent my anger. Lin Fei laughed. Then shouldn't you thank me? At least I helped you take revenge. Wen Rushue giggled. In your dreams. Lin Fei's mouth twitched. That's boring. But then again, your family doesn't seem to be very good. A collateral family dares to provoke a direct descendant like you. If it were me, I would directly beat them up. Then, I would beat them up every time I see them until they are afraid and surrender. You stay here first. When I'm done with my business, I'll come over and take you out for a walk. If there's anything, just let them come and tell me. In the small courtyard besides them there were 2 maids. They were young and good-looking. Go to your business. Lin Fei nodded. If there's anything, I'll find you. From the small courtyard came Guan Mingchang. Guan Mingchang, who had recovered half of his injuries, couldn't help but ask, Miss, won't this cause them dissatisfaction? When Rushue said lightly, Master Shuangmu is a good-tempered person. When Xiao is asking for trouble by rushing over. It'll also let those collateral family members know that the person I invited is not someone they can offend. When Xiao is really a good-for-nothing. He deserves to be beaten up. I didn't expect that Master Shuangmu is not only strong, but also has a strong body. Guan Mingchang said, This is indeed a good idea. They won't disturb Master Shuangmu. It hurts. In a unique courtyard. At this time there were several young people gathered together. They were either arrogant or extravagant. When Xiao stopped shouting, Who asked you to have such a cheap mouth? It's almost spread throughout the family. I really didn't expect you to say such words. Aren't you clearly telling them to come and beat me up? If it were me, I would also not be able to help but beat them up. A young man sitting opposite Wen Qiu sipped on fragrant tea and said sarcastically. Wen Qiu said, Tinya, it's easy for you to say that. Don't forget. That person was invited by that bitch Wen Rushue. Wen Tianya was the young man sitting opposite Wen Qiu. If I were you, I'd bang my head against the wall. A mystic adept expert was slapped by someone. You've lived your life like a dog. Another young man next to him advised. Tinya, don't scold Wen Qiu. You also know that when this guy is excited he often talks nonsense. Let's see how we can help Wen Qiu get revenge. That's right. We must get revenge. Another young man said. These young men were all collateral disciples of the one family. They were all rather famous. Because they formed a circle and helped each other to resist the direct descendants, their influence in the one family wasn't small. After Wen Qiu suffered greatly at the hands of Wen Rushue, they naturally gathered together to discuss what to do about this matter. If they didn't get revenge, they would be in big trouble, especially in this current situation. The incident at the main gate couldn't be concealed at all. Before long, it would spread throughout the family, and their lives in this circle wouldn't be good. When Shui said, Isn't that obvious? Just find a time to get rid of that kid. What's there to think about? When Qiu cheered. That's right. Cripple that kid. From his strength, that kid is at the mystic adept realm. It's just that his movement technique is fast. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been ambushed. Good my ass. When Tianya sneered. Other than an idiot, who would go and get rid of that Master Shuangmu? Everyone was instantly like a deflated balloon. Then what should we do? We can't kill him. Are we going to keep him alive? Just watch. I can't take this lying down. If you guys aren't going, I'll go myself. A trace of disdain flashed across Wen Tianya's eyes. You guys only know how to fight and kill all day long. No wonder we're still collateral disciples. Wen Tianya said, Don't you think that this is a great opportunity for us? When Qiu asked doubtfully, Opportunity? I see an opportunity to be suppressed. Wen Tianya was still calm. Don't you think about it? This time our Wen clan is in a crisis of life and death. If we stabilize our position, we will have 10 years in the future. If we lose these 10 years, I'm afraid our Wen clan will soon become a second or third-rate clan. When Shui said, Tinya, don't keep us in suspense. Just say it. That's right. You know how to use your brain. Tell us what it is and we'll consider it. If it's possible, we'll go. When Tianya said, When Rushue is a direct disciple, our Wen clan is like the sun in the sky. What if we fail this time? Of course, our reputation will plummet. But how could Wen Rushue fail? When Tianya was exasperated. You're all stupid pigs. Don't you know that, Master Shuangmu? All of us have invited experts back to help us. When the time comes, it'll be an important sparring match. You understand? You want us to make a move then? Wen Qiu's eyes lit up. Haha, as expected of Tianya. He can even think of such a method. This time that kid is dead for sure. Good idea. Isn't Wen Rushua very powerful? Seeing the person she invited back die in a sparring match, her expression will definitely be very interesting. Wen Shui said. When Tianya was very proud. That's why I say that sometimes, using your brain is much better than using your hands. This time we'll make that little slut suffer a crushing defeat. Chapter 266. Tianhai Dynasty, Imperial Capital. 18 families, Secret Liaison Office. Fei Tianning and Yu Guang are both dead. The killer is called Master Shuangmu. He is very powerful and is suspected to be a disciple of a sect. He killed Fei Tianning and Yu Guang as soon as he attacked. Secret Liaison Office. The 18 clans were very daring. Although they were wanted outside, they still had contacts within the imperial capital to gather information about the 18 clans. At this moment they were gathering information from their contacts. Master Shuangmu, the one family. Immediately investigate Master Shuangmu's background and try to find out which sect he is from. I want to know in a short time whether the 18 families can survive after offending them. The secret liaison office quieted down again. Lin Fei stayed at the one family for a day. The next morning, he left the one family and appeared at the Bounty Association with the corpses of the 18 families. The Bounty Association was a special feature of the Tianhai dynasty. The reason why it was a special feature was actually very simple. The Bounty Association would offer all kinds of rewards, and behind the scenes of the Bounty Association were the major forces of the imperial capital. All kinds of rewards would appear in the Bounty Association, no matter if it was famous, no matter if it was notorious, no matter how shocking the background was. Once they went to the Bounty Association and offered a suitable price, there would always be some desperados who would accept the task and secretly deal with the target. Every month, many martial artists would die under all kinds of assassinations. It was very difficult to guard against them. The appearance of the Bounty Association led to the appearance of assassination organizations. Assassination organizations, killer organizations. Their goal was actually very simple, which was to complete the task. These organizations, no matter how big they were, had always been feared by people. In particular, many martial artists died under assassination, which attracted a lot of people. They were afraid of going to the Bounty Association. This place is very gloomy. At this moment, Lin Fei had turned into a handsome young man. His face had an abnormal sickly complexion, and his eyes were looking around. In order to find the Bounty Association, Lin Fei chose to use the disguise skill. Lin Fei bought the disguise skill from the shop himself. The human skin mask cost 500 points. It was not cheap or expensive, just right. Unless it was someone who was extremely familiar with him, no one would be able to resist Lin Fei. After walking into the Bounty Association, Lin Fei felt as if he had walked into a market. There were loud discussions everywhere, making him wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Lin Fei suspected that he had come to the market. Assassinate someone. Offer a bounty of 10,000 low-grade dark spirit stones. Assassinate a disciple of a large sect. Reward of 100,000 low-grade Xianling stones. 50,000 low-grade Xian spirit stones for a young wind-type demonic beast. After walking into the wide hall, Lin Fei could hear all kinds of shouts from time to time. It turned out that they were issuing various quests. Among these missions there were assassination missions, bounty missions. All kinds of missions were dazzling to the eye, making it hard for people to choose. There were simply too many missions. Lin Fei walked straight to the bounty mission platform. Are there any missions related to the 18 families? Lin Fei walked up and asked directly. The receptionist was a pretty girl with big, watery eyes and a good appearance. She said politely, "Please wait a moment, sir. We will find it for you right away." For the Tianhai dynasty to become a small dynasty, the Bounty Association should have brought a lot of help. A moment later, the information was placed on the platform. "Sir, we have already helped you pick out all the missions related to the 18 families. If there is anything you don't know, I will sincerely answer it for you." Lin Fei flipped through the information. So many. After opening the information, it was all about the 18 families. Most of them had bounties to kill the leaders of the 18 families, and at the same time, some foreign experts had joined the 18 families. Behind each bounty was a standard corresponding value. Assassinate the leader of the 18 families, Zhao Shan. Bounty of 9 million low-grade Xianling stones. Assassinate the first elder of the 18 families. Bounty of 3 million low-grade Xianling stones. Assassinate the second elder of the 18 families. Bounty of 2 million low-grade Xianling stones. Lin Fei looked very carefully, and his heart was filled with shock. The 18 families, it turns out that the enemies are not small. The leader of the 18 families, 9 million low-grade Xianling stones, is really not a low price. The 18 families were a joint bandit gang. Ever since they joined forces, their strength had increased sharply. After doing a few big things and killing the experts who surrounded them, the 18 families became famous. After a few years, the influence of the 18 families was almost no less than that of a family. When the 18 families were mentioned, everyone would change their expressions. Reward the leader of the 18 families, Flying Eagle King. 30,000 low-grade Xianling stones for completing the mission. Reward the experts of the 18 families, Sky Arrow Yu Guang. 20,000 low-grade Xianling stones for completing the mission. Looking all the way, Lin Fei found the location of the two, adding up to 50,000 low-grade Xianling stones. It was a good income. After dealing with the matter, I can move the 18 families. When the time comes, I shouldn't be short of Xianling stones. Lin Fei had an idea in his heart. While everyone was shocked, Lin Fei took out the heads of the Flying Eagle and Yu Guang, which surprised many people. The leaders of the 18 families, experts. In the Bounty Association, very few people would submit the missions of the 18 families. It was really not that easy to complete the missions of the 18 families. Even if it could be completed, it would be very troublesome. A seemingly injured kid actually killed 2 of the backbones of the 18 families. In today's Bounty Association, it was indeed a very big thing. The people of the Bounty Association immediately checked to confirm the authenticity. Congratulations, sir. Here is your 50,000 low-grade Xianling stones. Please keep it well. The girl at the front desk brought up a bag of Xianling stones. After Lin Fei checked with his perception power and confirmed that there were no problems, he left the Bounty Association. After leaving the main street, he decisively wandered on the street for a while. After coming out of a small alley again, Lin Fei returned to his original appearance. I heard that the 8 Treasures Tower is not bad. I can sell everything on me. Lin Fei had heard when Rushua mentioned the 8 Treasures Tower before, so he remembered this place. It was not difficult to find the 8 Treasures Tower. By asking the martial artists on the street, Lin Fei quickly locked onto the direction and went straight to the 8 Treasures Tower. It's really here. Looking at the magnificent 8 Treasures Tower, Lin Fei lifted his legs and walked in. After walking into the 8 Treasures Tower, a high-class aura rushed towards him. This was because at the bottom level there were mystic adept experts everywhere, and there was no lack of mystic spirit experts. When Rushua is right, this place has its own way. The background behind the 8 Treasures Tower was very complicated. No one had ever dared to say anything when anything was sold in the 8 Treasures Tower. All along, apart from selling things, there were also many people who sold things that could not see the light of day. You want to sell numinous treasures? In a small room, a wrinkled old man asked Lin Fei. Lin Fei took out the numinous treasures from before. There was a total of 5 numinous treasures, one of which was an upper numinous treasure that he had snatched from the mystic spirit Great Perfection realm. Unfortunately, its attributes were not too good, and it was injured, so he had to give it up reluctantly. Good stuff. The old man did not think much of a young man. When he saw the items, his eyes immediately lit up. This kid's money was not simple. He then lowered his head and began to evaluate the numinous treasures. This lower numinous treasure whip is worth 30,000 mystic spirit stones in the market. This lower numinous treasure giant bow is considered a good numinous treasure. The 8 Treasures Tower can give you 50,000 mystic spirit stones. This old man could count every numinous treasure as if it was his family's treasure. A total of 480,000 mystic spirit stones. Lin Fei would not think too much about it. 480,000 mystic spirit stones was more or less the same as what he had thought before he came. It was not a loss. Do you plan to exchange it for mystic spirit stones or pure essence pills? Lin Fei thought for a moment. How much do you want for pure essence pills? 480,000 mystic spirit stones. I can make the decision. I'll exchange it for 200,000 pure essence pills. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. The exchange rate was almost 1 to 2. Pure essence pills were indeed not simple. 200,000 it is. 200,000 pure essence pills. Lin Fei did not hesitate. After all, he had a batch of pills in his pocket. 480,000 mystic spirit stones were useless, so he might as well exchange it for pure essence pills. He did not lack mystic spirit stones. 200,000 pure essence pills. You can count them. Lin Fei did not even look at it and kept it. The reputation of the 800 Treasures Tower is obvious to all. There's no need to count. After receiving the pure essence pills, Lin Fei left the 8 Treasures Tower. Without any hesitation, he chose a small alley and transformed into a sickly middle-aged man. Killing and robbing, setting fire to the golden belt. Lin Fei thought to himself, it's a pity that the power of numinous treasures has been greatly reduced. Otherwise it would definitely be sold for a high price. I'm afraid only a place like the 8 Treasures Tower would have the courage to accept all kinds of illegal goods. 200,000 pure essence pills was not a lot. It could at least be used to cultivate for a period of time. Get lost, get lost. A few groups of demonic beasts suddenly rushed out from the originally bustling street, aggressively charging over. Lin Fei hid in the crowd and looked at the few black figures. He could not help but think, it can't be such a coincidence. It's only been a month and I've already met them here? Lin Fei said to himself, Li Yang, I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. It turned out that one of the people who rode the demonic beasts was Li Yang, who had attacked him previously. From the looks of it, he had recovered quite a bit. It could be imagined that the Li family had invested a lot in Li Yang. From the looks of it, they seemed to be from the 8 Treasures Tower. Could it be that they're bidding for some treasure? Lin Fei's eyes turned as he immediately came up with a plan. Lin Fei, who had originally planned to go back, changed his direction and followed the group. As expected, Li Yang appeared outside the 800 Treasures Tower and entered with a group of scoundrels. Hee, I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. Chapter 267. P.S. Thank you to Zero Feng Yuan Zero for the 588 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to South City Lord for the monthly vote. Thank you for your support. Babeo House was a famous place to spend money in the capital. Rich people liked to spend money in this Babeo House, while young people liked to bid for some treasures. From time to time, there would be scenes of people spending money to win a beauty's smile. Li Yang and a group of people went to bid for the treasures happily. At night, when the evening lights were lit, Li Yang and a group of people staggered out from inside. Haha, this is too cool. You guys didn't see the expressions on those guys' faces just now. This is so funny. Just a group of country bumpkins who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to compete with us. At the entrance of Babeo House, Li Yang and a group of people laughed loudly without any scruples. When the people nearby saw this scene, they quickly chose to disappear. Brother Yang, a group of beauties recently came over there. Let's go and take a look? A young master suggested with a smile on his face. Li Yang laughed. Beauties, Laozi likes them the most. After being cooped up at home for a month, I've long had a stomach full of anger. It's good to go and cool down. Brother Yang, you really need to cool down. What progress can you make in seclusion? You need to strike a balance between work and rest. One after another, it was filled with lewd words. This group of young masters rode their beasts and left in high spirits. Outside of their departure, a black-robed man walked out from behind. His face was expressionless as he immediately followed them. In the room of the inn, Lin Fei opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. I guessed right. Lin Fei didn't know how to describe the matter of Babeo House. They actually competed with a group of people inside and were so proud of themselves. They didn't have the style of a young master at all. I didn't expect the clone to have such a function. It should be the only ability of the clone. Lin Fei couldn't help but grin. No matter what, Lin Fei didn't expect that when he arranged for the clone to check, he would inadvertently learn a skill. Stealth. Stealth was equivalent to stealth in the dark. As long as there was a dark place, the clone could sneak over and not be discovered by outsiders. What a domineering and awesome skill. In the game, it was also a top-notch skill, Submerged Shadow. After pondering for a while, he realized that the stealth movement divine ability should be a skill unique to the avatar. Lin Fei suspected that he had unknowingly comprehended this skill after comprehending the concept of wind. That was why the previous scene happened. A group of people riding on demonic beasts could be considered to be rampaging in the Imperial City. Regardless of whether it was Li Yong or the other young masters, almost all of them were from the same family. When they worked together, no one dared to say anything. After they had turned a few streets, an unexpected scene occurred. Mother f*** cur. You're courting death. How dare you steal my stuff? A figure jumped out from the street and snatched something from one of the young masters, causing that young master to fly into a rage, chase after him and destroy him. That young master had a very bad temper. Seeing that his item had been stolen, how could he let it go so easily? If news of this were to spread, he would lose face. He would definitely take revenge on this fellow and deal with him severely. The group of people was already in a state of excitement. At that time, they didn't think much about it at all, and urged the demonic beasts under them to chase after him. The person in front didn't run fast. He dodged left and right and kept fleeing into small alleys. This time, the young masters were furious. Damn it, he really dared to escape from a small alley after stealing something? Wasn't this bullying their intelligence? The young masters present were all at the Mystic Master realm, which was considered quite good. With the resources of their families, they didn't have the ability to break through to the next level. Everyone, don't worry. I'm the most familiar with this alley. This young master has already arranged for people to surround both ends. This young master wants to see who exactly dares to steal this young master's thing. The group of people dismounted from their demonic beasts and chased into the alley one after another. Especially when they heard the words at the beginning, they were even more excited. The alley was very long and especially quiet. Haha, that guy has nowhere to run. In the alley, that person stopped in the middle and behind him a group of guards rushed up. Just as they said before, they were blocking the front and back. All the young masters were excited. Usually it wasn't easy to find something to play with, but tonight, there was something fun to play with. Don't kill him. Capture him alive for this young master. He must be captured alive. The person standing in the middle of the alley turned and rushed towards the group of young masters. It seemed that he was preparing to break out of the encirclement. In their eyes, this action was purely courting death. The distance of dozens of feet was shortened. 20 feet. 10 feet. When the distance was less than 5 feet, the black-clothed man suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Destruction. The group of young masters hesitated for a moment. In front of them, golden suns appeared. A great aura of destruction instantly appeared in front of them. A tyrannical aura of destruction swept across their bodies. Whoosh. Everyone was like glass facing the attack of this intent realm sword technique. They were immediately caught off guard and didn't have time to resist. All the young masters died one by one. The powerful sword technique erupted, causing these young masters' bodies to suffer a huge blow. The smell of blood spread in the alley. Run! Li Yong reacted quickly. He immediately threw a shield of runes in front of him, but he still couldn't withstand it. His whole body was sent flying. When he fell to the ground, he felt a sharp pain. One of his arms was shattered. This kid's face was full of panic. He was almost killed in the Demon Beast Mountain range. It had only been more than a month, and he was attacked by a black-clothed man again. Li Yong really wanted to say what bad luck he had. Someone actually attacked them in a place like the imperial capital. Li Yong fled again. However, the black-clothed man behind him flashed again. The long sword was thrust forward, and the sharp golden aura shot out like a rainbow. Ah! With a scream, the rainbow aura blasted on Li Yang's body, and his body exploded like a watermelon. The guard who surrounded him was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The young master they were protecting died in front of them just like that. It was so fast that they couldn't react. When they reacted, the black-clothed man came back again. It was so fast that they couldn't react. In an instant, the group of guards followed in the footsteps of those young masters. They couldn't be more dead. The one family. Lin Fei walked back in an imposing manner. After returning to his small courtyard, he chased the two maids out and closed the door. He was very excited. His clone came out from the dark. It was almost like a ghost, carrying a package on its body. It's really cool. It's not a problem to use my clone to deal with a group of young masters. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. It was Lin Fei's doppelganger who had attacked in the dark, especially after mastering a stealth technique. It seemed that he couldn't find a second person who could kill so easily. From the moment he saw Li Yang, Lin Fei had the intention to kill. Lin Fei, who had the intention to kill, wouldn't pay attention to it at all. This was the imperial capital. After discovering that they had entered the Babao Tower, Lin Fei's killing intent became even more resolute. This Li Yang must die. Because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a false impression so that others wouldn't suspect him. Taking down the package and placing it on the table, Lin Fei set up a runes formation in the room, isolating all auras. After retracting his clone back into his body, he began to check the spoils of war tonight. Killing people was just a matter of convenience. Snatching their things was Lin Fei's goal. A group of tall, rich and handsome men, especially trampling on a group of country bumpkins in the Babao Tower. Lin Fei saw it all. Such a group of tall, rich and handsome men was equivalent to a moving treasury. It would be strange if Lin Fei wasn't tempted. As for what would happen after that, Lin Fei was very calm. He had been using the power of the metal element, so he wasn't afraid that they would suspect him. If he used the water-fire lotus, it would be too eye-catching. I'm a little excited. I wonder what good things these tall, rich and handsome men have brought. Lin Fei opened the package. This package was very big, like a small mountain. He almost couldn't bring it back. Except for the valuable things, Lin Fei didn't want the rest of the things. He believed that there would be people passing by soon, and he could let them share the firepower. Pure Yuan pills. Lin Fei found the Pure Yuan pills first. The Pure Yuan pills were all stored in a sumeru pouch. It didn't look very big on the surface, but in fact it was very big inside. It was specially used to store the Pure Yuan pills. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. After counting, Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he almost drooled. Damn it, this group of fellows are really rich. With the few of them added together, they actually have over 4 million Pure Yuan Don. Every single one of them would bring at least 70 to 80 Pure Yuan Don with them when they go out. I have worked myself to death and only have 200,000 Pure Yuan Don. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. This was a good deal. More than 4 million Pure Yuan pills, plus the 200,000 from before. Lin Fei had nearly 5 million Pure Yuan pills in his hands. The originally empty pouch suddenly bulged. Lin Fei grinned. Just with 5 million Pure Yuan pills, Lin Fei's strength could increase by a large margin. Even if he didn't cultivate for the time being, he could still buy some good things. After keeping the Pure Yuan pills, Lin Fei immediately cleaned up the other things. For example, the treasures that they bought from the 8 Treasures building should be said to be bought in a fit of anger. Rainbow feather clothes. A broken piece of clothing can make you guys spend so much money. What a bunch of prodigals. He threw the rainbow feather clothes to the side. Deep sea night pearl, something to coax women again. The fist-sized night pearl released a gentle light. With one look, one could tell that this was a good thing. In the mysterious heavenly continent, the deep sea night pearl was something to coax women. As for other things, Lin Fei couldn't think of any use for it. Red cloud phoenix crown. Another bunch of idiots. Holding a fiery red phoenix crown, Lin Fei was helpless. He remembered that this phoenix crown cost no less than 200,000 Pure Yuan Don. If he could use this to cultivate, how refreshing would that be? Chapter 268. This item was indeed worthy of Lin Fei's attention. Sword case. It was something that Lin Fei was familiar with. 72 long swords were also stored in a sword case. Usually it would be stored in it. Once it was useful, it could be released immediately to deal with the enemy. This sword case was relatively luxurious, and its surface was carved like jade. At a glance, even those who didn't understand could see the extravagance of the sword case. It was undoubtedly a good item. What a sharp sword aura! Before the sword case was opened, Lin Fei's face was filled with joy. He felt a long sword soaring into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Upper grade spirit treasure? Feeling the sword aura on the sword case, Lin Fei already knew that this long sword wasn't an ordinary item. It revealed the power of a spirit treasure. If it wasn't a middle grade spirit treasure, then it was an upper grade spirit treasure. Whoa! Opening the sword case, a buzzing sound came out of nowhere. Upper grade spirit treasure. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He grabbed the long sword with one hand, and a huge counterforce came. If it was someone else, they would definitely miss. The long sword in the sword case was pitch black and had a murderous aura that made people feel suffocated. What a fierce sword! This was the first long sword that affected Lin Fei. Even the middle grade spirit treasure wind chasing was inferior to this long sword. Lin Fei really couldn't figure out why the other party would have an upper grade spirit treasure. It seemed that the other party couldn't use it. In fact, speaking of which, Lin Fei was lucky. This long sword was originally a gift and hadn't been suppressed. This time it was pure luck that Lin Fei got it before him. If it was a day later, Lin Fei wouldn't have been so lucky to get such a long sword. That young master had paid a huge price for this long sword. He had spent almost half of his fortune to obtain it with great difficulty. 10 minutes later, the black long sword was suppressed, but it still released a fierce aura. Lin Fei threw out a detection. Killing sword grade. Unknown, damaged, recoverable. Killing sword? A huge question mark popped up in Lin Fei's head. Another damaged spirit treasure? This black longsword was called Killing Sword. This name was really domineering. No wonder there was a large amount of evil chi left on it. Lin Fei suspected that this killing sword must have killed countless people to condense its killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul was strong, just the killing intent and the ferocious aura would definitely affect his mind. I wonder what is the relationship between this killing sword and the baleful black saber? For some reason, Lin Fei felt a rare familiar aura from the killing sword. As for why they were familiar, Lin Fei really could not put his finger on it. Subconsciously, Lin Fei took out the baleful black blade. It had been a long time since he had used the baleful black saber. When the baleful black saber appeared, the surging killing intent was not inferior to this killing sword. Swish, swish, swish. A long saber and a long sword were floating in the air despite the absence of wind. This 5,000 kilograms of strength was actually unable to suppress the killing sword. Instead, it broke free from his hand. The baleful black saber and the killing sword clashed with each other's killing intent, forming an arc wave. Everything in the room was immediately affected. Kaka. The table, the floor were instantly crushed into pieces. Lin Fei's waterfire lotus protected his body. Lotus leaves, saber radiance, and sword chi constantly struck down. After being shattered, they grew out again. It was abnormally terrifying. Devouring each other? Lin Fei kept retreating until he reached the edge of the room. Then, he remembered something about the baleful black saber. When he saw this scene, the scene from back then completely appeared in his mind. At this moment, Lin Fei could not help but feel lucky that he had set up the rune's formation in the surroundings to block the aura. Otherwise, if it were to be spread out, it would definitely be a big problem. After the baleful black saber and the killing sword were in a stalemate, they started to attack each other in midair. The two of them clashed, metal clashing, and the aura presence was like a saber, constantly shooting out in all directions. At first, the baleful black saber had the upper hand and kept suppressing the killing sword. After a period of time, Lin Fei originally thought that the baleful black saber would win, but the killing sword reversed the situation. This result surprised Lin Fei. As expected, after the two divine weapons continued to fight, the killing sword actually overlapped with the baleful black saber. On the surface, it didn't seem to be a big problem. However, from another perspective, an unbelievable scene would appear. The baleful black saber actually merged with the killing sword. The process wasn't very long and was rather slow. Lin Fei saw the slight changes. If it wasn't for his strong mental fortitude, he might have let out a long roar. Lin Fei was astonished. He was very calm in his heart. The killing sword devoured the baleful black saber. Originally, the baleful black saber had a reaction and struggled. However, as the killing sword continued to devour, the baleful black saber was completely suppressed. Such a strange and unbelievable scene appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. If an outsider mentioned it, Lin Fei would definitely say that it was impossible. However, the facts in front of him told him that such a situation did exist. A long sword devouring a long saber. It was unbelievable. After devouring it cleanly, the killing sword floated in midair and a layer of black fog appeared outside. The baleful black saber is gone just like that. Lin Fei wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. The baleful black saber was so tough that even after reaching the mystic adept realm, his battle prowess had increased tremendously. It still couldn't cause any damage to the baleful black saber. It couldn't even leave a mark. Previously, Lin Fei had thought about whether he should find a chance to forge the baleful black saber into a long sword. The quality shouldn't be too bad, at least in terms of sharpness that would be an absolute advantage. However, who would have thought that there would be such an outcome? Lin Fei didn't expect it at all. Such a thing was indeed hard to predict. I wonder what would happen if the killing sword devoured the baleful black saber? Lin Fei removed the waterfire lotus and waited patiently. The killing sword's transformation continued. At the same time, something big happened in the capital. A few direct descendants, including the Li family, were found dead in a small alley at night. When this news spread, it instantly caused a huge uproar. The Li family had a lot of influence in the capital, because they had a mystic king expert overseeing them. Thus, the Li family had always stood strong. As for the other families, they were all very powerful. They definitely had mystic great perfection experts overseeing them, and there were at least a few of them. The difference between a mystic king and a mystic great perfection expert was just a level. In terms of true battle prowess, the difference was not just an ordinary level. For a family with a mystic king overseeing them, as long as they made a move, killing a mystic great perfection expert was as easy as lifting a finger. With such a huge incident happening in the capital, and so many direct descendants dead, the impact was extremely bad. The other families were in a state of panic, afraid that they would be labeled as the culprit behind the scenes. If it was just the disciples of the other families who died, it would at most cause a small impact. Now that a direct descendant of the Li family had died, and one with extremely valiant battle prowess and considerable talent, it was different. Now that he was killed in a small alley, without even a corpse left, it was not an ordinary tragedy. The situation in the capital instantly changed unpredictably, and at the same time there was a sense of apprehension. Following this incident, the entire capital produced a new round of situations. Everyone was looking at the Li family to see what decision they would make. In reality, the Li family did not disappoint them. First, they announced the arrest of the culprit behind the scenes. First, almost all the disciples of the families who participated in the auction at 8 Treasures Pavilion were brought back to accept their investigation. Anyone who disobeyed would be treated as a suspect for the culprit. They would be killed without mercy, and then questioned for their crimes. It had to be said that this thunderous strike from the Li family had indeed caused many people to panic and feel uneasy. As a direct descendant, just this alone made people unable to look down on Li Yang, especially the pressure brought by his death. No one dared to blame the Li family because the Li family had the right to speak. Even the imperial family of the capital had to give the Li family some face, especially since a disciple of the family who died was one of the more talented ones in the family. As the main culprit this time, Lin Fei was completely unaware of everything that had happened outside. His gaze was fixed on the killing sword floating in the air. This is the killing sword that devoured the baleful black saber? Lin Fei looked at the killing sword in disbelief. The killing sword now looked different from before. First, it was not a fierce aura but a sharp aura. It was a sharp aura of metal, and it had the aura of a sword that could destroy all things. Before, the killing sword first had a murderous aura, then a fierce aura. Looking at it now, those who did not know would think that this was an extremely sharp sword, a sword that could destroy all things. Lin Fei instinctively used the detection sword. Killing sword +1. Highest grade numinous treasure. Power unknown. Seeing this result, Lin Fei was once again in a dilemma. Devouring a +1, could it be that this killing sword could continuously improve? But after devouring the baleful black saber, the grade was only of the highest grade? Only of the highest grade. If Lin Fei's thoughts were to spread outside, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Among the numinous treasures, as long as one had enough pure essence pills, It was not difficult to find a lower-grade numinous treasure. Middle-grade numinous treasures came second. Upper-grade numinous treasures would require a huge price. Generally, those who could get their hands on upper-grade numinous treasures were all experts with a certain status and position. Upper-grade numinous treasures needed the strength to use, otherwise, they would only be treasures in the eyes of others. As for supreme-grade numinous treasures, they were really rare and precious. Even Mystic King experts might not have a supreme-grade numinous treasure. It was already easy for them to have a half-supreme-grade numinous treasure. Once the news of supreme-grade numinous treasure was spread, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. In terms of influence, it was not inferior to the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Why do I feel like my heart is moving at will? Lin Fei grabbed the killing sword with one hand and instantly felt like his heart was moving at will. Metal intent? Swish. 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 A trace of metal intent was integrated. The killing sword shot out countless golden sword rays, and the furniture not far away was instantly blasted into pieces. It was even more terrifying than before. What a terrifying power! Lin Fei's heart was moved. Previously, when the sword ray attacked, Mystic King experts were instantly killed. Mystic King experts did not have it easy either. Previously, when he executed the wind-chasing sword, a middle-grade numinous treasure, he felt like he was stuck by something. Lin Fei thought that he had comprehended it thoroughly. After experiencing the scene before him, Lin Fei suddenly realized that he lacked a weapon to withstand it. If the killing sword is suitable for the metal intent, then wouldn't it be difficult to execute the wind intent? Lin Fei frowned. In terms of comprehension, the wind intent was superior, while the metal intent was inferior. Replacing the metal intent with the wind intent. Lin Fei's eyes lit up once more. That works too. A wind-like aura seemed to fly past him, and he actually had a deeper comprehension of the wind intent. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. This was the soft side of the wind. The sword aura changed, and the cool breeze instantly turned into a gust of wind, as though it was going to tear a hole in the void. Thereafter, the gust of wind turned into a gentle wind, and the change between hard and soft kept on going back and forth. It was exceptionally smooth. It can't be. He comprehended it so quickly. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. This change was beyond his imagination. Lin Fei had always kept Uncle Master Zhang Wen's words in mind. When the wind sword reached the level of softness within hardness and hardness within softness, it meant that the wind sword had reached greater mastery. Lin Fei had always thought that he would have to wait a year before he could reach greater mastery. But now it seemed like he didn't even need a year. To think that such a simple comprehension came from a long sword. What a great harvest this time! Lin Fei soared to the heavens in a single step. Now that he had cultivated the wind sword to great perfection, he could execute the last 3 moves. Now, even if Lin Fei didn't use a sword, he could use his finger as a sword to reach greater mastery. Coupled with his comprehension of the wind intent, his fearsome swordsmanship would become a nightmare for others. Softness within hardness, hardness within softness. This was the most fearsome swordsmanship. Previously, he was still excited for the 5 million pure yuan pills. The wind sword had reached greater mastery, increasing his battle prowess imperceptibly. Pure yuan pills couldn't compare. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei had already grasped the wind Dao, the great thousand world. There were Daos everywhere. When a Dao was comprehended, one would become the king of the Daos. Just like Lin Fei, who had comprehended the wind intent, he had now comprehended the core of the wind intent. It could be said that he had become an expert in the wind Dao. Ding! Congratulations, player, on leveling up the wind sword and reaching the Dao level. Reward: 50,000 points. Before Lin Fei could digest the news, the system had given him a surprise. Damn, this is a reward too? After a moment of shock, he beamed with joy and excitement. 50,000 points. Originally, he only had a few thousand points. In the blink of an eye, he had gained 50,000 points. Very soon, Lin Fei noticed that the system had hinted at Dao. Dao? What is that? As a rookie, Lin Fei had cultivated for less than a year, and there were many things he didn't know. And this Dao was one of them. Luckily, Lin Fei wasn't stupid. Could it be that this Dao is the wind intent that I have comprehended? This is a Dao. This conjecture was already very close to the existence of the Dao. If Uncle Master Zhongwen was here, or if he was in the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei would definitely know about the existence of Tao. It was something that was extremely difficult to comprehend. Comprehending the wind intent was just a step on the right path. Chapter 269. P.S. Thanks to Xil for the monthly vote. Early the next morning it was a refreshing autumn day. The weather was perfect. Lin Fei was invited by Wen Ruxue. When Wen Ruxue saw Lin Fei, she immediately felt that something was different. A strange look appeared in her eyes, something that had not been there before. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lin Fei smiled to himself. Wen Ruxue shook her head. No, I just feel that Master Shuangmu is different from before. I can't tell what it is exactly. Lin Fei was surprised and thought, girls have a different reaction. It should be that after I realized the existence of Tao, my body has changed. I didn't expect that I couldn't hide it from Wen Ruxue. How come? Lin Fei denied. I'm still the same person. How can I change? You must have thought too much yesterday. Hearing this, Wen Ruxue nodded subconsciously. Maybe it's true. Last night Lin Fei studied the killing sword and the Tao, he realized. He didn't sleep well for the whole night. He was still full of energy. The breakthrough of Tao had a little influence on him. Master Shuangmu, this is a rule of our family. Please don't take it to heart. Wen Ruxue looked at Lin Fei with shame. Wen Ruxue said apologetically when they appeared in a martial arts practice field. Lin Fei shook his head. It's okay. Every family has its own rules. I understand this very well. You don't have to feel pressured. After appearing in the martial arts practice field, Lin Fei knew what was going on. In order to return a favor to Uncle Zhongwen, Lin Fei was surprisingly not angry. He was much calmer, as if what happened in front of him was no different than usual. Since his view was different, his mentality was naturally different. When Ruxue glanced at Master Shuangmu secretly, seeing that Master Shuangmu was not angry, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that her words would cause dissatisfaction. It seems that the disciples of your Wen family don't welcome me very much, Lin Fei suddenly said to Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue already knew what Shuangmu was talking about. Even though Wen Ruxue was only at the Mystic Master intermediate stage, she could still feel the gazes from the surroundings, which carried a faint sense of resentment. Master Shuangmu, I'm really sorry. I didn't know this would happen. Wen Ruxue smiled apologetically. This is the Wen family. They are just some branch family disciples. It's not their turn to do anything. Lin Fei's perception was very sensitive. When he stepped into the martial arts practice field, he immediately felt something. When one's strength reached a certain level, even a single glance, a small one at that, would immediately cause an expert to react. Miss Wen, I was just joking, Lin Fei said with a smile. I promise to help you. In my eyes the rest are just as they won't amount to anything. At this moment the familiar Wen Qiu walked over. Brat, I didn't think you would dare to come here. Wen Ruxue's face turned cold. Wen Qiu, what are you doing here? Wen Qiu said sarcastically. This is the Wen family's martial arts practice field. Can't I come to see this Master Shuangmu? I think Wen Qiu is right. Let's get to know Master Shuangmu first. Is there anything wrong with that? Another person walked out from behind Wen Qiu. It was Wen Tianya from before. Wen Ruxue said coldly. You Wen Tianya are always scheming. Would you take the initiative to get to know someone? This is very rare. Exposing Wen Tianya's background in front of others was no less than a reminder to Lin Fei. Wen Tianya didn't show any anger on his face even though he had been exposed. Instead, he revealed a modest smile and said, Sister Ruxue, fighting and killing are things that the lower class do. The upper class should use their brains. That's the way of the king. What do you think? After he finished speaking, he pointed at his head. Wen Ruxue did not give him face. That's not necessarily true. Wen Tianya smiled again and looked at Master Shuangmu. You're the Master Shuangmu who taught Wen Qiu a lesson, right? This person was quite scheming. Lin Fei immediately gave an evaluation. If there's no one else, it should be me, Lin Fei said with a smile. Wen Tianya said, If I were you, I would definitely leave the Wen family. You have to know that it's easy to fail miserably if you walk too much at night. Lin Fei chuckled. Leave? Why should I leave? That's all I have to say. You'll understand in the future. When Tianya turned to leave, Wen Qiu glared at him before following him with hatred. Master Shuangmu, that was an accident. When Ruxue explained hurriedly, Lin Fei shook his head. These are the collateral disciples of the One family, right? Yes, the one who spoke just now was Wen Tianya. When Ruxue explained, among the collateral disciples, Wen Tianya is the one who is better at scheming. He's the best among the collateral disciples. So he's the best of the collateral disciples. No wonder he's so scheming, Lin Fei said. However, this person is looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. No matter how powerful his schemes are, without absolute strength, it's nothing more than an illusion. When Rushua's heart tightened as she understood what he meant. When Tianya and the rest were in trouble. When Tianya came just now, when Ruxue knew very well that they were here for revenge. The martial arts arena was filled with disciples of the One family. On the left were the collateral disciples of the One family, and on the right were the direct disciples. It was clear at a glance. Do you see that? The one in black over there is the helper that Wen Ruxue invited back. He doesn't look like much. He's just ordinary. How powerful can he be? I really don't understand why Wen Qiu would be humiliated by a brat. If it were me, I'd definitely give that brat a bloody nose and a swollen face. The collateral disciples and direct disciples began to discuss. The One family's clan leader and elders came out personally this time to select suitable helpers for the qualifiers. The battle of the decade was of utmost importance and they had to take it seriously. As mentioned earlier, the internal problems of the family were serious. The One family was no exception. In the battle of the decade, be it the collateral disciples or direct disciples, all of them sought outside help in order to obtain the qualifications to fight for their own lineage. On the martial arts arena, apart from the disciples, there were also invited experts. Every single one of them looked extraordinary. For the sake of these external help, every lineage had sacrificed a lot this time. After the elders and clan leader came out, the martial arts arena quietened down. An elder with a long beard walked out. Those who are not important leave except for the core members. After the One family elder came up, his loud and clear voice swept through the entire martial arts arena. Late-stage mystic spirit strength. An elder had the strength of a late-stage mystic spirit strength. The martial arts arena was quickly emptied. The One family's dozen or so lineages all gathered on the martial arts arena. Your One family isn't bad, Lin Fei said casually. This is our One family's second elder. When Ruxue said. So it was the second elder. Lin Fei muttered in his heart. It seemed that the One family's first elder's strength should be at the Mystic Spirit Great Circle. After traveling for a while, Lin Fei could already understand that a Mystic Spirit Great Circle expert was enough to guard a family. Mystic King experts were another matter. After a passionate speech, the second elder of the One family began to announce the selection. There were a total of 3 people selected. They would represent the One family and secure their current position, instead of being kicked out of this core position of the Chamber of Commerce. The first round movement techniques. The second elder of the One family announced. It turned out that the One family's selection was not done step by step. They set up 3 thresholds to select the experts within the 3 thresholds. It was not purely for sparring. Is this how the One family chooses? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. When Ruxue explained, the One family chooses according to the events of the Decade Assembly. The first round is movement techniques, the second is attack power, and the third is sparring. It is divided into elimination rounds. Oh, Lin Fei replied. That's simple. Master Shuangmu will definitely win the battle. The first round movement techniques. How far could a breath of true origin fly? It looked easy, but in reality it was not so easy to execute. On the contrary, it was extremely difficult. Lin Fei didn't think of hiding anything. He used 50% of his strength and took first place. It could be said that he had shocked everyone in the martial arts field. In Lin Fei's opinion, as long as enough pressure was given to a group of enemies, they would panic no matter how good their state of mind was. Lin Fei's taking first place in movement techniques brought a great impact. The One family elder noticed that such an expert could fly 30 to 40 feet with a breath of true origin. It was already commendable. When Rushua suddenly became the center of attention, the collateral disciples were nervous. The second round, attack power. The one family took out a black stone made of special materials. When the power landed on it, a virtual number would appear. This number was the opponent's attack power. This kind of attack power test had always been a useful method in the family to determine the change in one's strength. Whether it was the collateral disciples or the direct descendants, they all used all their strength in the second round to suppress Wen Rushua's influence. In the second round, Lin Fei took first place again with one punch. Whether it was the elders or the clan leader who had been watching, they all knew that there was such a person. This Master Shuangmu is the expert invited by Xiao Shui. He has a good eye. He took first place in both movement techniques and attack power. Xiao Shui has spent a lot of effort on this. Xiao Shui is a good child. I heard that when she came back, she encountered danger. It was this Master Shuangmu who killed all the enemies and prevented the loss of the caravan. These elders were obviously on Wen Rushua's side. The first round of movement techniques and the second round of attack power are just simple tests. The most important thing is the last round. The most important thing is to learn from each other. Being good at the beginning doesn't mean that it will be good at the end. Among the collateral disciples, we invited several experts this time. They might not be worse than Master Shuangmu. Chapter 270. Lin Fei took first place twice in a row. First in movement technique, shocking everyone. First in attack power, shocking everyone. Even though it was just a small selection for some people, it was quite stressful. Damn it, how could this happen? When Chio's eyes were about to spit fire, the situation seemed to have changed. Tinya, the situation doesn't seem right. That kid actually took first place twice. Even the elders are talking about it. The one who hated him the most was definitely Wen Qiu. Last time he was beaten to the point that he didn't dare to go out. Every time Wen Qiu saw the direct disciple's eyes, she would be filled with anger. She wanted to chop Master Shuangmu into 8 pieces with a machete, so that she could vent her anger. Whoosh! When Tinya opened the folding fan in his hand, displaying the scenery of high mountains and flowing water. Calm down, calm down, Wen Qiu said. How can we be calm? If he gets the qualification, we can only watch helplessly. When Tinya smiled, don't you think that Master Shuangmu's outstanding performance is more beneficial to us? Beneficial? Wen Qiu's anger turned into laughter. Haha, I'm still not calm enough. Brother Tinya, don't be offended. When Tinya snorted. What, Master Shuangmu? Let him be happy for a while. Don't you think that falling from the clouds is a wonderful feeling? By the way, how's the arrangement of the expert I asked you to arrange? As for the latter part of the sentence, the two of them transmitted their voices over and over again. I found an assassin to replace someone according to your instructions. When the time comes, I'll let him fight Master Shuangmu. Wen Qiu was very proud. When Tianya heaved a sigh of relief. What's his strength? Early stage cryptic spirit. Good. When Tianya said, I'm afraid that Master Shuangmu won't expect us to find an assassin to deal with that kid. When the sparring is tense, he'll kill him in one blow. Hee. This plan succeeded thanks to Brother Tianya's help. I've already contacted a few pretty girls last night. When Chio's lewd laughter came. The third round sparring. This round was the most important. If it wasn't for the fact that the younger generation of the One Clan lacked true experts, the One Clan would never have looked for external help. But then again, for the position of the chief merchant, no matter which family it was, they all liked to look for experts to help them. Sparring in the training field. It was also an elimination match. The remaining 3 would have the qualifications to represent them in the competition. This elimination round was obviously a little different. Master Shuangmu. This year's situation is a bit different. The competition is divided into defending the arena. When Rushua's expression was not very good as she walked in from outside. Lin Fei had already noticed the 3 arenas. Previously he was still puzzled. However, after hearing Wen Rushua's explanation, he immediately understood what the purpose of this arena was. He could not think of a second purpose. Defending the arena is quite interesting. Lin Fei stood up. It's easier and faster than I thought. I can go back and rest after finishing my work. You want to defend the arena? Wen Rushua exclaimed. Wen Rushua knew Master Shuangmu's strength very well. Today, there was even a mystic spirit realm expert in the martial arts practice field of the One Clan. Lin Fei was amused. Why not? But they want to find trouble with you. The they that Wen Wuxue was referring to was naturally the branch family members. Lin Fei blinked. Actually, I was waiting for them. Is Master Shuangmu going to defend the arena? When Lin Fei moved, he immediately attracted attention. Defending the arena required extremely strong strength, especially the dozens of branches of the One Clan. It was equivalent to defending the arena against 4 to 5 martial artists. It was not easy. As expected of the person invited by Wen Wuxue. He is really bold. Wen Tianya was also slightly stunned. Wen Qiu was anxious. Isn't this better? When the time comes we can arrange for assassins to go up and kill that brat. Wen Tianya said. No hurry. Wen Qiu was more anxious than anyone else. If she did not torture Master Shuangmu, she would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. Facing Wen Tianya, who was good at using stratagems, Wen Qiu did not dare to be angry. Because Wen Tianya was famous for his ruthlessness, she did not dare to offend him. With a leap, Lin Fei crossed a distance of more than 10 feet in one breath and landed on the arena. Who's first? We can go back after the fight. Whoosh! The martial arts practice field was silent. He's too arrogant. So arrogant, let's fight. Whoever goes up and brings this brat down, I will reward them handsomely. The people below started to make a ruckus. Among them, the direct disciples were the loudest. Lin Fei's words were too hurtful. Did he really think that all the experts were like cabbages? To be able to fight so easily, did he think he was a genius? As expected, a martial artist from the side branch had the strength of a late-stage mystic master. I am Wu Ho, please advise me. The skinny man cupped his hands and said. Make your move. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said indifferently. Wu Ho's face flashed a trace of anger. Soul-locking palm. Surging true origin surged out of his body and transformed into countless of pitch-black chains, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The dense chi interweaved and transformed into a black true origin hand that grabbed towards Lin Fei's throat. Its power was extraordinary. Yellow upper grade soul-locking palm, it lives up to its name. Facing this technique, Lin Fei's face maintained an indifferent smile, but his eyes flashed a trace of disapproval. With this broken attack you want to defeat me? You are too far off. Rumble. A true origin hand appeared in mid-air. Its aura was not inferior to the soul-locking palm. It slammed down and welcomed the opponent's soul-locking palm. Such strong true origin. Rumble. Once again, a powerful wave of chi spread out in all directions. The soul-locking palm was instantly destroyed by the true origin hand, and could not hold on for long. As for Wu Ho, the true origin hand's aura did not stop, and he was flung off the stage. He lost so quickly. The people below the stage who were prepared to watch a good show were all stunned. Wu Ho, who was flung off the stage, lost wholeheartedly. The soul-locking palm was defeated by the true origin hand, and he had nothing to say. Who's the second? Lin Fei said lazily. This time, the side branch disciples and direct disciples were all depressed. Let me. Without letting Lin Fei wait for long, the second martial artist quickly rushed onto the stage. Where did Wen Wuxue find such an expert? This Master Shuangmu is too terrifying. He defeated 3 martial artists in a short period of time, and they were all defeated in one move. He used their attacks to break their attacks, palm techniques, fist techniques, and leg techniques. If he can block 2 more, Master Shuangmu will be qualified. In the martial arts arena, whether it was the side branch disciples or the direct disciples, at this moment, they no longer thought that they were infallible, but looked at him as if he was a monster. How could this Master Shuangmu be so powerful? It was already amazing to have good fist techniques, but this person was not only good at fist techniques but also in other aspects. His body was full of true origin, and he was able to defeat the martial artists on the stage with ordinary attacks. Before, the One family disciples were angry because the opponent was too arrogant, and did not take them seriously. After defeating 3 martial artists in a row, he defeated them with similar moves. This made them sincerely convinced. Xiantian continent was such a place you could look down on someone, but you could not look down on someone stronger than you. The strong had always been worshipped. I wonder who will be the next one. Among the 3 arenas, only Lin Fei's arena was the most lively. Me. While everyone was guessing, another martial artist flew out from the crowd. The aura of the great perfection was not concealed at all, which told everyone that the person who attacked was a mysterious master great perfection warrior. I am good at using the sword. If you use your sword techniques to break my sword techniques, I admit defeat. The person looked serious, and there was a long sword on his back. Lin Fei was still so calm. Make your move as you wish. Wow! There was another uproar from below. This Master Shuangmu also knew sword techniques? Are you kidding me? All the elders of the One family looked at this Master Shuangmu as if he was a monster. He was not strong, and they didn't know how he cultivated his strong true origin. It was quite amazing that he defeated the opponent with the power of true origin. Now he used sword techniques to break it. Could it be that this person's sword technique was also powerful? Everyone couldn't help but guess. Swish! As soon as this person attacked, the long sword buzzed with a soft intent. Long sword continuous. The long sword slashed out, layers upon layers of sword shadows, and a lingering aura enveloped the arena. The sword chi was like raindrops, appearing on the arena in an instant, and the blue stone on the arena instantly turned into a sword mark. What an affectionate aura! It was the first time that Lin Fei saw someone who could use sword techniques to such an extent. After the sword was drawn, the lingering aura of the lover would first affect the mind. Lin Fei originally thought it was the artistic conception, but now it seemed that it was another sword intent. To exert such a powerful sword intent, the comprehension of the sword technique must be the most powerful one that Lin Fei had seen so far. If he comprehended the artistic conception, he would definitely be a powerful opponent. Like the wind, the lingering sword intent and the continuous raindrops were suddenly blown away by a breeze. The original lingering raindrops disappeared in an instant, and the arena returned to its original appearance. I lost. That person flew down from the arena and directly admitted defeat. That is Sun Yang of the affectionate sword. I didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. The sword technique of Master Shuangmu just now was so terrifying. It seems that one of the qualifications will belong to this Master Shuangmu if there are no accidents. I wonder who will challenge Master Shuangmu in the last one? Sun Yang, the affectionate sword, was famous. Everyone had heard of him, but they didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. Similarly, they didn't expect that Master Shuangmu's strength was even more powerful, especially his exquisite sword technique. They didn't even know what sword technique he had just used. The head of the One family and the elders all stood up subconsciously and looked at Master Shuangmu on the arena in shock, not knowing what to say. Chapter 271. The One clan was still shocked by Master Shuangmu's performance. The investigation at the scene where the direct descendant of the Li family was killed was still ongoing, and it looked like the flowers were about to fall into the water. A gray-robed old man appeared at the scene. Ever since the incident where a family disciple was killed, this small alley had been sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter. Those who had picked up things in the alley before were all found out. As for whether they could survive, it was unknown, but the result would definitely not be good. Master Li Yang died here. Beside the gray-robed man stood a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. His tone was extremely polite, and behind him there were also a few guards scattered around on guard. No hurry. The gray-robed man walked in the alley. In the blink of an eye, he walked back and forth and checked the scene once. The Li clan's disciple did indeed die here. This is the first scene, there's no need to look anymore. The gray-robed man spoke. There is a large amount of metal element energy left in the alley. It should be a martial artist who cultivates metal element cultivation techniques. He is extremely skilled. Your disciple was killed by a fatal blow. During this period he used the rune shield, so he was unavoidably injured. The middle-aged man with a hooked nose had an indiscernible expression on his face. He only nodded slightly. This hooked nose was an elder of the Li clan's law enforcement hall. His nickname was Guijianqiu, Elderly Cho. The huge Li clan was divided into several branches, and the law enforcement hall was one of them. Any powerful clan would have a law enforcement hall. The existence of the law enforcement hall was nothing more than to deal with the clan's disciples who violated the rules. This was the first function. The second function was the one in front of them. to capture the various enemies of the Li clan. Li Yang was killed, so the law enforcement hall naturally had to find out the truth and find the murderer behind the scenes. This time the one who died was a direct descendant disciple, Li Yang, who had a chance of becoming a core disciple. The Li clan was furious. It was not easy to nurture a talented disciple. Losing one was equivalent to weakening the Li clan's strength. Even though this strength would only appear after a few years or even decades. The Li clan was furious, so the law enforcement hall began to investigate. The law enforcement hall elder, Li Cho, immediately investigated everything. As a matter of fact, he invited a member of the clan to investigate everything that happened and find the murderer behind the scenes. "Master, can we begin?" Li Cho said coldly. The reason why Li Cho was nicknamed Ghost Worry was because Li Cho had always been so gloomy and cold, causing people to not dare to approach him. He was like a venomous snake in the night, and anyone who was targeted would receive a cruel lesson. That was why he had the nickname Ghost Worry, which meant that even ghosts would worry when they saw him. "All right." The gray-clothed man was expressionless. He took out an item and spat it out. A mist of blood filled the small alley. "Reveal." Following the shout, a ripple appeared in the alley. It was a kind of existence that could not be seen. It was like a black fog that gathered on top of the red fog. Immediately after, a screen appeared in the sky. A scene appeared in the sky screen. The gray-robed man's face turned pale as his blood essence was consumed. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be shocked by the power of the Li family. He was a level 5 runes master. At the same time, he was also the master of runes who set up special runes formations. This kind of runes master was not easy to find. For the Li family to be able to invite him to be a guardian, it could be seen that the Li family was not simple. If Lin Fei knew that the Li family had invited such a formation runes master, he would definitely make sure that the Li family would not be able to find any clues. In the sky screen, the scene was constantly changing like passing clouds and smoke. Then the scene in the sky screen turned into night once again. In the alley, a familiar figure appeared. Li Chio's gloomy face shot out 2 rays of cold light, revealing an aura that no one could resist. The scene from that night repeated in the sky screen. From the beginning of the killing to the end of the leaving, even though it had only been a moment, it was already enough for the Li family. The gray-clothed man spat out another mouthful of blood. His complexion was extremely poor. "I've tried my best." The sky screen in front of him shattered and disappeared. The person behind him took out a cup. After the gray-clothed man drank it, his complexion recovered a lot and he no longer looked so weak. Li Chio said, "Master Shang Kong, can you find out the specific whereabouts of this person?" Shang Kong shook his head. "It's very difficult. This person did not show his face from the beginning to the end. He was purely dressed in black. Forgive me for being powerless." Li Chio was greatly disappointed. Was the trail going to end here? He originally thought that Master Shang Kong would use a special method to find the killer behind the scenes and finally uproot them. But now it seemed that the problem was very big. Li Chio said, "Is there no way at all?" Shang Kong said awkwardly, "Chasing and killing the enemy is not my forte. If Elder Li wants to find the opponent, maybe you can find someone, maybe you can find the opponent." Li Chio said, "Who?" "Rat King." Li Chio suddenly said, "Oh, it's him." When family's martial arts practice field, Lin Fei was still standing on the stage, facing this abnormal Master Shuang Mu. Whether it was the direct descendants or the collateral descendants, they all began to think. Was it appropriate to waste an opportunity? Master Shuang Mu had defeated 4 challengers in a row. If he won again, he would be qualified. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to go up? Damn it, this kid is really strange. When Chio was already full of anger, it was all caused by the blow. He doubted whether the killer he hired had the confidence to kill Master Shuang Mu. When Tianya's face showed seriousness for the first time, "He's really hard to deal with." When Tianya said, "I really don't know what kind of mysterious technique he cultivates. His true essence is so thick. No wonder he could suppress you back then." When Cho said, "You still have the mood to joke. That kid is about to take one of the 3 places. At that time the boat will rise with the tide. If we want to do anything, the family will not allow it." When he said the word family, he revealed a rare fear. In the selection they could tamper with it. If the result was confirmed, no matter how much courage they had, they would not dare to do anything. In the past, there were several family disciples who tampered with important matters. In the end, without exception, they were all executed. They even implicated the branch behind them, causing their vitality to be greatly damaged for several years. When Tianya shook his head, "I know that. Unless he's an idiot, no one would make a fuss about this. I don't want to die like this. Let me ask you now, do you think he can defeat that assassin?" When Cho showed a rare hesitation, "I don't think so. Although the killer I hired is only an early-stage cryptic spirit killer, he has already assassinated several middle-stage cryptic spirit experts. Killing a mystic adept realm kid shouldn't be a big problem." Little did he know that there was actually a trace of doubt in his words. When Cho just did not care about it. When Tianya smiled, then it's settled. When Cho made up her mind, "I will let that killer go up immediately." When Tianya said, "Let's watch the show." On the arena, Lin Fei defeated 4 martial artists in a row. On the arena, the happiest person was Wen Rushua. "Miss, our Wen clan might have hope." Guan Mingchong walked up without anyone noticing. "Uncle Guan, why are you here? Why don't you rest and recuperate?" Guan Mingchong smiled happily. "I was resting, but after hearing Master Shuang Mu's amazing performance, I specially came to have a look." When Rushua smiled, "This time, thanks to Uncle Guan's reminder, I almost missed a good thing." Guan Mingchong said, "This is what this old servant should do. Master Shuang Mu's strength is far beyond imagination. I really don't know where he came from. In the future, he will definitely be famous in the continent." Someone went up. When Rushua frowned, Guan Mingchong said, "A mere early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist. Master Shuang Mu should be able to deal with him." The early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist went up, attracting everyone's attention again. "This one is Mu Kuei." The person on the arena had a very cold aura, making people feel very uncomfortable. "Make your move." Lin Fei was the same as before. Early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist, Lin Fei did not take it to heart. When Mu Kuei moved, Lin Fei could not help but frown, feeling puzzled. "This person has killing intent towards me, and quite a lot of it. Is he here to kill me?" Lin Fei was very sensitive to things like killing intent. Even though the other party had hidden it perfectly, from the moment the other party had stepped onto the stage, that killing intent had been directed at him. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to tell what was going on. What a fast speed! With a thought, the person appeared behind Lin Fei. With a shake of his left hand, a dagger slid down, and with a flash it pierced towards Lin Fei's neck. This attack was to kill Lin Fei. Killing intent was revealed. On the martial arts field, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Mu Kuei early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist speed was really too fast, almost making people unable to react. Many people asked themselves how could they block this move. "You want to kill me?" It had to be said that this Mu Kuei was very powerful, but unfortunately, he encountered Lin Fei. Mu Kuei was shocked. How did he know? In the eyes of outsiders, this attack did not have any killing intent, but the other party's voice transmission had revealed his purpose. As an assassin, he quickly calmed down. Empty. At such a close distance, the dagger in Mu Kuei's hand pierced through a shadow, which had never happened before. In terms of speed, there were not many people in the capital who could compare to Lin Fei, let alone Mu Kuei. He only had an advantage in speed, but it was impossible to kill Lin Fei. "You don't want to say, do you? I also know that you are someone sent by the One family." A disdainful voice sounded from behind. The dagger slashed, and with a flash of white light, the target was Lin Fei's neck. Missed again. The second attack missed again. Mu Kuei finally realized that he had encountered a terrifying enemy. From the day he became an assassin, with the speed of Mu Kuei's hands, coupled with his extremely fast reaction, few people could defend against his attacks in close combat. Today, he missed twice in a row, and did not see the other party's shadow, and was even seen through. This was something he had never encountered before. "Miss, the situation is not good." When Rushua did not see anything, but the battle in the arena was more dangerous. "What's going on, Uncle Guan?" "That Mu Kuei wants to kill Master Shuang Mu," Guan Mingchong said in a serious tone, staring at the arena. Impossible. Wen Rushua said in a questioning tone. Guan Mingchang shook his head. This person is very powerful. Seems to be a spar, but in fact it is a killing move. Don't forget, your uncle Guan used to be an assassin. This person's method is very similar to an assassin's. When Rushua trusted Uncle Guan very much, and her face turned cold, could it be? The smart Wen Rushua already knew what was going on. It was obvious that someone wanted to kill Master Shuang Mu, and she could not help but suspect someone. In the arena, the situation was a close call. It seems that you are stubborn. Then go to hell. Lin Fei sneered. He was already sure that this person was here to kill him. Explode. A low voice came from Lin Fei's throat. A muffled sound came from Mu Kuei's mouth, and then he immediately spat out a lot of blood, which contained fragments of his internal organs. Mu Kuei's breathing became weak and his eyes widened. You are vicious. With a plop, Mu Kuei fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dyed the arena red. He was dead. The elders of the One clan stood up again, or rather, they were scared out of their wits. An early-stage cryptic spirit expert died just like that? How did he die? As for the dead, the One clan did not care. Those with status and background would not necessarily participate in the selection to fight for the One clan. The death of one person naturally did not affect them. The important thing was that they had sent out an expert this time, a trump card. They probably did not expect that after understanding the path of Tao, Lin Fei's battle strength could be said to have increased more than 10 times. Facing the wind sword, that had mastered the great accomplishment realm, Lin Fei could already kill people at will. Just now he used the sword chi to kill Mu Kuei. Mu Kuei's death. On the training field, Wen Tianya and Wen Qiu were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Dead? How could he be dead? Wen Qiu was already covered in cold sweat. In order to hire an assassin to kill Master Shuang Mu, they had spent a lot of money. Now that the assassin had died in the arena, how to solve this problem was still a big problem. Don't panic, don't panic. Wen Tianya took a deep breath and desperately tried to calm himself down. An early-stage cryptic spirit assassin was killed silently. Wen Tianya felt that there was suddenly a sharp sword on his head, as if the other party could kill him at any time. This person could not be provoked. As a martial artist, they were not afraid of anything except unknown danger. For example, the scene on the arena just now. The early-stage cryptic spirit Mu Kuei was not weak at all, but after a few rounds, he died silently. Even though they knew that there was something wrong with his internal organs, no one could figure out how he did it. Wen Tianya did not know, and neither did Wen Qiu. Now that the two of them were having a headache, it was their turn to have a headache after the assassin was killed. Just at this moment, Lin Fei's gaze shot over. It seemed to be casual, but in fact it was directed at them. Wen Tianya could sit still, but Wen Qiu was different. Chapter 272. P.S. Thank you to 0 Feng Yuan 0 for your 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Pastoral Song in the Wind for your 2 monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. It's the end of the month. It was fine that Wen Qiu fell. There was nothing surprising about it and no one would pay attention to it. However, Wen Qiu was taught a lesson last time. Fear lingered in her heart. This time she specially found an assassin to deal with Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, the assassin died in the hands of Lin Fei in the blink of an eye. Especially when Lin Fei looked over, it was like a sharp long sword piercing through the last life-saving straw. It struck her fragile spirit, causing her spirit to collapse. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Wen Qiu babbled nonsense. Swoosh. Everyone's gaze fell on Wen Qiu. I was wrong. I shouldn't have found an assassin to deal with you. I beg you, please don't kill me. Wen Qiu struggled on the ground. Her face was pale. Wen Tianya's face was as pale as an incandescent lamp. Shut up, you idiot. The fan that had been swaying fell to the ground. Wen Tianya pounced forward, wanting to shut Wen Qiu up. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He regretted finding such an idiot who couldn't even withstand a glance from the other party. Originally, everyone was still watching the show. After hearing Wen Qiu's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. Especially those branch family members, their faces turned black. Wen Qiu didn't conceal it. Therefore, everyone in the training field heard it. As a mystic adept realm martial artist, The martial arts practice field was filled with martial artists. Anyone who paid attention would be able to hear their words. Furthermore, Wen Qiu's dancing was the most eye-catching sight in the crowd. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could understand what was going on. Only Lin Fei, who was on the stage, sneered. This was called asking for it. Serves him right. Bastard. The One Clan leader, Iron Mountain, was furious. The One Clan was on the brink of death. A disciple of the clan actually found someone to kill an outsider helper. If they didn't give an explanation for today's matter, it would inevitably disappoint and dissatisfy the other outsiders. Take them away. Investigate who is the mastermind behind all of this. Immediately, an elder stood up and grabbed one in each hand. Like an eagle catching a chick, he left the training field, leaving behind a scene of fear. The patriarch was furious. Lin Fei came down from the arena in anger. In reality, this was all an act for the One family to see. As a matter of fact, as soon as they descended, one of the elders from the One Clan apologized and asked for Lin Fei's forgiveness. Master Shuangmu, the One Clan will definitely give you an answer for what happened today. The elder of the One Clan was also embarrassed. Please don't be offended, Master Shuangmu. Lin Fei said angrily. I believe that this is a unique situation in the One family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted the invitation to help. The elder of the One family finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Grandmaster Shuangmu, for understanding our difficulties. As the family grows, there are bound to be some small problems. Please forgive us, Grandmaster Shuangmu. After obtaining a qualification, Lin Fei left the martial arts practice field. What did Master Shuangmu say? As soon as the One family elder returned, the other elders asked anxiously, wanting to know the situation. Based on the performance in the arena today, the elders of the One Clan had a good impression of him and thought that he was the ideal choice. Master Shuangmu has a good temper. I believe that we can handle this matter well. It shouldn't have too much impact. The One Clan elder said slowly after a moment of silence. Investigate, we must find out the truth. We must give Master Shuangmu an explanation. Wasn't Wen Rushua the one who invited Master Shuangmu? Let her go over to express her gratitude and try not to leave a bad impression. The elders realized the seriousness of the situation. Iron Mountain, as his name suggested, had a very tough temper. To be frank, he was stubborn and unyielding. We must investigate Wen Tianya and Wen Qiu's problems. No matter who is behind this, we must find out this time and punish them severely. When Iron Mountain's gaze swept across the crowd, I don't want to see anyone exonerate them. The hearts of the elders sank, and the germinating idea was suppressed. The latter words were clearly directed at the elders present. The patriarch was angry. Whoever dared to play the good guy in this matter would end up badly. First, the patriarch would find trouble with them. It's hard to help people do good things. Back at his residence, Lin Fei shook his head, extremely dissatisfied. At this point, he could not just turn around and leave. Everything had a beginning and an end, and he had to do it well. Lin Fei carried such a mentality. Hiss hiss. In the residence, the little thing and King Kong strolled out. King Kong was born to be bullied. The little thing was lying on King Kong's head, and King Kong was drooping. A dignified mystic spirit, great perfection demonic beast was bullied like this. It dared not say a word, and there was no second one like it. Lin Fei took out a handful of pure elemental pills and placed them on the bedside. The little thing appeared on the bedside as if it was eating jelly beans, causing King Kong to look at it enviously. This was not the first time Lin Fei had seen this scene. King Kong, this is yours. His pocket was bulging, and there were not many people who could use pure elemental pills to feed demonic beasts. After settling the matter with the One family, I will return to Origin City. I can help. A hoarse and cold voice came from the mouth of a skinny old man. Li Qiu was sitting in a dark room. Squeak, 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 squeak. The sounds of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. Find the person, and the Li family will immediately send the things you need. Li Qiu said sinisterly. Coupled with the dark and gloomy environment, it made people feel a chill, as if this kind of person was born to live in the dark world. Then let's begin. The person sitting in front of him was the famous Rat King in the Imperial City. Rat King was not a human, but a mutated rodent demonic beast. As for what kind of species, no one knew for now. When a demonic beast reached a certain level of strength, or after consuming elixirs, it could transform into a human. After transforming, the rodent species retained many of the demonic beast's habits. For example, this underground cave was the favorite place of the rodent species. Even though the Rat King had successfully transformed, he still retained the habits of a rodent, and for 365 days a year, he basically hid in the underground cave. The reason why the Rat King was famous was actually very simple. This Rat King had a magical power that could find people based on their aura. Even a wisp of aura could not escape the Rat King's tracking magical power. With this magical power, the Rat King was doing very well in the Imperial City. Coupled with the timid, cautious, and greedy rodents, the Rat King had survived until now. If you can't find the whereabouts of this person, don't even think about getting a piece of profound spirit stone. If you dare to leak the news, this elder believes that the Rat King will definitely understand. The Rat King nodded, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Humph, if this king makes a move, as long as he is still within the Imperial City, he will definitely not be able to escape from this king's palm. Li Qiu said coldly. It's good that you understand. Li Qiu took out a jade bottle and handed it to the Rat King. The Rat King opened the bottle and a black mist floated out. The mustache man's beard moved without any wind. He opened his mouth and sucked, like a long rainbow sucking water, and swallowed it into his stomach. Magical power, 1,000 miles search. The Rat King shouted, and a black shadow appeared behind him. One could vaguely see that it was a rodent. It had a huge body, shifty eyes, and looked around. It was very lifelike. As expected of the title Rat King! The Shadow Rat King actually spoke. You flatter me, you flatter me. There was a sense of pride in his tone. Escape. The Rat King moved and blended into the darkness, leaving the underground cave. The mustache man jumped up and down, and he headed towards the Imperial City. He is in the Imperial City, the Rat King said to Li Qiu. The reason why the Rat King could do so well was because he had such a magical power. The black shadow from before was a clone that the Rat King had practiced. This doppelganger was not a real doppelganger, but a special kind of rat-type demonic beast. Once it was mastered, it had never failed to find anyone within 1,000 miles. A stern look flashed across Li Qiu's face. Rat King, as long as you find the person today, the Li family will not let you suffer. This elder can help you put in a good word for you in front of the patriarch, and it will not be difficult for you to become the Li family's guest in the future. Let's talk about the future in the future. The Rat King shook his head. Li Qiu thought, insensible thing. Lin Fei sat cross-legged, comprehending the wind Dao. After stepping into this Dao, Lin Fei liked to practice when he was free. In the large room the cool breeze was gentle, and the cold wind was fierce, entangling with each other. They were inseparable, 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 you and me, you and me. The practice of Wind Dao did not cause any harm to the little thing in King Kong. The little thing was lying on the bed, looking satisfied. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, the little thing opened its eyes. It turned around and actually appeared on the table. Little thing, what's wrong? Lin Fei stopped, curious about what the little thing was going to do. The little thing appeared again, landing on Lin Fei's shoulder, biting his clothes, looking outside, looking very excited. You want me to go out? Lin Fei could guess some of the little thing's thoughts, and could not help but ask. If you were on Earth, you would definitely think that you are a fool. In the Xiantian continent, beasts were undoubtedly the smartest, followed by mutated beasts. Hiss hiss. The little thing nodded. Lin Fei kept King Kong into the pet space, opened the door and walked out. Tell Wen Rushua that I have something to do, so I will leave first. Leaving behind a sentence under the surprised gaze of the two maids, he disappeared without a trace at the entrance of the small courtyard. After leaving the door, Lin Fei let the little thing choose how to go. Fortunately, he often reminded it, and the little thing knew that its identity was not ordinary, so it would not use teleportation in broad daylight. The imperial capital was very big. Gloomy, deserted alleys were everywhere. Even in the daytime, there were still many alleys as dark as night, without any sunlight. Little thing, you didn't go the wrong way, did you? Being in the alleys, Lin Fei could not help but frown. What was the little thing doing? Could it be that something had happened? As soon as he said that, the little thing disappeared without a trace, making Lin Fei not know whether to laugh or cry. Seemed to be bored. Ready to exercise? He thought of a word, pain in the ass. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of a mouse?